The story begins with Yan Yunfang as a young doctor who liked to play pranks on his patients. It's no surprise that one of his older patients complained about the chili pepper in his hemorrhoid cream. The young man immediately realized that the cries of the irritated patient would not lead to anything good, and ran away from him as fast as he could. Having reached a high fence, he jumped over it with a tightly packed backpack on his back and sympathized with the old man. It was quite high to the ground, so the guy's landing raised a huge column of dust. As he continued to run away, the doctor shouted that crushed cold fruits were useful in treating his illness. Besides, Yan Yongfang didn't know when he would return, and at the same time apologized for destroying the collection of adult films. The young man ran faster and faster. He needed to gain momentum. Having calculated the distance precisely, he pushed off from the ground. Jumping down from a high cliff, the boy smiled and shouted to the old man that he should take better care of his health. After landing on the roof of the train, Yan Yongfang put his backpack under his head and dozed off with a smile on his face. A twig in his mouth, he remembered that as a child he had gone up the mountain with an old man to study medicine. Later, he began to carry out missions all over the world. That day, a man kicked him mercilessly from the highest point of Mount Moyun. The boy shouted that he would come back anyway. His missions varied greatly. He could go to a magical mountain on a moonlit night and steal medicinal ingredients along with the underwear of bathing girls, or go on a crazy journey through the Amazon jungle as a mercenary, turning around at every rustle. Quite often, the doctor went on business trips to the Pacific Ocean, catching strange underwater creatures. Lost in thought, the young man straightened up to his full height and remembered that he had always been responsible in completing assignments. As soon as the guy remembered that today's mission was to find a bride, he hit the back of his head on the bridge and went flying head over heels. Flying past the carriage with a huge bump on his head, Yan Yongfang burst into tears due to the severe pain and declared that he was already going to fulfill his duty. The guy didn't quite understand how a charming bride could end up in one of the dirty compartments of this train. Suddenly, he heard some strange sounds and listened. A girl with a pleasant voice complained that she was in a lot of pain. The doctor wondered in surprise who could have such a wonderful voice and why she was complaining of severe pain. A man's wild imagination drew him a picture of a hot train conductor in uniform with an unbuttoned white blouse. Yan Yunfang cheerfully exclaimed that he had already arrived and swooped down through the window, where he heard a mysterious female voice. During the flight, the guy was a bit distracted and caught his feet on the windowsill. Because of this, he flew into the compartment headfirst. The young man quickly got up from the floor and felt his bruised chin turning red. He hoped that no one had seen his shameful fall. Suddenly, he saw a stunning beauty in seductive blue shorts. The guy realized that he had landed successfully. The guy's body was shaking with anxiety. He thought that after the mountains he would never see girls again, and now he was like in a dream. Yan Yongfang walked closer to the girl. As a real doctor, he simply could not pass by and had to examine the patient. He knelt down by Tianxiang's bed and quietly tried to wake up the sleeping beauty. The young man appreciated the girl's wide cleavage with satisfaction. He did everything according to the instructions. Examining a patient is very important for a doctor. Yan Yongfang moved on to diagnosing the patient's legs. They were slightly exposed under the sheet, and the guy could examine them. After examining the legs, the doctor made a verdict. The girl is definitely ill. She has a pale face and weak limbs. Tianxiang rolled over from her side to her back and changed the position of her legs. The young man considered the examination complete. This sweet girl made his heart beat faster. His circulatory system couldn't take it anymore, and blood started flowing out of his nose. Meanwhile, the beautiful Tianxiang simply couldn't find a place for herself and was constantly tossing and turning. Yan Yongfang took a closer look at the girl's symptoms and decided that she was suffering from severe pain in her lower abdomen. Meanwhile, the passenger turned over on her back again. The girl was very hot. She was simply suffocating. With difficulty opening one eye, Tianxiang asked in a quiet voice to call the conductor. She herself was not able to do it. The doctor readily volunteered to help her. The girl was so beautiful that the young man could not help but blush when he was near her. He had a hard time convincing himself to turn away from the passenger and not stare at her so openly. It was uncultured. Suddenly, Yan Yongfang saw an empty cup and an ice cream stick on the table. Now everything became clear to him. The patient's dysmenorrhea was aggravated by being lightly dressed in cold weather and eating a serving of ice cream. The doctor smiled lasciviously and rubbed his hands in anticipation of pleasure. This treatment should be interesting. He told the girl that she was very lucky. It was in her compartment that a doctor with brilliant skills happened to be. He rushed towards Tianxiang and ripped the sheet off her in one fell swoop. The young man couldn't take his eyes off her steadily rising form. The doctor tried to concentrate as much as possible on the deep diagnosis and closed his eyes, mentally directing the energy. A few seconds later, the young man's eyes opened. His body had already accumulated a sufficient amount of qi energy. Accumulating in different parts of the body, the energy formed point formations of qi, which could be used for medical purposes. The unfortunate girl kept moaning, holding her stomach. Because of the severe pain, she couldn't even open her eyes. From medical practice, the young man knew that dysmenorrhea was caused by poor circulation of qi energy and weak blood circulation in the body. Tianxiang's knees were shaking from the intense tension. The young man moved down to her shins and decided that a little qi should ease the patient's pain. The guy felt her feet and checked the qi entry points. The girl was sweating and moaning. Her temperature rose due to her illness. The doctor pulled both of the girl's feet towards himself. Blushing from the pleasant touches, he cheerfully said that he was starting a course of treatment. Yan Yunfang pressed down on both of Tianxiang's feet at the same time, pouring enough qi into them. Because of the strange feeling that arose in her body, the patient involuntarily grabbed the sheet and squeezed it in her fist. What she just felt made her open her clear blue eyes and blush very deeply, not paying attention to the pain. It was very much like a strong surge of energy, as if she were swimming naked in the deep ocean. This feeling was very strange. The energy did not press on her at all. The girl had a feeling of peace. She still suffered from pain in her lower abdomen, but now the situation had changed. Tianxiang felt the pain gradually disappear. Finally, the unpleasant feeling completely disappeared. The girl sighed with satisfaction. It was nice to finally breathe calmly. Her current state allowed her to lie as she pleased. The beautiful passenger turned on her side towards the table. The patient was getting better and better. She was able to open her eyes fully and look around the compartment carefully. Suddenly, the girl realized that there was an unfamiliar guy sitting opposite her, who was happily kneading her feet. At first, the blue-eyed beauty thought that she was just imagining things after feeling unwell. But the strange sensation did not go away. Tianxiang's frightened cry flew out through the open window of the compartment and echoed throughout the nearby mountains and forests. Throwing a sheet over her body, she indignantly kicked the doctor in the face and angrily said that he was being too presumptuous. The young man tried to explain that he had helped her get rid of the pain. A man leaned over from the top bunk and shouted that they were preventing people from sleeping. The man and woman on the top shelves watched with interest as the boy kneeled next to the girl on the bottom shelf. The bald gentleman with a small mustache was afraid to even admit to himself that he understood the situation correctly. He liked the large form of his neighbor, but that type was clearly useless. The man stuck his head out of the compartment and started calling for help. He shouted that a hooligan was harassing a girl in broad daylight. While walking along the corridor of the train, Li Yan suddenly heard calls for help from his compartment. Apparently, someone had attacked his Tianxiang. The boy smiled and adjusted his glasses. He had waited too long, but his time had come. He would finally be able to show himself as a hero. Having burst into the compartment, the young man saw the stranger and angrily demanded that he immediately remove his hands from the girl. Yan Yangfang smiled and advised the passenger to press the points of the body he showed her next time. This is ordinary acupuncture. Tianxiang was no longer angry. She realized what had happened and apologized for her behavior. She had simply misinterpreted his actions. Her friend continued to hold the young man. The girl indignantly demanded that he be released. He is a doctor and helped her a lot. Li Yan shouted that this was all nonsense. Dysmenorrhea could not be treated with acupuncture. As a medical student, he knew this and brought the pills. The doctor replied in a calm voice that the student was too young, so he could not accuse him of ignorance. Yan Yangfang stood up to his full height and said that he understood the reason for his anger very well. He simply ruined his insidious plan. Li Yan cried out in fear, saying that he was not afraid of the young man at all. Moreover, a nobleman settles matters with words, not force. At that very moment, the boy felt his opponent's tenacious hand grab his arm. This made him even more scared. Throwing the guy over himself and slamming his face into the floor, the doctor said that he did not position himself as a noble person. Onlookers watched the quarrel from behind the open door. Yan Yangfang assumed that Li Yang had given the girl the ice cream. Tianxiang was genuinely surprised. She sat down on the bottom bunk and asked how the young man could know this. The doctor explained that the boy had set it all up and decided to come as a hero with a life-saving pill. A pathetic student using his medical skills for an ignoble purpose. Only now did the girl realize what kind of monster she had been next to all this time. Almost crying, she asked Li Yan if the doctor was telling the truth. The boy screamed that it was all a lie. He would never in his life have been able to calculate her cycle with such amazing accuracy. Yan Yangfang smiled and reminded that he was a medical student, so he was definitely familiar with such concepts. He said he'd better go and read a couple of medical books so as not to disgrace his university. It all became clear to the viewers. They knew that this student was nice to the girl and that the guy was just making fun of him. They all started to grumble that the guy was just a charlatan. His methods were ineffective. They needed to call a real doctor. The man leaned over the shelf and said the boy was wrong. They agreed to forget everything if he admitted his guilt. Yan Yangfang could no longer tolerate ignorance and people who could not understand the most basic things. He demanded that everyone shut up. He shouted that as soon as the man saw the foot massage, he suspected lust. However, he himself is yin deficient. The man leaned over the top shelf in horror. He had managed to keep it a secret for years, but the boy found out about it in a minute. Jumping down from the top bunk, he asked the young man pleadingly how he knew this and inquired whether the doctor could restore potency. Now the man, as a sign of respect, called the boy his older brother. He was ready to give any money for the treatment of his illness. Yan Yangfang remembered the old man and clapped the man on the shoulders. He said that his master was curing illnesses in one fell swoop. The matter could be considered settled. The onlookers quickly changed their minds, interrupting each other. Each of them now acknowledged the great doctor. Li Yang couldn't believe that things had turned out this way. The crowd of people rushing into the compartment almost crushed him to death. It seemed as if people from all over the train had come running here. Each of them had some chronic illness, and only now could they get rid of the pain. Yan Yangfang explained through a megaphone how to find his teacher, and the crowd dispersed, leaving him with 100 wen and a kiss on his cheek as a souvenir. When the cloud of dust cleared, the young man saw that his opponent Li Yang was still lying on the floor, his entire body covered in shoe marks. Tian Xiangnou looked at the young man with completely different eyes, a little more, and she would fall in love with this high-class doctor. The doctor remembered the old man. If he was still on the mountain, he would obviously be surprised by the number of patients. This could be considered payment for his education. The protagonist arrived at the East Railway Station of Xiangjiang City. The girl decided to say goodbye to her new acquaintance as quickly as possible. She gave him a note. Yang read the note excitedly. Lu Tianxiang wrote him her phone number and indicated that she was studying at a medical university. The girlfriend ran along the station. The main character happily thought to himself that she really liked him. The guy proudly told himself that in 2 decades of living in the mountains, he had not lost his charm. The main character looked around. He realized that he needed to stay in some hotel. A strange man approached. He asked the guy if he wanted to stay at his hotel. Jan waved his hand discontentedly at the stranger and said that he was busy and had other things to do. The man told the boy that his hotel had something interesting to offer. After this, the stranger told the amazed hero that there were many great precious swords at his inn. Jan was very happy. He went with his new acquaintance. The man told the guy that he had about 10,000 swords at his disposal. After the main character and the man arrived at the hotel, he was very disappointed. The man showed the boy a set of cheap souvenir swords that were allowed on the wall. The main character was very disappointed. He went into his room and fell on the bed. Jan, lying on the bed, thought that the hotel owner had cheated him out of money. The main character was lying and looking at the wall of the room. He decided that he was tired and could sleep. The guy watched as water dripped rhythmically from the faucet in the sink. The dripping of water became more and more hypnotizing. It seemed to the guy as if the drops had become huge. The next moment, the main character found himself in a reality that was completely unfamiliar to him. He was standing in the water. Jan looked around carefully. He could not understand where he was. The protagonist noticed how he stood in front of the doors of a huge and mythical palace. Jan decided to grab the huge ring on the door. He decided to go inside and look around. The doors opened and the guy saw a huge, luxurious palace in front of him. Yang realized that he was in the Yaowang Temple. It belonged to the Medicine Kings. After this, the main character decided to go inside the temple and he began to rise. The main character climbed the steps with interest. He was interested in what was inside the temple. Jan opened the door to a large room. There was no one around. There were several statues near the opposite wall. Jan looked at the huge statue. He wondered how many meters tall it was. The main character looked at the statue and said to himself that everything around him looked a little familiar. The guy walked up to the statue's foot, thinking thoughtfully that he might have been here before. Suddenly, something struck and frightened the guy. He heard a loud noise. The building began to shake and stones began to fall from the ceiling. Jan was very excited. The boy looked at the statue. He screamed in fear. He was very scared. Jan noticed how the stone dragon began to glow menacingly. He realized that the dragon had come to life. The main character looked with fear at the dragon in front of him with burning eyes. The guy quietly greeted the monster and decided to turn around and run away. After this, the main character turned around and ran away from the monster with all his might. Jan ran with all his might. He wanted to get as far away as possible and escape from the dragon as quickly as possible. The guy ran and shouted, very frightened at the dragon not to eat him. Jan shouted loudly to the monster that his meat was tough and tasteless. The main character was very scared. He ran from the dragon and screamed loudly. After this, the guy found himself in a parallel reality. It was as if he found himself in a magical space. The main character seemed to be sitting in a small body of water. He didn't understand what had just happened to him. Ian saw a small magic ball in front of him. He reached out his hand to touch it. The main character excitedly extended his hand to touch the mysterious ball. Suddenly, the ball flew apart and lit up with bright colors. Jan got scared and covered his face with his hand. The main character decided to himself that he sees the purple heavenly glow of the universe. After this, the guy woke up from his vision. He jumped up on the bed. The main character was very surprised. He remembered and thought about what happened. Jan looked at his hand. There was a small broken ball lying there. He took it when he was going down the mountain. After that, he had strange visions. The main character squeezed the magic ball in his fist. He wondered what the heavenly radiance of the universe was. Jan turned around and started to leave. He decided that he would deal with all this later. The guy walked towards the exit of the room. He decided that today was a big day and he had to meet his fiancée. There were a lot of people near the huge Shanghai International building. A girl entered the corporation building. The secretaries at the entrance greeted her and called her the director. The girl's name was Gu Rokyu. The secretary told the lady that the manager E was waiting for her. Gu walked up to the manager's office door and knocked. The manager told the guest to come in. The guest saw that there was a huge amount of papers on the desk in front of the manager. She asked Xing Shu how she had time to read the reports. Gu put the folder with documents on the table and told her interlocutor that her fiancé was in the city. The manager turned around and told the girl who passed by that there was no need to worry. Ye Xing told the other party that her grandfather had personally taken charge of the marriage a couple of days ago. After that, the girl stood up and said that her fiancé was the young master of the Yang family. Gu looked at the manager and decided that this girl was very seductive. After that, Gu looked at the manager angrily and said that Xing Shu was the beautiful girl of the Ye family. After this, the girl shouted to her interlocutor that the guy from the mountain was absolutely unworthy of her. The girl replied that marriage was a lifelong choice, but her grandfather had already decided everything. Gu told her interlocutor excitedly that she could help her dissolve this marriage. The manager took the cup of drink and told her friend that she needed to think a little. Gu angrily told her interlocutor that it might be that someone more worthy would come now. She asked if the manager would dare to disobey her grandfather's decision. After this, the girl continued to tell her interlocutor something very angrily. Gu smiled slyly and said that she had a couple of ideas on how to play really badly with someone. The manager smiled at her guest and said that she would leave everything to her. The main character was sitting on a bench near the entrance to the building. People were walking around. Yan thought to himself that the Shanghai building was not far away and could be reached on foot. He glanced and noticed that he had 20 yuan left in his wallet. At that moment, a car appeared on the street. It was rushing at full speed. There was a little girl standing on the road. The main character looked away and became worried. He realized that the car could hit the girl. After this, the guy suddenly jumped from his place and ran to help the girl. The guy made it in time. He grabbed the girl on the go and threw her aside. The car braked sharply, skidded to the side, and crashed into a truck. After the collision of the cars, there was a loud explosion. At that time, the guy carried the girl aside. People were running around. Someone grabbed a female passenger from the car and asked for help. The man was sitting next to the unconscious girl. He was shouting for Lin to wake up. The driver was very scared. He stood next to the girl's body and shouted that everything happened because of his bad driving skills. The main character came up. He said that the ambulance would arrive in half an hour. By that time, it would be too late to take the girl to the hospital. The guy angrily grabbed the main character by the clothes and said that if Lin died, he would bury him with her. Jan calmly answered his interlocutor that the girl had serious injuries. He knew how to help her. The guy angrily asked the main character, "Is that really a doctor?" He asked Jan to help the girl. As a reward, he promised fame and wealth. The main character calmly answered the guy to keep quiet, and he would try to save the girl. After this, Jan approached the lying girl. He examined her carefully. The main character took the lying stranger by the hand. He felt her pulse. Jan listened carefully to the girl's breathing. He said that she would die without trepanation of the skull. The guy standing next to him got angry and asked the main character, "Does he really want to open the girl's skull here?" The main character very displeasedly told the guy to keep quiet. Jan continued to try to revive the girl. A driver standing nearby said excitedly that he did not want Lin to die. The guy was sharpening a huge knife. He told his interlocutor that if the girl Lin died, he would stab him. The protagonist looked at the patient and realized that he needed to use his true key. After this, Jan stretched out his hands to the girl's head and touched it with his fingers. The main character closed his eyes and sank deep into a meditative state. The guy found himself in the astral reality close to the girl. Yang realized that the patient could stay alive using her internal shui, which meant that she had embarked on the path of self-improvement. The protagonist realized that this feeling was completely different from the one he once had. Yan continued to try to heal the girl. He used the skill Purple Breath of Life. The protagonist looked at the girl and thought that using True Kui to treat illness could help in developing self-improvement. Yang directed the True Kui energy in the girl's body to the desired organ. The protagonist commanded that his patient return to consciousness. The guy with the knife threatened the main character that if he didn't cure Lin, he would stab him. Suddenly, the unconscious passenger began to come to her senses. She wanted to say something. Jan told people that there might be some side effects from the treatment that weren't that big of a deal. The main character said to himself that after he healed the girl, he would leave here as an unknown noble genius. Passers-by were very surprised that the stranger was able to heal serious wounds. Someone shouted that the main character was a divine doctor. The girl felt that the Chui energy in her body was burning very strongly. The girl Lin recalled how 3 years ago she carried out a secret mission on the Amazon. She was exposed, and she had to run away from pursuit. When the girl was in the jungle, a huge predatory monster suddenly appeared next to her. Soldiers ran up to the girl and she felt that she was in complete despair. The soldier looked at him angrily and said that Asian girls are very hot. Suddenly, the warrior heard some dangerous noise. He looked away in fear. A huge green monster with glowing eyes stopped next to the girl. The monster stopped and looked with angry eyes at the people standing nearby. The monster's mouth opened and a guy appeared from there. He asked the soldiers cheerfully, "Are they really tired of living?" The main character stood in the mouth of a huge monster. He was bored. The girl realized that the stranger had been in the mouth of a huge crocodile all this time. Lin asked the guy in fear, "Who is he, and why is he hiding here?" Yan thought to himself that he was seeing a beauty. Out loud, he told his interlocutor that he was the #1 mercenary in the world. He added that his call sign was the Bloody Unicorn King and that he was here on a serious mission. Now the girl Lin, after she woke up, remembered how she met the main character before. The driver and his companion were very happy that Lin had finally woken up. The girl hit her companions with her hands and shouted that they were driving clumsily. Lin asked the guy where the stranger who had just saved her had gone. The interlocutor noticed that the main character had disappeared somewhere. The girl angrily shouted at the guys to immediately find the person who was eating spas. The main character arrived at the corporation building. He went inside and approached the administrators. Yang told the secretary that he went to see her because he needed to meet her manager, Ye Xingxiu. The girl Gu stood nearby. She turned to the main character and told him to follow her. The guy thought that his future bride was walking in front of him. He noted that the girl had a cold character. The main character and his companion left the building and went somewhere to the side. Jan walked behind his new acquaintance. They walked up the stairs together. The companion informed the main character that they had already arrived at the place. A guy and a girl entered an abandoned building. There was no one there. Gu told the man that he would be staying there. She added that Xingxiu was busy and that the man would talk to her when she was free. Jan thanked his companion. He said that the place was spacious and he liked it. The girl didn't understand what the guy was talking about. She decided that he was pretending that everything suited him. Suddenly, a huge black spider descended from the ceiling above. Gu was very scared. The girl was scared by the spider and jumped back sharply. Jan did not understand what happened to his companion. The main character picked up the girl and asked if everything was okay with her. The main character held the frightened girl in his arms. He told her that she saw a small spider. The interlocutor got angry at the guy and called him a very vicious pervert. Jan grabbed the girl's hand in time. He reminded her that he saved her, and now she wants to hold on to it. Gu became even more angry. She demanded that the protagonist let her go immediately. The girl turned around and started to walk away. She shouted that men have no dignity at all. At that moment, the guy extended his hand to the little spider, who was sitting on a metal railing. The main character told the spider in surprise so that he wouldn't run into the evil girl in the future. Upset, Gu walked down the street. She thought that the main character made her leave and she didn't have time to tell him about the hospital. The protagonist arrived at the entrance of the Xinghai Public Hospital. Yang remembered the girl who told him to go work at Xinghai Hospital. She added that their company would not tolerate slackers. The boy said to himself joyfully that this small public hospital would be the beginning of his becoming a legendary doctor. As a result, the main character got a job at the hospital as an ordinary cleaner. The boss made the guy wash the floors and washrooms. Jan was forced to clean up trash all over the hospital. The main character listened to all the instructions of his superiors. He decided to endure everything for the sake of the final goal. A patient was unexpectedly brought into the hospital. The orderlies were rolling him along the corridor on a stretcher. The nurse shouted that they had a patient with angina. His life was in danger now. The orderlies shouted that they needed to call the doctor. The main character got distracted. He realized that a patient had appeared whom he himself could help. Jan threw off his janitor's clothes and shouted joyfully that he had medical skills and he would not waste his talent. After that, the guy took out his healing food and said that he was getting down to business. The main character ran into the patient's room and Dr. Su was already there. The nurses were happy because they saw Dr. Su. Everyone expected him to help the patient. The doctor asked about the patient's family members. He added that all medical expenses would need to be paid. The nurse said that a passerby called the ambulance, so they did not contact the patient's family. Dr. Su told the nurse sternly that they were a private hospital and he could not save people for free. The main character stood among other people in the ward. He looked attentively at Dr. Su. The doctor angrily told the nurse that he would cure the patient if she paid for it. The nurse said in fear that the patient could die. The doctor said that he would not treat the Klebnikovs for free. Dr. Su was very amused by the nurse's words, who said that the patient would die. After this, the doctor approached the gurney and turned it over with a strong kick. The sick old man fell off the gurney onto the floor. He couldn't get up on his own. The doctor said cheerfully that only poverty is a disease that can't be cured. He added that the poor patient will die sooner or later. The doctor ordered his subordinates to throw the sick old man out into the street. The main character approached the orderlies and demanded that they let the old man go. The orderly asked the guy who he was. Jan activated his special skills, and the medics fell unconscious from his touch. Dr. Su was very surprised. He looked away with displeasure to find out who had just disturbed him. The main character approached the lying old man. He noted that the patient's pulse was irregular. Jan realized that the patient suffered from variable angina. The nurse was surprised that a stranger gave the patient an accurate diagnosis with just one glance. Jan put a needle on a sick old man. He needed to make an injection near the heart in the heart point. The doctor asked the guy why he, as a cleaner, decided that he was a divine doctor. Ian thought he had to save the man. The needle application would require very slow movements and stability. The doctor angrily shouted that the main character was ignoring him. He threatened that the patient's boyfriend would make him disabled. After this, the doctor swung his leg and prepared to hit the main character. Dr. Su practically hit the main character on the head with his foot. Jan raised his hand in time and stopped the doctor's blow in front of him with his needle. The doctor was very surprised. He saw that his shoes had begun to fall apart. A needle had been stuck into his foot. After this, the doctor began to swell up very much. He became huge because his insides swelled up. The doctor asked the boy in fear, "What did he do to him?" At this time, the main character told the nurse that the old man's illness would no longer manifest itself. The patient would soon recover. The bloated doctor shouted threateningly at Jan that his uncle was the director of the hospital and the leader of the E group. The main character turned around and started to leave. He told the lying doctor that he could now rely only on himself. Dr. Su grabbed the guy's leg and demanded that he heal him first. The chief strictly told the doctor to use the money to pay for his treatment. The doctor got very angry. He realized that he would have no way out and would have to pay. The doctor knelt down on the floor. He decided to agree to the main character's terms. The doctor handed the card to the main character and said that there were 5 million yang on it, which he would receive if he cured him. People were surprised by the doctor's behavior. They couldn't understand how he could have so much money on his card. Jan became very angry. He thought angrily that when he recovered, he would put all his subordinates in a humiliating position. The main character asked the medic, did he really think that having a lot of money would be great? Jan told the doctor that he had collected a lot of money and forgotten about the Hippocratic Oath. After this, the main character took the doctor's card. He demanded that the patient turn around to face him. Jan showed the frightened and worried doctor how to stand in front of him. The protagonist told the patient that a stagnation of ki energy was found inside his body. The guy explained to the patient that he would only recover after good stimulation of the perineum. After this, the main character kicked the doctor in the ass with all his might. He flew to the side. The doctor fell to the ground from the strong blow. He was in pain and couldn't get up. Jan told the patient that the treatment was finished and in 2 days he would be fully recovered. Dr. Su angrily asked the guy how he dared to hit him. Jan answered the man that he would feel better in 2 days. The doctor rushed at the guy with a knife and demanded that he heal him quickly. The main character turned around and hit the medic with all his might. The hospital workers watched in surprise as the doctor was thrown to the side after a strong blow. Jan said angrily that the medic was an incorrigible fool and had brought death upon himself. After that, the main character threw the card to the nurse. He said that he was donating money to the Red Cross. The hospital director accompanied the boy named Li Ju. He added that his father was admitted with angina. The director told the boy that his nephew named Su Mijie was a good doctor and would cure the boy's father. The young guest opened the door to the room in surprise and saw his father there. The guy was very shocked. He felt as if he had seen a nuclear explosion. The father sat quietly at the table and played cards with other patients. He was completely healthy. The boy asked the old man with concern if everything was okay with him. The patient replied that he had received help and was feeling better. The director happily said that his nephew could help the old man. He asked the guy Li Ju to put Jinghai Hospital in first place in the top 3. The head nurse told the boy that she also wanted their hospital to be recognized as the best. After this, the nurse said that she would tell the truth so that her conscience would not torment her. The woman opened the door to the ward and showed Dr. Su lying there. She shouted to the boy that this doctor had abandoned his old man to his fate. The patient was saved by a doctor named Yan. The director told the frightened guy that his group was not big and respected in the city. Li Ju responded angrily to his interlocutor that he absolutely didn't care what kind of group he had there. The guy shouted goodbye to the hotel director that if the hospital doesn't save people, then it needs to be closed down as soon as possible. He told his father excitedly that he knew about the hospital. The old man replied that the only problematic hospital was the doctor. The guy thought to himself that the excellent Dr. Yan interested him very much. The girls were in the Xinghai International building. Gu asked her interlocutor Xing Su if she had heard about the incident in the hospital. The manager replied that she was aware of the case. Dr. Su Meija was fired from the hospital. Hospital manager Ding Su was also punished. The former hospital director was transferred to a department where he began working as a cleaner. Gu reported that Xinghai Hospital's rating was in critical condition. Xing suggested holding a charity event in a couple of days and inviting Li Ju. The manager thought about it and said that she would apologize to the guy personally. Gu thought that if Xing Shu knew that the old man in the hospital was saved by the protagonist, she would look at him differently. The evening passed and the main character decided to relax a little after work. The guy had a snack at a modest restaurant called Chew and Swallow. Jan remembered the old man who told him that he would come down from the mountain for a short while and meet him. The main character remembered that he had not prepared anything for his bride. He decided to prepare a talisman for her. Jan threw the empty jar aside and decided to go look for a gift on Antique Street. The Antique Street was busy, with many people walking around. Suddenly, the main character felt some excitement. He looked carefully to the side. Jan saw many traders and customers around him. He decided that he had come to this place in vain. A salesman appeared with a snuff box in his hands. He shouted at the people to step aside and not interfere with his business. After this, the man angrily shouted at the main character to get out of there. Jan moved very quickly from his place and disappeared lightning fast to the side. The seller suddenly dropped the snuff box and it began to fall down. The man fell hard to the ground. The snuff box fell next to him. The people around were surprised. The seller came to his senses. He shouted to the main character that because of him, he had broken a good snuff box. The man angrily shouted at the guy that he had hit him. He added that his snuff box was worth 5 million. The interlocutor angrily demanded that the guy compensate him for the damage. Jan replied that he didn't want to bother today. The guy handed the seller a bill. He said that the snuff box was counterfeit and that it was worth no more than $100. The seller angrily shouted that his snuff box was made of rare wood and was genuine. People around were unhappy. Someone told the Huan seller that his snuff box looked new and was a fake. Juan shouted at the protagonist to stay there and not go anywhere. He promised to return. At this time, some man from the side called the main character. The stranger asked the boy, did he just use the fastest fighting technique called the flying crane walk? Jan greeted the stranger back and said that he was absolutely right. The man looked at the guy with interest. He decided that the main character was Mo Yuan's successor. He decided to befriend him. The man offered the main character to go with him. He promised that the guy would choose a gift for himself and would not pay anything. After that, the main character walked down the street with a stranger. They walked past shops. Yan decided that the old man would offer him something good. He hoped that he would receive Jade products and would not have to pay. At this time, the seller Juan woke up. He was surprised to notice a huge number of pigs around him. The seller was very surprised and scared. The piglets were running around him and he didn't understand what was happening. After this, the car in the back of which Juan was sitting drove away along with the pigs. The car was driving away and some unknown guy came up from behind. He watched carefully. The guy contacted Uncle Ye Tai. He reported that the garbage had been disposed of. An hour later, the main character, along with his new male acquaintance and another guy, entered the room. Yan said shyly that the elder E greatly overestimated him. The man answered the main character that he would give him a piece of emerald. The guy held the emerald item under glass. The man said that he really didn't want to part with this stone. Suddenly, the main character heard a suspicious noise from the side, as if something was flying. Jan shouted in fear to his interlocutor to be more careful. A large bat was flying from the side. The main character managed to catch it in time. Jan turned to the side and saw a stranger. He asked cheerfully, "Why is he throwing such dangerous things around?" The stranger was huge. He had a bat on his shoulders. He shouted cheerfully that his hand had simply slipped. The bandit said angrily that the main character had broken an expensive thing that belonged to his brother. People around got scared and started to disperse and hide in shops. They were preparing for a huge massacre. The man shouted menacingly at his subordinate to wait. Jan asked the thug, did he really come to avenge his brother who hid a fake snuff box here? The bandit angrily asked the guy, where did his brother go? The protagonist replied that the seller of Juan spends his time in the company of fat pigs. The bully shouted at the protagonist that he would teach him a lesson now. After this, the bandit swung the bat and hit it with all his might in the direction of the guy. The big guy hit the ground with a swing. Dents appeared around him. Jan told his opponent that he would cure him of his chronic anger. The bandit swung the bat again to hit the main character. He couldn't hit it. The main character activated a special magic skill to protect himself. The guy swung and very quickly hit the big guy in the chest with his left hand. After the blow, the giant was thrown to the side. He remained standing on his feet. The bandit shouted to his opponent that his punches were very weak, like those of a girl. Jan replied to Grozny's rival that he, as a doctor, should not be petty when he is called soft-hearted. Jan angrily told the bandit that he hated people who called him soft. After this, the main character pushed off the ground sharply and jumped high into the air. The main character suddenly and with all his might hit the big guy in the face with his hand. He didn't have time to defend himself. The big guy got hit hard. He didn't have time to attack the main character with a bat. After this, Jan very quickly dealt the bandit several damaging blows with his hands. The big guy swung the bat and shouted for the main character to stop hitting him. Jan managed to jump back. The bandit menacingly told the guy that his muscles were harder than stone. His opponent's blows were like tickling for him. Jan was very surprised by such an answer from the bandit. At this time, the big guy felt something in his body. After the blows, something started happening inside the bandit. He felt a loss of strength. Large, bright lightning bolts began to emerge from the giant's body in all directions. Very quickly, the bandit's body completely dried up. He shouted that his muscles were gone. The bandit fell to the ground. He had no strength at all. The main character approached him. The big guy was very surprised. He didn't understand how it could be that all his strength had disappeared. Jan explained to his opponent that he had removed the hardened connective tissue in his body. The guy sat down and told the bandit that after the therapy, his body would never again gain huge muscles. The man would be surprised. He noticed that the main character had stripped the bandit of his muscles without damaging his bones. The main character cheerfully asked the man and the Thai where they stopped during their conversation. The man held the necklace in his hands. He told the main character that he wanted to become his friend. The guy said in fear that he was holding the family religion in his hands. The man told the protagonist that he had been wearing this jade pendant for many years. He wanted to give it to Jan. At this time, someone climbed out of the trash can and looked closely at the main character and the man from Thailand. After this, the stranger decided that he needed to quickly tell the boss about everything. He started walking to the side. The main character accepted the gift. He told the Thai man that he could always count on his help. After that, the guy turned around and started to leave. Yetai looked after the departed Yan and said that in the future he would be a dragon and a phoenix among people. The man turned around and started to walk away with his companion. He said with displeasure that his son-in-law for some reason could not be like Yang Yunfan. The main character returned to his room in the staff dormitory in the evening. Yan sat at the table and examined the gift. He realized that the jade pendant could be made into a talisman. The guy held the gift in his hands. He remembered that the Thai had told him that this jade was a family religion. The main character happily said to himself that the man himself decided to give him the jade. Jan decided that the matter could not be delayed. The pendant flew up and hovered in the air. The guy decided to start processing. At this time, the punk ran to the door where the guards were standing. He asked the bodyguards, "Is the boss inside?" After this, the punk ran into the room and shouted to the boss that an unpleasant situation had occurred. The boss sat quietly at the table and smoked a cigar. He asked his subordinate what he wanted. The leader's name was Shu Chung. He was sitting surrounded by girls. He reminded his subordinate that he was supposed to come to him after he found the main character. The punk fell to the floor in fear. He screamed that Iron Man had been defeated and humiliated by a stranger right on the street. He screamed that revenge was needed. The bandit showed his leader a portrait of the guy that he had drawn. The leader said that he now wanted to let off steam and he would help his subordinates. The punk told the leader that the last time he let off steam, his victim turned into a kite. After this, the chieftain and his subordinates arrived at the student dormitory. The punk told the leader that he followed the guy, and he stopped here. The leader said that they needed to go in. The leader knocked down the door to the room and shouted at the boy to accept his punishment in the form of death. The bandits saw a young student dressed as a girl, who was broadcasting on video. He was thanking someone for a donation. A student dressed as a girl told someone in the audience that black silk stockings would be best for him. The bandits were very indignant and frightened by what they saw. They threw up. The punk told his leader that he had made a slight mistake. He added that the main character should be in the next room. After this, the bandits approached the neighboring door and knocked it down with all their might. The guests noticed a guy sitting on a chair and watching a broadcast of a student in women's clothing from the next room on the computer. The leader was very surprised and amazed. He decided to turn to the guy. At this time, the student in the chair felt as if he had opened a bottle of champagne. The frightened and agitated subordinate turned to his boss. After this, the leader ran into the room, rushed at the student, and began to beat him. The boss was beating the guy on the floor and yelling at him to only look at the 2D girls. The student in women's clothing told his viewers at the end of the broadcast that he loved them all. The bandits vomited again. The leader sat down and said in fear that his eyes were about to flow out. The main character woke up the next morning. The sun was shining into his room. Yang said to himself that the symbols he had drawn on the talisman corresponded to the tortoise shell. They symbolized excellent protection. He also associated it with the symbols of the fire sword. The protagonist looked at the pendant and said that it perfectly merged with the fire sword and the turtle shell. He decided to use this talisman to protect the girl, Ye Xing Xiu. The door to the protagonist's room opened. One of the bandits said that Yan was good and hid from them, but now they are even better. The main character replied that he wasn't hiding, but was here the whole time. The punk shouted angrily at the guy to wait for the minute of his death. The chieftain ran into the room. He said that he would kill the main character, since last night he had experienced inhuman torment and lost an eye. The main character took out a magic talisman. He told the uninvited guests that he would get rid of weeds like them. The guy told Grozno the bandits that he would first torture them to death and then taste their flesh. The leader swung his cleaver. He shouted to the guy that he had enough strength to kill him. He prepared to hit the main character. At this time, the guy activated his skill and very quickly repelled the bandit's attack. The leader dropped his weapon. It fell to the side. Yan continued to stand in place. After this, the bandit's clothes suddenly began to dissolve and fall apart. The leader asked the guy in surprise, "Is he really the doctor that the girl Lin is looking for?" The chieftain was glad that he met a wonderful doctor. He told him the whole story. After some time, the main character, accompanied by his companions, arrived at the bar. The leader opened the door and told the protagonist that the girl Lin was waiting for him further inside. The guy found himself alone in the bar. There was silence all around. He asked, "Is there anyone?" Jan told the invisible interlocutor that he didn't need money from her. At that moment, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. The main character turned around abruptly and saw an unfamiliar girl. He became worried. After this, the girl approached the main character and hugged him. The interlocutor told the unicorn that she did not invite him here for the money. After this, the girl smiled very slyly and romantically at the main character. The interlocutor cheerfully told the main character that she could repay him with her body. The interlocutor put the guy's hand on her chest and said that he could do whatever he wanted with her. The main character looked at the girl with a very worried and anxious look. Jan grabbed his interlocutor and asked if she had mistaken him for someone else. The girl smiled. She thought to herself that the main character said it himself. The interlocutor grabbed the guy and said that she was not mistaken and they could continue. Suddenly, the main character grabbed the stranger and carefully laid her on the floor. The main character lay and looked at the girl with great suspicion and distrust. The interlocutor looked at the main character with fear and asked, "What is he doing?" Ian stood up and told the stranger that she had a very good seduction technique. The guy asked her friend who she was and how she knew his nickname. The girl asked the unicorn excitedly, "Has he really forgotten her completely?" The interlocutor reminded the guy that a couple of years ago he saved her from black people in the Amazon forests. The main character remembered his interlocutor. He called her by the name of Konchu. The girl smiled at her interlocutor and said that she was glad that he recognized her. She asked, would he really leave her on the cold floor? The main character happily told his new acquaintance that he would help her. Jan asked for forgiveness and extended his hand to the girl to help her up. The interlocutor extended her hand. The protagonist helped her to rise. After this, the acquaintance suddenly moved towards the guy and hugged him. The girl told the surprised unicorn that after their separation on the Amazon, she thought she would never see him again. She added that she missed the main character very much. The girlfriend told her surprised interlocutor that she came to Sanjiang only because he had once mentioned this place to her. Konchu told the guy that she loved him and had been waiting to meet him for 3 years. The main character was very surprised. He excitedly called his girlfriend by name. The friend moved closer to the guy. She asked him to kiss her. Jan kissed his girlfriend. At that moment, some guy ran in and said that he had brought some bottles of red wine for Lin. The guy got scared and worried. He told the people in the bar that he didn't see anything and they could continue. The girl turned around and shouted angrily at the guest to get out of here as quickly as possible. The guest began to leave. He shouted goodbye to his interlocutor to take security measures. Honshu said with displeasure that the guy who showed up had ruined everything at the last moment. The main character happily thought to himself that the unexpected guest had saved him. The girl turned around and told the unicorn cheerfully to forget about what had happened. She suggested continuing. Konchu hugged her interlocutor. The main character said that he could understand her feelings. After this, the main character pushed the girl away and said that he already had a bride. The girl was very surprised. Konchu couldn't believe that the guy already had a girlfriend. The protagonist consumed the drink from a glass. He remembered that his old man's vodka was much better. The main character put the glass on the table and noticed an incoming message on his phone. The girl told the unicorn that today at 6 o'clock in the evening, she would be at the banquet. He would have to be her boyfriend. Jan threw the phone to his girlfriend and asked what banquet she meant. The girl read a message on her phone about a banquet at the Shanghai International Hotel at 6 in the evening. The girlfriend explained to the guy that this banquet was organized by the eldest daughter of the family. The interlocutor asked the guy, "Is that girl really his fiancée?" The main character said that his fiancée was hiding for some reason and avoiding him. My friend said that there would be a lot of young talents from all over the city at the banquet. The interlocutor hugged the guy and said that she would help his fiancée understand that she was unworthy of her unicorn. In the evening, the main character arrived at the hotel building in an expensive car with a girl. The main character was the first to get out of the car and opened the door for his girlfriend. The companion was sitting in the car. John happily told his friend that they had already arrived. The guy looked at his beautiful companion and said that she could now get out of the car. The girl said dreamily to the unicorn that she really liked that his figure had become stronger than it had been 3 years ago. Jan happily told the girl that he was singing with her because she had asked him to. The companion said that she would help the main character so that his fiancé would pay attention to him. Suddenly, a group of some people appeared from the side. One of them called the main character. The guy angrily told the main character that street prostitutes cannot be taken to decent banquets. The stranger said angrily that the main character is a savage from the mountains. That's why a street prostitute approaches him. Konchu told her friend that they were standing in front of them. Vile likenesses of a man. The main character answered his girlfriend so that she would not be angry. He added that they would not stoop to the level of the beasts in front of them. The stranger angrily asked the main character who he called a beast. Another guy said that Miss E invited the wild protagonist to publicly announce that she was marrying him. The stranger looked at the main character again and said that he would humiliate him during the banquet. The girl angrily told the unicorn that she wanted to teach a lesson to the bullies who insulted them. The guy replied to his companion that there was no need to pay attention to stupid animals. The stranger looked at the main character with anger and great hatred. The protagonist turned his leg to the side to knock the stranger down. Yang kicked the guy's leg and shouted for Xiao Chen to be careful. The guy fell to the ground from the unexpected push. He was very angry. Xiao Chen jumped up and shouted that he would kill the protagonist if he touched him again. Yang calmly answered his interlocutor that he would not do it again. After this, Xiao Chen decided to go up the elevator with his companions. The guy got into the elevator with his friends and said that he would send them to the 233rd floor. The guy said that the villager Yang Yunfang dared to compete with Xiao Chen for the hand of the girl Miss Ye. Suddenly, the guy felt a strong stench coming from Xiao Chen. The guy shouted angrily to his friend, "Did someone really fart here and it stinks really bad?" The boys felt very bad. They even tried to plug their noses so as not to smell the stench. The elevator went up very slowly. The indicator showed each floor passed. The guy noticed that they were only on the 4th floor. He wanted them to be rescued. The guys were gasping for breath. They saw that the elevator was still only on the 5th floor. The passengers were getting worse and worse. The indicator showed that the elevator was on the 6th floor. The stench in the elevator was so strong that all its passengers fainted. Eventually, the elevator arrived at the 233rd floor. As a result, the passengers were finally able to get out. Konchu asked the protagonist what he had done after all. Yan answered his companion that he had only used a few tricks. The protagonist noticed that Xiao had a dark yellow face and pale lips. This indicated an upset stomach and spleen. Yan hit his opponent in the center of the vulnerable point. This helped release gastrointestinal gases. The main character hit his opponent in time and skillfully, and he fell. Konchu cheerfully told her companion that he was bad. The protagonist replied that he was a doctor and did not harm people. At this time, Honshu noticed two unfamiliar girls walking towards them. They were approaching. The girl extended her hand to her companion. She wanted to tell him something. Honshu hugged the guy. She said she felt bad. She asked him to check her pulse. The girlfriend looked at the main character very excitedly. He couldn't refuse her. The main character told his companion very excitedly and joyfully that her pulse was fine. A girl named Ye Xingxiu came up. She greeted the protagonist and asked him to introduce his girlfriend. The main character and the girls went up to the banquet hall on the upper floor. There was a celebration going on there. Ian saw a huge and delicious crab lying on the banquet table. After that, the guy got himself a bunch of food and carried it to his table. He looked very hungry. Yan gobbled up mountains of food. He shouted that it was the most delicious food he had ever tasted. Honshu said that a guy can eat more if it tastes good to him. Gu told her companion Xingxiu that the main character was not well-mannered at all. The other guests watched in surprise as the guy ate the food. A friend asked Xingxiu why she always carried a jade pendant with her. The girl replied that the pendant belonged to her grandfather. Xingxiu couldn't understand how her grandfather's pendant could end up in the protagonist's hands. Not long before this, the main character introduced his fiancée to his girlfriend named Hongshu Lin. Konchu took the guy by the hand. She told the girl Xingxiu that she spent the whole day with the main character and came to the charity auction. Lin told her interlocutor that she doesn't want to leave the guy alone. He is her partner for the evening. Honshu pressed herself against the guy and told her interlocutor not to pay attention to them. Gu said with displeasure that Yang had arrived in the city a couple of days ago and had already gotten close to a rich married woman. The girls looked at each other with hatred. The main character was very excited. Gu said angrily that it was the first time she saw Miss Ling in front of her. Yang became even more excited. Honshu angrily replied to her interlocutor that she didn't have a boyfriend at all because of her disgusting character. After this, the girls rushed at each other with hatred. The main character became very worried. Suddenly, Xingxiu's voice rang out. She shouted at the girls, "Make it stop!" Xingxiu told her interviewers that she did not pay attention to minor details. Honshu told the unicorn to act as if he didn't know the girls in front of him. She added that his fiancée was very angry. The guy replied to his girlfriend that he needed to tell his fiancée just a few words. The main character told the bride that he came to the banquet because the engagement was the will of his parents. Jan told his interlocutor that he was obliged to respect the demands of his parents. Xingxiu was surprised by the protagonist's words. She realized that Yang Yunfeng was not at all like Rokyu described him. The main character threw an amulet to his girlfriend. He said it was a gift in honor of their first meeting. Gu told her friend that it was her grandfather's jade pendant. Xingxiu was very surprised. The girl looked closely at the talisman. She suspected something. Looking at the jade pendant, Gu decided to tell her friend something very important. The girl said in a confident voice that the main character had stolen this jade pendant. Gu explained that Yang stole the pendant and decided to give it to his fiancé. Xingxiu couldn't believe that her fiancé was such a bad person. The host said that the auction was starting. He said that in Zone A there was a stone in good condition. The presenter said that the most valuable stone is valued at $1 million. After this, the presenter reported that the other stones were in a worse state of preservation. The auctioneer said that the price of the other stones ranged from 300,000 to 10,000. The presenter added that all proceeds from the auction will go to financial assistance for children in mountainous areas. The host announced the start of the auction. Konchu told her friend that the stones were of very good quality. The main character slyly asked his girlfriend, "Does she really want to make his fiancé jealous?" Konchu told her companion to play along with her, or she would eat him. Yan felt pleased. The main character was very excited. After a short pause, he decided to turn to his girlfriend. Yan told his companion that he would pick out a natural stone for her. Honshu replied that the stone would have no meaning for her. Some people suddenly approached. The stranger said slyly that he could smell a stench. Yang turned around and saw a guy named Xiao approaching them. He said that he smelled something here. The main character answered his opponent that he doesn't smell of anything, but Xiao smells from a mile away. An angry Xiao shouted that he had poured many bottles of perfume on himself and began to smell nice. Yang covered his companion and said that it was acid rain. An excited Xiao invited the protagonist to play a game called random stone cutting with him. The main character became worried and was surprised that his interlocutor offered him a bet. Xiao told his rival that if he lost, he would disappear from his sight forever. Otherwise, the protagonist would have to break off his engagement to Ye Yingxiu. The girl Gu said to herself happily that inviting Xiao Chen was the right decision. Yang Yunfang would have to break off the engagement. The main character proudly and happily told his opponent that he accepted his bet. Jan told his interlocutor that they would see each other at the auction where the stones were located. Xiao Chen was very excited. He was happy that the protagonist accepted his bet. Xiao laughed evilly. He shouted that he would make his rival kneel in front of the Xingxiu girl. Xiao laughed evilly. He remembered that he personally replaced the natural stone. Therefore, the protagonist will not be able to win. Honshu told the boy that she wanted him to break off the engagement and belong to her. However, she didn't want Yang to lose to the arrogant Xiao Chen. At this time, the main character was examining the stone very carefully. He told his girlfriend that Ta should be sure. Yan, and he told his companion that he was not afraid of anything about playing with the stone. Konchu asked the protagonist, "Doesn't he understand the desires of her heart?" A group of guys were running nearby. Someone was shouting that the main character would lose and the eldest daughter of the family would be forced to marry a second time. The girl abruptly stopped the guy and asked why Xingxiu was getting married for the second time. The guy said that the main character and Xiao Chen were going to play a game. The winner would get the right to marry Miss Ye. Gu told her friend Xingxiu that the protagonist decided to put her as a bet in a bet. Xingxiu told her friend to follow her. She added that they would also watch what was happening. The auctioneer was cutting a huge stone on the table. A crowd of spectators watched. The people were very shocked, frozen by the green color of the stone in front of them. The man looked at the stone and said that the emerald green color was very similar to the imperial emerald jade. The expert told the audience that the stone was as clear as water and was a top-quality emerald. Someone shouted that the Xiao Chen had hit him right in the soul. Xiao angrily told his rival that he was waiting for him to try to make peace with him by force. Xiao Chen, in a fit of emotion, grabbed a piece of clothing and tore it off himself. Xiao was covered in pieces of his clothes. He had a very bright tattoo on his arm. After this, Xiao shouted at his opponent to listen to him and admit defeat. The rival shouted at the protagonist that he must come to terms with the fact that he will live his whole life with Xingxiu, in whose eyes he will be disgraced. The people around laughed evilly. Everyone shouted that Xiaofen was the best at cutting natural stones, and only he was worthy of Ye Xingxiu's girl. The main character calmly told his interlocutors that they were a herd of stupid pigs. Jan went up on stage and told the audience that they were very mentally retarded. The main character asked the craftsman at the table to start cutting the natural stone. Gu told her companion that the main character is very stupid. He chose a natural stone from Zone D. Xing replied that her grandfather taught her since childhood that one should not draw conclusions until the last minute. Gu thought to herself that Xing was protecting and supporting the protagonist tonight. The guy lifted a huge circular saw to the stone and began to cut it. The master watched the process closely. He said that the result would be a piece of red jade. The audience laughed. Someone shouted that red jade could never surpass imperial jade. The main character told the master not to stop and to continue cutting. The man shouted in fear that he was hearing the sound of golden jade. The saw cut the stone. A very bright yellow color appeared from there. After this, a huge yellow dragon jumped out of the stone and flew up. The yellow dragon soared up above the audience hall. Everyone was very amazed. Xiaochen was very scared and worried. He shouted that such jade could not be here. After this, the guy ran to the master and shouted that he wanted to make sure the jade was authentic. The man was very scared when he saw a spectator running towards him. The master fell onto the table and accidentally pressed the switch of the electric saw with his hand. Suddenly, the circular saw flew out of the housing and flew up. The saw began to fall from top to bottom. There stood a girl named Xing. She was scared. The audience was very scared. Xiaochen called his female friend in fear. The main character saw that his girlfriend was in danger. He decided that he would not let her die like that. The main character jumped up and rushed to help his girlfriend. He jumped up. With a very powerful blow, the guy knocked the metal saw away and it flew far to the side. After this, Jan carefully descended to the ground and approached his bride. The protagonist extended his hand and asked Miss E if she was okay. He said that he accidentally broke the wall. The girl very excitedly answered the main character that everything was fine with her. Suddenly, a girl appeared. She ran to her friend and asked if everything was okay. Gu shouted that everything was very fast and dangerous. She added that her friend was saved by the main character. The protagonist thought that he didn't expect the Gu Rokyu girl to have such a tender and sensitive side. Yang said angrily to Xiaochen that his naive attempt had failed. Xiao explained that he just wanted to check the quality of the stone, and the saw accidentally fell out. The guy said that now nothing more can be cut out of the stone, and the dragon just showed up for everyone. The main character looked angrily at his interlocutor and asked, "Does he really not believe me?" After that, the guy hit the stone with his hand with all his might. It shattered. Suddenly, a bright and yellow glow appeared from the stone. A yellow dragon flew out from there. The dragon flew through the roof of the building at the top of the skyscraper. All the people saw it and were amazed. Someone said that he saw red jade in the dragon's pupil. Another viewer was not sure that the hero's stone could surpass Xiaochen's stone in price. Yan asked the master to value the jade in money. The man replied that the red jade would cost at least 200 million. The spectators were amazed at the price of the stone. Xiaochen ran up to the old man and demanded that he admit that his stone was better. At this time, the main character came up. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Xiaochen. After this, the main character hit his opponent with all his might. Xiao flew to the side. The main character sternly told his opponent that he could not accept defeat with dignity. The guy angrily shouted at the main character that he was a bastard. He was still lying on a pile of stones. The protagonist told his rival that he had previously ordered his men to commit a dirty trick. Yang stuck a magic needle into the head of one of Xiaochen's accomplices. The guy told about the cancellation of the natural stone from Zone A and that the green imperial jade had been prepared in advance. The audience was very indignant. They realized that the guy Xiaochen was a fraud. He himself tried to justify himself. After this, Xiao felt very bad. He was devastated by his defeat. Xiaochen's body began to shake in a very strong fit. He could no longer stand. The guy ran up to his friend and asked what had happened to him. He was lying unconscious. The girl asked for a doctor to be called for Xiao. The protagonist cheerfully said that no European doctor would help his rival. He added that he could cure Xiao's disorder. The guy fell to his knees and said that if the protagonist healed their young master, they would fulfill all his demands. Jan came up and looked at the lying guy. He said angrily that he would cure him. The main character approached the guy and unexpectedly took off his pants. The guy asked the divine doctor in surprise what he was doing. After this, the main character took the guy and sat him down with his butt on the face of the lying Xiaochen. Xiao was very scared, but he couldn't do anything and his comrade sat on top of him. The guy fell hard on his butt and landed on his frightened friend's face. After this, Xiaochen seemed to burst out. Blood spurted out of his mouth. The people around were scared. They decided that the guy was already dead. They couldn't believe that the young master could die such a terrible death. The man told the girls that the main character was not a doctor and only made things worse. He added that Xiao Chen needed medical help. The protagonist thought about it and realized that Xiao Chen might have been personally invited by the girl Ye Xingxiu. Jan said his patient squirted blood out of his mouth. The guy needs some rest. A friend approached Xiao Chen and said excitedly that the young master had gotten better. The people around him were surprised that such a method of treatment worked. The protagonist told his companion that he was very disappointed with the auction. After that, the guy approached his girlfriend Hongshu Lin and said that they were leaving together. Xingxiu excitedly shouted at the protagonist to wait for her. Xingxiu offered the main character to buy him red jade for 200 million if he cuts it out. Gu told her friend that even if the main character saved her, she shouldn't pay him that kind of money. Jan turned to his friend and thanked her for reminding him. The main character took the stone in his hands and told his surprised interlocutor that it was not for sale. The protagonist activated a magic skill in his hand. He decided to use it on the stone. The guy put his hand to the stone. A very bright glow went in all directions. The light from the stone became brighter and brighter. The main character decided to break off a piece from it. Suddenly, a very beautiful necklace with a red ruby appeared from the stone. The girl looked at the stone, fascinated. It seemed beautiful to her on the decoration. Jan told his girlfriend that he had promised a gift and he hoped that she would like the stone. The girl was very surprised. She was very happy that the guy gave her such an expensive stone. The girls were very shocked that the main character gave his girlfriend a stone for 200 million. The girl angrily screamed to herself that she admired and hated. At this time, the elevator rose to the 233rd floor. It brought 2 passengers inside. A guy came out of the elevator cabin accompanied by a girl. They were looking for someone. The girl asked her companion, "Is Yan really the fiancé of the president of the E group?" The girl asked, "Why does the main character work as a cleaner in a hospital?" The guy Li Ju answered his companion that she was asking too many questions. He asked her not to ask him any more questions. The girl didn't like her companion's answer and she angrily called him a nasty guy. At this time, Sing Su appeared from behind. She greeted the guy Lu Ju and his companion. Sing Su bowed to the boy and asked for forgiveness for what happened to his father. Lu Ju explained to his interlocutor that he had come to personally thank Dr. Yang. The girl was very surprised. Sing Su couldn't believe that the main character saved Lu Ju's father. 10 minutes later, the girl angrily told the guy that she had been preparing for a long time to see Yang Yunfan, but he had disappeared without a trace. Lu Ju shouted to his girlfriend that the main character was a married man. The companion happily said that the guy had not yet entered into marriage. She added that she wanted to see the main character with her own eyes. The guy answered that next week he would take his father to the Jinghai hospital for a re-examination. Gu approached his girlfriend and asked if she was still angry. Xingsu replied that she was not angry. She could not figure out what Yang Yunfang really was. At this time, the girl received a message from her grandfather. She read it carefully. The girl read that her grandfather demanded that she get married within the next week. Gu excitedly told her friend Xingxiu that they could force the protagonist to refuse the marriage contract in another way. Xingxiu thought for a moment and replied to her interlocutor Ruoqiu so that Ta would not worry. After that, the girl said that she might not be worthy of Yan. The main character was in the city at that time. The guy and his girlfriend were drinking at a bar. After a short pause, Jan called his friend Honshu. The main character asked the girl why she still hadn't said anything after they returned. Honshu handed the glass to her interlocutor. She said that she would tell him everything after he drank it. The guy didn't resist. He agreed to the girl's persuasion and drank the contents of the glass. Honshu looked at the unicorn carefully. She wanted to say something important. The girl told her interlocutor that after he gave her the necklace, she felt joy. At the same time, Konchu realized that the main character belonged to her. Yan answered his girlfriend excitedly that she was scaring him. Suddenly, the main character felt very drunk. Everything swam before his eyes. The main character looked at the glass of wine. He realized that something had been added to the drink. Jan asked his girlfriend in fear what she wanted to do with him now. Honshu told the guy that she lied to him. 3 years ago, she ran away because she didn't want to carry out a mission in the organization. At that time, she already wanted to find Yan. The girl told her friend that she had some things to do. After that, she would return back to him. Konchu began to take off her dress a little. She told her interlocutor that it did not belong to her. The interlocutor told the guy in a romantic voice that tonight she belongs only to him. The main character excitedly uttered the girl's name Konchu and plunged into deep oblivion. Suddenly, the main character woke up and saw a huge number of guys who had come in front of him. They were glad that he had woken up. Jan was very irritated and scared. People around him were cheerful and surprised. The main character asked the guests how they ended up here and what happened to the girl Konchu Lin. The guy said that the girl left and asked not to look for her. She also transferred all assets to Yan's name. Jan was very worried about this news. He felt that he needed to find a girlfriend. The main character was very worried about his girlfriend Konchu. He needed to see her. Yan commanded the chieftain to send people to search for the girl. The chieftain replied that he would do so. The main character ran to look for his girlfriend. He told himself that Hongshu Lin was very stupid. At this time, the girls were sitting in the corporation building. They were in the office. Gu was very excited. She told her friend Xing Xiu to look at the important news. Xing Xiu was sitting on the sofa. She asked her friend again, "What was the news?" The media reported that the guy brought a huge banner to the airport to find his beloved. The news also included photos with the main character. Xing asked her interlocutor Ruo Qiu how this news could affect her. The girl was watching a video on her tablet, where the main character was calling his beloved Hongshu Lin. After that, Xing Xiu pressed her finger on the screen and it cracked. Xing Xiu cheerfully told her interlocutor that the tablet was of low quality and cracked from the slightest pressure. Ruo Qiu reminded her friend that her grandfather told her to get married within a week. The protagonist has other lovers. They can take advantage of this and terminate the marriage contract. Xing Xiu walked to the office window. She told her interlocutor that she was not going to touch the marriage contract. The manager said that she heard her grandfather tell her that her parents and Yang Yunfan's parents were once very good friends. The protagonist's parents died. Their last wish was for their son and Xing Xiu to be able to marry. After that, the manager said that she had the right to inherit most of the shares of the E Group. The manager clearly said that if the main character marries her, she will enforce the marriage contract. Xing Xiu handed her colleague Ruo Qiu a document. She said, "This is an invitation to Yang Yunfan's position." The manager said that she was expecting Yana tomorrow at 10 in the morning at the entrance to the Civil Administration Bureau. A sad guy was walking down the street. He couldn't understand where his girlfriend Honshu had gone. Suddenly, the guy heard some suspicious noise in the bushes. He stopped. The main character looked closely. He saw that there was someone lying in the bushes. Yan looked into the bushes and saw a girl lying there. He thought it was Honshu. The main character looked closely at the stranger. He could not understand whether he saw his girlfriend in front of him. 10 years ago, an old man sent the young protagonist on a mission to Mount Shushan. The boy walked near the mountain with a knapsack in his hands. Jan got distracted while climbing the mountain and was bitten by a strange animal. It was a white snake. The boy was very scared. He ran and tried to throw the snake off himself. Jan waved his arms and legs and shouted loudly to get the snake to leave him alone. The boy was jumping from side to side and didn't notice how he fell off the cliff. The main character fell from a very great height. There was a forest at the place where he fell. At that time, a girl was walking through the forest. She was carrying some kind of backpack. She was collecting medicinal herbs there. The main character fell onto a tree branch and then fell in front of a stranger. The girl was very scared of the stranger. At first, she even wanted to run away. Jan thanked his interlocutor for treating his wound. He asked the girl what her name was. The stranger smiled at the guy and said happily that her name was Xiajin. The protagonist looked and noticed with surprise that he had just seen Xiajin lying in the bushes. He could not understand how she could have ended up there. Jan looked closely at the lying girl. He noticed that she looked very bad. Yang decided that inside the jinn was one of the most dangerous poisons in the world. The girl could have been poisoned by the golden silkworm. If a person is not treated in time after such poisoning, the blood vessels in his body will begin to burst. Yan decided to help his old friend. The protagonist carried Jin to the old Xinghai dormitory. He placed her in the lotus position in the center of the room. Yang looked at his patient with excitement. He decided to heal her with the help of elements of different elements. This should help neutralize the poison. After this, the guy fell into deep thought. He understood that he needed to help the girl as soon as possible. The main character wondered what would happen next. He was in deep meditation with his eyes closed. After that, the guy came up from behind and unbuttoned the girl's clothes. Suddenly, after the protagonist's touch, Xin began to come to her senses. She opened her eyes. Jan thought excitedly to himself that the silkworm poison was beginning to shift. The guy pleaded with his girlfriend and told her to be patient a little longer. He decided to definitely cure her. At this time, someone from the street began to approach the main character's house. It was already late evening. The girl slowly climbed the steps towards the main character's apartment. Gu thought angrily that the guy didn't have any contact information. That's why she had to come to this wilderness. The guest approached the door. She saw a mysterious green glow spreading around. The girl looked inside with interest. She couldn't understand what was going on inside Yang Yunfan's apartment. The main character and his patient were sitting hugging each other in the center of the room. Everything around was in green light. The guy and his girlfriend Jin were in a state of deep meditation. The dissatisfied guest Gu angrily shouted at the main character that he was a dog. The main character woke up. He turned around and shouted at the girl not to come in here. The green glow continued to spread in waves around the guy and his patient. The green glow affected the girl who had arrived and threw her far to the side. The girl Gu with a loud scream flew away in fear. The main character got scared. Jan looked at his girlfriend. He shouted excitedly that everything was very bad. At this time, the green glow carried the girl far away. She was in a frightened state. The main character realized that there was no time to waste. He picked up speed and ran to help his girlfriend. Jan suddenly reached out his hand to grab the girl. She was carried further and further away. After this, the main character threw the Gu with all his might, and it flew back into the room. At this time, the surprised guy saw someone flying up to his balcony from the street. Jan was very surprised. Some girl came down onto the balcony railing in front of him. The main character realized that his girlfriend, Jin, was standing in front of him. She happily told her interlocutor that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Jan told the girl worriedly that she looked bad and asked if she was okay. After this, Jin approached the surprised protagonist and kissed him. The guy was amazed. He realized that the girl was healed and full of strength. The girl put her hands in to get the hairpin out of her hair. She told the protagonist that she didn't expect to meet him in this city. Jin took out an ornament from her hair. She told the guy that she had a task now. The girl, in an important voice, informed her interlocutor that she was leaving him this hairpin. Jin told the guy goodbye that if she survived, she would return to pick up the hairpin. The main character got scared. The girl suddenly jumped back and flew down. Jan shouted to his girlfriend to wait. The girl flew away at that time. At this time, Gu came to her senses. She asked the main character with displeasure, "What just happened?" The girl noticed that the guy was talking to himself about something. Yang became sad because Jin just took it and left him. Gu angrily shouted at her interlocutor that at first he was having fun with Konchu, and now he found some kind of Jin for himself. Jan walked sadly to his room. The girl shouted that for now she doesn't care who he flirts with and dates. The main character closed the door. The girl was annoyed. She wanted to tell him something. Gu shouted to the guy that tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning, Ye Xingxiu would be waiting for him at the Civil Affairs Bureau. The protagonist fell tiredly onto the bed. He thought about the incident with the girl Jin. Yang told himself that his girlfriends Hongshu and Jin had secret missions, but they didn't tell him a word. They didn't even ask him for help. The guy happily told himself that he wouldn't leave everything like this. Jan shouted to the girls in a confident voice that he would find them at any cost. At this moment, the guy's bed suddenly collapsed under him. He was very unpleasantly surprised. The next morning, the main character was met by his girlfriends Xingxiu and Gu Ruokyu. The girl looked at her watch. She couldn't understand why the main character hadn't arrived yet. Xingxiu suggested that her friend return. Gu responded excitedly that they had the opportunity to persuade Yan to cooperate and then eventually call off the engagement. Xingxiu said thoughtfully that for the main character, even a decoration worth 200 million has value. She asked her friend how they would persuade him. The main character appeared. He heard the girls talking and told them that they could simply persuade him. Yan looked at his girlfriend Ye Xingxiu with a smile and said that he agreed to the deal. The girlfriend looked at the guy with excitement and interest and asked, "What deal is he offering?" Gu asked the main character with displeasure. What trick did he come up with this time? Yan looked at his interlocutor and said that they both do not want a wedding. However, there are reasons why they should get married. The main character came close to his girlfriend and put his hand on the wall near her. Yang told the excited interlocutor that she must help him find two people through her family connections. In return, he promised that he would be faithful and spend his entire life with Xingxiu. After thinking for a bit, the girl answered the guy that she could try to help him. After this, the friend answered her interlocutor that she had several conditions. The girl told the interlocutor that after the wedding he would not interfere in the affairs of the Shanghai company. The girl added that the main character would move into her house after the wedding. Jan replied to his girlfriend that he agreed to her conditions, but he had some objections. The main character told his girlfriend that marriage is a personal matter and he does not want strangers to disturb their family life after the wedding. Gu angrily shouted at the guy that he shouldn't go too far. At this time, Xingxiu put her hand on her shoulder. Xingxiu told Ruoqiu's friend that after they moved out with the protagonist, she would no longer accompany him. Xingxiu said excitedly that the guy would not do anything bad to her. Yang told the interlocutor that she was his wife, and they could enter the building together. The girl was very upset because the guy called her his wife. She squeezed her clothes tightly because of the excitement. Jan asked his girlfriend to wear more modest clothes after they officially became husband and wife. Xingxiu smiled and told the guy that she understood everything. She told the guy that tomorrow he would work as a medical consultant at the hospital. The girl Gu angrily told the main character that if he mocked Xingxiu, she would take him out in the trunk of a car. After this, the doors closed and both girls sped away in the car. At this time, in Ye Xingxiu's house, the final preparations were taking place before the arrival of the main character. The leader commanded his subordinates to be careful and not to break the things of their new boss Yan. The main character was in the house and looked at his new acquaintances with surprise. The leader told the boy that he had turned to the Ye family for help in finding his girlfriend Lin. Yang smiled and told his interlocutor not to say that he had seen him here. He thought to himself that it would be better to hide the fact of his marriage to Xingxiu from those around him. The main character was sitting in the reception area. There was a pile of documents on the table next to him, and a girl was sitting there. The lawyer handed the guy a will that his father had left during his lifetime. After that, the girl showed the guy the documents and qualifications of the doctor on the table. The guy received, according to the will, a tenth of the shares of the E Group. The protagonist's father wrote him a simple letter. Ian read it and thought that it could be very specific. The main character read the letter. His father told him about the great benefits of marrying the girl. The lawyer was very surprised. The main character, after reading the letter, he turned away. The main character sat in a state of meditation. He thought that he would soon go to the second floor of Yin Qi. The guy thought to himself that his friends Honshu and Jin have a lot of problems, so he should quickly go to the second floor and help them. The protagonist knew that after he broke through to the second floor, he would form a golden body of virtue. The guy suddenly opened his eyes and demanded that the heavenly powers give him a defeat right now. The main character saw how he seemed to be in front of a huge golden column. The main character extended his finger and touched the golden artifact. After this, the guy was lifted by a force and carried far up. He was floating in space. Yang concentrated on cultivating the golden body of virtue within himself. The main character continued to sit in a state of deep meditation. He saw fiery flashes around him. Yan completely detached himself from the surrounding reality. He decided that the more people he healed, the more spiritual energy he would receive. For him, the breakthrough to the second floor was already close. The guy suddenly heard some noise from the street. He immediately came to his senses. Yan turned around excitedly. He thought he heard the voice of his girlfriend Ye Xingxiu. The boy realized with fright that the voice was coming from the yard. He jumped up and ran. Jan was very shocked and surprised when he saw his girlfriend. The main character decided that the soul of the deceased had invaded the body of his girlfriend. The guy noticed that Xingxiu was in a half-fainting state. He called out to her in fear. The main character grabbed his girlfriend in his arms. He was very excited. The guy slowly walked inside the parallel magical reality. He decided that the formation of the body of virtues could attract all the souls of the dead. The main character held his girlfriend in his arms. He said that with this information he would be able to expel the soul of the deceased from the body of Xingxiu. Yan couldn't believe that Ye Xingxiu's body could have the blood of an ancient lineage flowing through it. The protagonist remembered that he could quickly increase his cultivation with just one drop of blood essence. Jan told himself that now he had to distract himself from extraneous thoughts and save his girlfriend. The main character moved the clothes on the girl's body. He was looking for the right spot. Ian took the needle in his hands with great attention and caution. He needed to stick it into a special point below the navel. After the guy stuck the needle in, the process of disintegration of the unfavorable dark soul began. The girl opened her eyes. She saw a mysterious and unreal flower world in front of her. Xingxiu lay there and felt as if she was lying on the green grass in a meadow in a fairy tale reality. The girl was amazed. She said to herself that everything around her was very beautiful. The girl turned around and was surprised to see her friend Yang Yunfang sleeping next to her. Xingxiu angrily hit her friend and angrily asked why he was sleeping next to her. Jan explained to his wife that she had fainted in the yard. He had saved her and so had accidentally fallen asleep next to her. The girl asked her friend in surprise, "Did he really save her?" He replied that that was exactly how it was. Yingshu remembered that her head started to spin after she entered the courtyard. Then she was overcome with a feeling of complete misunderstanding. The girl had a rumbling in her stomach. Jan told his friend that he had completely cured her. Yan asked the interlocutor, "Is there really no food in her house?" Xingxiu answered her friend that she had sent the maid on an indefinite leave. The protagonist cheerfully told his girlfriend that he would cook some food for her. The girl asked her friend, "Can he really cook?" Jan answered his interlocutor that he is a chef, and that today she will have a divine dinner. The guy roasted a chicken on the fire. He told his girlfriend that this chicken was too skinny. As a result, the meat was very overcooked. Yan confidently brought the food to his girlfriend. Sing disappointed. She asked the guy, "Does he really call himself a chef?" She added that the chicken looked like coal. Jan smiled at his girlfriend and said that he had forgotten the very last touch. The guy walked up to the fried chicken and started doing something with it. After that, the main character brought the food to the girl and said that the golden fried chicken was ready. He suggested that they try the food together. Xingxiu looked at the food in her hands with excitement. She thought that the chicken was starting to look much better now. The girl slowly and carefully brought the food to her mouth. She decided to try the chicken. The girl really liked the food. She said that it was very tasty. Suddenly, the sound of a helicopter flying was heard from above. The boy and the girl looked up and saw that a staircase was going down. Xingxiu was very surprised and amazed by the appearance of the helicopter. A young guy in a white suit came down the stairs from the helicopter, and the acquaintance told the girl that he had flown in from the capital of Country X specifically to see her. The guy in the white hat told his interlocutor that she was having fun with her man right in the open air. Xingxiu recognized the guy. She called him by his name, Zhuiming Yu. The girl asked her interlocutor, "Isn't he afraid to invade the territory of another state?" At that moment, the helicopter landed on the ground. The guy came out and a bunch of guards followed him. Zhuiming said very importantly to the girl that he was on the territory of his home country. All the guards were armed. The guest pointed a gun at the main character and said that he could shoot anyone in return. Xingxiu rushed to her husband's defense. She shouted in fear at the guest that he had gone crazy. The girl asked Zhuiming what he wanted to achieve now. The guy was still holding the gun in his hands. The guest was unhappy that the girl was marrying the main character instead of him. He decided to kill his rival Jan to get the girl. The main character asked his girlfriend absolutely calmly who the idiot was standing in front of them. Xingxiu told her friend that Zhuiming Yu is very famous in the capital city of Xi country. He is also a complete psychopath and a twisted madman. Jan told his wife tenderly that he began to love her even more. He stroked her head. The main character happily told his companion that he is a doctor who can cure anything. Jan turned to the guy and said that if he was a psychopath, he would cure him. Zhuiming pointed the gun at his opponent and said that he would shoot him right now. The main character told his interlocutor that he had problems with his head and hearing. He once again called the guest a psychopath. The guy Zhuiming got very angry. He shouted at his rival that he was looking for death. The guest pulled the trigger. The gun didn't fire. There was a blank click. Xingxiu shouted angrily at the main character to lie down on the ground quickly. The girl closed her eyes in fear. When she opened them, she saw that the main character was alive and well. He told her that nothing had happened. Xingxiu looked at her friend with excitement. Yang explained to the girl that there was a blank cartridge in the gun. The main character hugged his girlfriend and asked, "Did the sound of the gun really scare her to death?" Jaiming decided to reload his weapon. He shouted to the protagonist that he had enough courage to try for the first time. Jaiming took another batch of cartridges out of his pocket. He shouted to his opponent that they would play for real. The guest told the protagonist that he had loaded the revolver with blank bullets and one real live cartridge. Zhuiming told his opponent that they would take turns shooting each other in the temple. The loser would leave Ye Xingxiu forever and would never bother the girl again. The main character looked at his opponent with a smile. He was not scared. Yang agreed to the terms of the duel and extended his hand to the pistol in Shui Ming's hand. The protagonist put the gun to his head and asked, "Should he pull the trigger now?" Zhuiming shouted angrily at his opponent that they would play longer. The guy thought to himself that the gun had cartridges with special sensors, and as soon as the main character pulled the trigger, a shot would definitely be heard. The girlfriend shouted at the main character that he shouldn't have agreed to the terms of the duel. Yang hugged his girlfriend and said that he would put the psycho Shui Ming in his place so that he would never bother the girl again. The main character pulled the trigger, but no shot was fired. The main character said with displeasure that the shot was fired from a blank cartridge. Yuming was shocked and excited. He couldn't understand why the bullet didn't explode. The guy said it was his turn now. He decided that next time the main character would definitely turn his brains into mush. Jan put the gun to his head and decided to fire another shot. The guards looked at everything that was happening in surprise. Another shot turned out to be a blank. Xingshu was very worried. She was afraid that something would happen to her husband. The guy Shui Ming was very shocked and dissatisfied. He did not understand why his bullets did not work. The main character put a gun to his head and the next shot turned out to be a blank. Yang pointed the gun at his opponent and said there was only one shot left. He added that it was Shui Ming's turn. Shui Ming was very scared. He couldn't understand what kind of magic the main character was using. Yang pointed a gun at his rival. He said that he would die without suffering. The frightened Shui Ming suggested that his rival negotiate. After that, a shot rang out. The guards excitedly called out to young master Shui Ming. The guy was very scared. The sound of the shot hit his ear very hard. The guards excitedly called their boss Zhuai. They were very excited. Xu Ming shouted to his subordinates not to stand there, but to kill the main character. Xing Shu reminded her guests that they were on the private property of the Yi family. He shouted that he'd break every limb of the main character and then take Xing Shu by force. The subordinate said angrily that after Zhui had his fun, it would be their turn too. The girl looked at her friend with concern. The main character told his wife to calm down. The main character told his worried wife that the guys around him would no longer live. The main character stood calmly. Bandits with weapons were gathered around him. Zhuiming watched in fear as her opponent raised his hand to hit him. Yang knocked Zhuiming to the ground with a very fast, sharp, and powerful blow. After this, the main character with quick and powerful blows neutralized the guards who ran up to him. All of Zhuiming's accomplices were beaten and neutralized. He himself rose to his feet with difficulty. Zhuiming asked Yang Yunfan in surprise, "Does this guy really plan to continue fighting?" He added that he still has thousands of ways to kill the protagonist. Jan threw the bullets from his hand onto the ground and told his opponent not to get his nose too high. Xuming and his accomplices were very surprised. They could not understand how the main character was able to catch the bullets with his bare hands. The main character menacingly and cunningly threatened his rival that if he insulted the girl Xing Xiu again, he would not get away with a shot through the ear. Frightened, Zhui Ming prepared to escape by helicopter. He threatened the protagonist that he would take revenge on him the next time they met. The main character, as if nothing had happened, suggested to his girlfriend to try egg pancakes. He began to stir the ingredients in a plate. Xingshu was surprised to think that her friend had a lot of unexpected surprises. After this, the main character arrived at the hospital building in his car. In the parking lot, a guy was sitting in a brightly decorated pink car. The people standing nearby were surprised. A group of guys decided to approach the car to meet the driver. One of them wanted to ask the girl to join their subculture. The side window opened and the main character shouted at the strangers to get out. The guys were surprised that a man was driving such a car. The guys fell to their knees in fear before the main character. They asked for forgiveness for not seeing all the liveliness and brutality of this car. The guy went into the main reception area of the clinic. He had a meeting with a girl there. The interlocutor looked at the arriving Dr. Yan with excitement and joy. After that, the girl rushed and hugged the main character. He was a little embarrassed. The interlocutor said that she is Li Ju's younger sister. This morning, her older brother had a heart attack and is now in the hospital. Yang promised the interlocutor that he would help the patient. The main character and his companion quickly ran into the ward. Jan asked the doctors how the patient was doing. The doctors were happy to see the main character. Someone said that Li Ju inherited his illness from his father. The patient's heartbeat weakens. Jan confidently told everyone present that he would bring the patient back to his senses. The main character looked at the lying guy. He was unconscious. He had a weak heartbeat. Gradually, the patient's condition began to improve. His heartbeat stabilized. After a short pause, Li Ju opened his eyes and began to fully come to his senses. The people around were delighted. Someone confirmed that the main character had earned his title of Divine Doctor. One nurse joyfully shouted that if their hospital had Dr. Yang, then their hospital could be considered the best in the city. Jan told those present to leave and that he needed to run some more tests. The doctors happily told the guy to finish what he had started. A tired Jan told the patient that he felt as if he too was having a heart attack. The girl wanted to explain to the main character about her brother's illness. Yan said that Lu Ju was much more seriously ill than his father. The protagonist told the patient that he would need century-old mountain ginseng to extract it. The patient was amazed when he heard about the 100-year-old wild ginseng. He sighed sadly. The girl asked her brother, "Why is he sighing?" And is ginseng really that expensive? Li Ju explained to his sister that the ginseng in the markets is all artificial. They need to find 100-year-old mountain ginseng, which cannot be bought. The main character looked closely at the patient and his sister. Yan decided that Lu Ju was a good person who worked for the benefit of society. The main character told his interlocutors with a smile that he would do everything possible to help them. Lu Ju thanked Dr. Yan with great emotion and a smile. The girl looked at the main character with great excitement. She hoped that he would help her brother. After a long day of work at the hospital, the main character went out in the evening to have a snack. Jan told himself that he would have to go shopping now in search of something edible. The guy noticed his two girlfriends sitting at the table. Guru Q suggested that her interlocutor Xingxiu have a good meal that evening. The girlfriends sat at the table and recalled how they once came to this restaurant for lunch. Xingxiu thought to herself that the food from the main character was much tastier. The protagonist couldn't understand why Gu Ruokyu was so critical of him. He decided that she was angry with him because he touched her. Suddenly, John saw some kind of red beam directed at his girlfriend's head. The frightened guy shouted for his girlfriend to lie down on the ground. Suddenly, a rifle shot rang out. The girl turned around in fear. Xingxiu didn't even notice the bullet from the rifle flying towards her. She was scared. The main character appeared in time. He caught all the bullets that were flying at the girl. At this time, on the high tower of Sanjiang, there was a killer who shot at the girl. The shooter looked through the optical sight. He told himself that his weapon was designed for shooting at a distance of up to 8 kilometers. The sniper noticed with surprise in his sight that the girl did not die after his shot. Jan asked his interlocutor if everything was okay with her. The girl answered fearfully that she was in pain. The girl asked the main character with excitement, why was he so scared for her? At this moment, another shot rang out. A protective cap was activated around the girl and the bullet was stopped. Gu's girlfriend ran to the girl and shouted that they needed to get away from here to a safe place as soon as possible. Yang warned Rokyu not to come near, since there was a protective barrier around them now. Yan told his friend excitedly that she took the jade with her. It was this talisman that protected her. The girl looked at the jade stone in surprise. She couldn't believe that it was he who protected her. Xingxiu asked her friend in surprise what was going on. Yang told his interlocutor that he knew nothing about the situation. The main character said that now they will find out about everything. He activated his magic skills. A sword of the fire element appeared from the guy's hand. He prepared to hit the shooter. The main character launched a large fire whirlwind far to the side and upwards. A large fireball was flying towards the tower. That's where the sniper was. The shooter took aim and decided to hit the girl with a second shot. After this, the fireball hit the surprised shooter from above the tower. Ian shouted to his girlfriend to take her away from the bodyguards. He warned that there might be more snipers around. The girlfriend excitedly told the guy to be careful. At this time, the main character was racing in a car to catch up with the attacker. The criminal ran and shouted as he went that he had done wrong. The shooter almost ran up to the wall and had nowhere to hide. He shouted that he would shit on the car if Jan hit him. The main character continued to rush at full speed. He didn't even think about slowing down. At the last moment, the attacker shouted for the driver of the car to spare him. The main character drove into the attacker with all his might. He crushed him. The doors opened and Jan came out. He headed towards the still-living attacker. Jan told the shooter that he wanted to harm someone close to him. He asked the shooter who was leading him. The attacker shouted at the protagonist that he admitted his guilt. He added that he was led by the tiger chief from the pink bar. Yang pressed the criminal's head to the ground. He asked why the tiger wanted the girl Ye Xingxiu dead. The attacker fearfully told the protagonist that he did not know why the leader was targeting the girl. At this time, sirens were heard. The police were approaching the scene of the incident. The criminal shouted at the police to take them to prison with them. The main character hit the attacker with all his might and shouted at him to shut up. The main character realized that he needed to head to the pink bar now. At this time, a police car arrived at the scene. The policewoman got out of the car and looked at the unconscious sniper. The girl looked closely at the intruder and realized that she recognized this handwriting. The policewoman said with certainty that the bloody unicorn Yang Yunfang was involved. The guards at the entrance told Yan sternly to stop. They wanted to ask him for a pass. The main character instantly beat up and neutralized the guards. He calmly walked on. The club was full of guests. Loud music was playing and everyone was having fun. Jan walked around the happy people. He decided that everything here was very cheerful. At this time, a scream of some girl was heard. She was running and screaming to be saved. The main character became worried. He looked away. John heard the girl's screams. A group of guys were chasing a stranger. They were shouting at her not to run away from them. The main character was very surprised. He looked to the side at the running girl. After this, the frightened stranger knocked the main character off his feet at full speed. Jan extended his hand to help the girl. At that moment, a group of bandits approached them. The bandit grabbed the stranger by the hand and demanded that she get up. She was very scared. A group of criminals looked at the girl. One of them said that their boss would be beside himself with joy from such a guest. One of the bandits said that the boss would definitely give the girl some money. The girl was very scared. Tears were flowing from her eyes. She couldn't have saved herself. The main character grabbed the stranger's hand with his own. He decided to help her. Jan sternly told his interlocutor not to believe the words of various bastards. He added that he was a very good doctor. The stranger looked at the main character with surprise and hope. The bandits threateningly told the guy that this bar belonged to their boss. One of them said that the main character was tired of living if he decided to stop them. Jan was not scared at all. He was calm and decided to attack his opponents. The main character hit one of the bandits with a very strong blow. Jan hit the bandit with his elbow and shouted that he would first find the owner of the pink bar. Jan added angrily that he would settle the score with the leader. He continued to beat up his rivals. The main character grabbed one of the bandits and demanded that he take him to the boss. After that, the guy opened the door to the boss's office and shouted angrily for him to come out. The guy suddenly saw a girl sitting on the sofa. She greeted him with a smile. The stranger replied that the tiger was a very busy person and she was temporarily replacing him. The girl asked the guest what he was doing there. She added that her name was Lan Megan. Lan told the guest that he could spend time in her company. Jan became very excited. He did not understand why the girl was behaving so provocatively. The interlocutor approached the guy and asked why he was always silent. The doe was still looking at the guy romantically. She offered him something to eat. After this, the interlocutor took out a huge knife and said that Yang would receive it as food. The main character grabbed the girl's hand abruptly. The doe dropped the huge knife. The guy told his interlocutor that she was the tiger's girlfriend. He asked if she wanted to take responsibility for her leader's actions. Jan angrily and menacingly told his interlocutor that his patience had its limits. The girl was scared. She didn't say anything. She was waiting for help to come to her. At this time, screams were heard. A group of people ran from the side. Someone shouted that they must protect Lan. Yang turned around in surprise. A whole herd of armed bandits ran to quickly destroy the main character. The attackers, armed with weapons in their hands, decided to kill Yan as quickly as possible as a crowd. The doe felt more confident. She shouted to the protagonist that he would die today. Jan grabbed the sword and shouted angrily to his interlocutor that he was not going to die today. After that, the main character threw the sword up. He decided to fight with his bare hands. Jan told his interlocutor that he could easily deal with the bandits. He picked up speed and ran towards the exit. The main character began to beat and neutralize the attackers with his bare hands. Jan kicked one of the attacking bandits with a huge swing. The doe was amazed at the force with which the main character beat his rivals. The girl thought to herself that Jan was fighting a crowd alone, and that he would sooner or later run out of steam. Lan looked at the guy and was very surprised. Jan dealt with his rivals very quickly. The main character stood alone in the corridor. All the bandits were neutralized and their heads were sticking out of the ceiling. Lan was very surprised at how quickly Yang dealt with 50 bodyguards. The girl saw the evil protagonist in front of her. She didn't understand who he was. Yan demanded from his interlocutor that the tiger chief come to him within 3 days. The main character said that if the tiger does not come to him, the life of his subordinates will become unbearable. Jan looked angrily at the girl and asked again if she understood him. Lan replied to her interlocutor in fear that she understood him completely. Yang said goodbye to Xiao Megan. After that, the main character arrived at the Dong Xiao family's house. There, a girl greeted him. She said that she would go and call her brother. Jan saw on the shelves a huge number of awards for various hand-to-hand combat. The guy carefully examined the awards on the shelves. There were a lot of them. The girl brought her brother in a wheelchair. His name was Dong Daping. The brother looked at the guest and thanked him for saving his sister in the pink bar. Yang smiled at his interlocutors and told them not to thank him. Dong said excitedly that because of his illness, he had caused a lot of trouble to his sister and Yang. Brother said that he traveled all over the capital but could not find any doctors to help him. In the end, he spent all his savings. Yan told his interlocutor that his level of physical fitness is at the breakthrough stage. This means that Dong has great physical potential. The main character took a magical artifact out of his pocket. He told his interlocutor that he would be able to cure him. Yan activated the magic needles in the patient's body. He asked his brother, why did his spine collapse? Dong said that he developed spinal problems while fighting in underground hand-to-hand combat. The fighter finished the competition and was returning home. Then he met a man nicknamed Tiger. The Tiger suggested to Dong that he lose the competition for a separate award. The fighter refused the leader. As a result, the Tiger organized an attempt on the fighter's life, and Dong miraculously survived. The main character told his interlocutor that they were harmed by the same person. He added that special things were needed to treat the fighter. Dong was surprised that his treatment required Taoist inscriptions. He asked Yan, "Is he really a cultivator?" Yang informed the patient that he was using acupuncture and inscription boards to stimulate the dried-up meridians in his body. The main character carefully warned Dong that he was starting, and that he should be patient. The patient's body glowed a bright pink color after the protagonist activated his skill. 15 minutes later, Jan went out to rest in the next room. The girl asked anxiously if her brother was okay. The protagonist was sitting near the table and drinking tea. He replied that the patient was fine. Yan reported that Dong would not only get back on his feet, but he would be stronger than he had ever been before. At this time, the patient came out of the room. He was healthy, strong, and powerful. The girl was scared and surprised that her brother was able to break down her door with such force. The patient came out and said that Yang was indeed a hidden master and divine doctor. Dong Daping told the protagonist that he admired him. Yan was very surprised when he looked at his patient's healthy body. The girl was very upset. She had no money to repair the wall and doors. Dong fell to his knees in front of the main character and said that he would always remember his kindness and healing. Jan smiled and said to the patient that he was very polite. He asked the fighter to come to the pink bar tomorrow to thank him. The main character returned home. He felt that he was very hungry. He had not had a chance to have a snack all day. The guy looked at the table and noticed with surprise that there was a saucepan there. Yan opened the pot. There was delicious food inside. He thought that Xingshu had cooked it all. The main character quickly drank the contents of the pot. He decided that he was lucky with his wife. At this time, Xingshu happily watched her friend. The girl thought happily to herself that she felt good in her soul after she thanked Yan. The main character stopped eating. He heard something suspicious around him and turned around. After this, John rushed towards the railing and very quickly climbed onto the balcony. The guy stood up and noticed a broken talisman lying on the floor in front of him. Yang stretched out his hand and took the Jade talisman that was broken into 2 pieces. The main character held the Jade in his hands. He decided to himself that he would first fix this thing and then return it. Jan was in the hospital. He received a call for an unscheduled patient appointment. Jan examined the patient. The patient said that at first he thought he had a cold. Now he has complications. In other hospitals, no one could find the cause of his illness. The main character read that an old man and an old woman were admitted to the hospital. At first, it was assumed that the old man was sick with a common cold. Jan carefully translated the tests and concluded that the patient did not have a cold, but a contagious viral infection. At this time, someone's clapping was heard from the side. An unfamiliar guy was listening to the main character. The guest reported that he initially assumed that all the doctors in this hospital were charlatans. He did not expect that there would be a master who could determine the cause of the disease at a glance. Jan asked the uninvited interlocutor in surprise, "Who is he?" The stranger laughed very cheerfully. He liked the main character's question. The guy pointed his finger at his interlocutor and said that he would answer him sincerely. The guest said that he published a scientific article at the age of 10. At the age of 18, he graduated from Harvard. At the age of 23, he became the youngest professor at the Mayo Medical Center. The boy shouted joyfully and proudly that he was Dr. Edward Norton, a passing doctor, told the main character that he could try to cure the old man of an unknown disease. Edward Norton said angrily that he was a real medical genius. He added that the old patient's illness could not be cured. Jan told his interlocutor that he would try to cure the patient. Edward Norton said that they are dealing with a new type of flu. There is no ideal treatment for such a disease in the world yet. After this, the guest promised that if the main character heals the old man, he will invite him to the Mayo Medical Center. After this, the Lancet Publishing House will publish an article that will restore the greatness of Chinese medicine. Yang told his interlocutor that Chinese medicine heals people and he does not need the article published by Lancet. The main character looked confidently at Dr. Norton and said that he would show him what Chinese medicine was capable of. Yang used needle pricks to treat the patient in accordance with an ancient medical treatise. Edward Norton asked the main character how effective is Chinese acupuncture. Yang explained that Chinese acupuncture allows one to use true qi energy. At this point, he gave the patient his final injection. After the guy stuck the needle into the old man's head, he started muttering something incoherent. Dr. Norton was surprised. A pink lightning bolt appeared between the doctor's hand and the patient's head. Dr. Norton was surprised by what he saw. He realized that there was something magical inside the old man. Edward realized that what he was seeing before him now was the Indian heretical curse of a Brahman. The doctor saw before him a pile of skulls in a pink glow. It was the seventh great poison of the Indian Ocean flowers. The patient's wife came to the department and saw that her old man had woken up. The patient and his wife thanked the main character and said that he had the right to be called a divine doctor. Dr. Norton was amazed. He fell to his knees in surprise and said that this was Chinese medicine. After this, the guy began to pester the main character to tell him the secrets of his medical skills. Yang replied to his interlocutor that he still had a lot of things to do at the hospital. He added that Norton, in order to study Chinese medicine, should help treat and care for patients. Dr. Edward Norton slyly decided to stay at this hospital to study the delights of Chinese medicine. At the secret villa, the chieftain was talking to his subordinate Xiao. The chieftain told his subordinate that he wanted to kill the girl Ye Xingxiu so that no one else would get her. The boss lit a cigar. He asked his subordinate why he didn't tell him about Yang Yunfang right away. The leader told the boy that the situation was becoming increasingly delicate. Xiao promised the leader that if he helped kill the main character, he would give him a good place in the Sichuan and Tibet trading network. The leader approached the tied-up girl. He told the Xiao guy that he appreciated his sincere intentions. The tiger dropped the cigar ash on the girl and told the interlocutor that he would cut off 2 ears from Yang Yunfan's dead body and send them to Xiao. The tied-up girl screamed very loudly after ash fell on her. The tiger sat down in a chair and commanded his subordinates to take on this task. The leader called over his subordinate, nicknamed the Venerable Devil. The fighter, the Venerable Devil, said that he would help the tiger because the chieftain had once helped find the 6th patriarch of the Dian sect. After that, the fighter recalled that the Brahman had helped infect several old men with poison, who were supposed to bring disaster to the world. The main character was in the office with his subordinates at that time. The guy asked the main character, why did he suddenly call them like that? Jan decided to tell his arriving colleagues a very important story. An outbreak of influenza broke out in Southeast Asia. An entire village became infected, and the government failed to save it. The government decided to burn down the village to kill all those sick with the new virus. Jan reported that further investigation revealed that the virus was spread by a Brahman. Brahman spread the virus to study it. Flu was very different from ordinary diseases. Therefore, it had greater toxicity and contagiousness. The main character told his friends that the city might face an epidemic that could develop into a pandemic. Dong asked the main character in surprise what was required of them. Yang told his subordinates that they had to track down the source of the poison. This had to be done in the drug-dealing areas of the city. The guys also had to buy up as many Chinese medicinal herbs as possible so that he could prepare an antidote. The main character told his subordinates that if the tiger didn't come to him, his friends should help him raise the pink bar to the ground. Dong told his interlocutor that 2 of his 3 instructions had already been made. Yang asked the guy again what he meant. The interlocutor said that his ancestor was a doctor who collected medicinal herbs. He will be able to find them. Dong added that the pink bar is the main place for selling drugs, which means the tiger boss must have sources. The protagonist ordered Da Ping to go and prepare the medicinal herbs tomorrow. After that, Yang ordered his subordinate Qian to help him protect the girl, Ye Xingxiu. The subordinates sharply and confidently commanded the boss that they would do everything. Qian reminded the protagonist that he had helped his sister Ling. He added that he would help protect Miss Ye. Yang put his hands on Qian and Dong's shoulders. He told them that they were his brothers. The main character said menacingly to his subordinates that they needed to resolve the last case tonight. Yan walked out with his subordinates. He shouted for Chief Tiger to prepare for defeat. The main character and his companions arrived at the pink bar. He opened the door with his foot. Jan and his companions entered the room. There was silence all around. Dong asked the protagonist, "Have they really come to the right place?" It was quiet inside and no people were visible. At this time, a noise was heard from the side, as if something was flying towards the donga. Dong was very scared. He didn't know what was happening. Yang rushed to help his friend. The main character grabbed the flying magical pink arrow with a very quick movement. The frightened Dong asked the main character in surprise, "What did he just catch?" Yan replied to his interlocutor that he had caught an arrow of spiritual hatred. The protagonist activated his magic skills. He saw a bright pink glow appear from the arrow. Inside the pink glow, there were a lot of souls in the form of burning skulls. Yan explained to his friends that they had just seen the ghost of the devil. If a magical arrow hits someone, the victim will be controlled by the one who shot the arrow. Only Brahmins use this skill. A voice came from the darkness. The stranger said that he had not been in China for 10 years, but someone remembered the great teachings of his Brahman sect. The boys were surprised when they saw a Brahmin in front of them. Dong said that the tiger actually resorted to the Brahmin's help. The Brahmin angrily told the guests that they would all soon go to hell. At that time, the bar patrons appeared. They were all in the form of zombies. The Brahmin told the zombies to kill the people who came to the bar. The zombies angrily rushed at the main character and his companions. Yan commanded his friends that they were seeing ordinary people whose minds had been absorbed by a Brahmin. He added that his subordinates should not kill the monsters in front of them. The boys replied that they would do so. The Brahmin angrily said that if the guests wanted to save the people he had enslaved, they would do so only at the cost of their own lives. At this time, a huge blue lightning flew from the Brahmin in the direction of Qian. Dong and the protagonist fearfully called out to their friend Chen, who was in danger. Qian remained standing on his feet. He asked Barakman with displeasure why he was hitting him so hard. Yan and Dong asked their friend, "Did he really wear special equipment?" The other said that he used his favorite special suit of his brother. Chang asked the protagonist how they could defeat the Brahmin. The protagonist told his friend to protect himself and Dong Daping. He added that he would take on the Brahmin. The Brahmin angrily asked the protagonist, did he really think he could handle him? He added that his movement was faster than a bullet. After this, the main character very quickly kicked his opponent in the groin at full speed. Brahmin was in a lot of pain after the main character hit him. He didn't expect that. Jan asked his evil rival, does he really want him to sing him a song about a little star? The frightened Brahmin did not understand how the guy was able to cope with his speed and deliver an accurate blow. Jan explained to his opponent that he was hiding behind the backs of his own hostages. The main character shouted at his rival to tell him about the purpose for which he came to China and was going to commit a crime. He demanded that the Brahmin tell him where the chief tiger was. Brahmin answered the cold hero angrily that he would not tell him anything. The main character extended his hand to the Brahmin and said that he would die. The man got scared. He shouted at his opponent to stop and promised to tell everything. Brahmin thought fearfully to himself that he had to make the last move. The Brahmin decided to use his special skill and pretend to be dead. John asked his surprised opponent why he was pretending to be dead in the form of a turtle. The main character cheerfully shouted to his rival that he had many thousands of different methods to bring him back to life. Jan took out a huge needle 40 meters long. He shouted to the Brahmin to try to escape from him. At this time, there was a noise from the side. Someone knocked down the doors to the room. The police ran into the room. Someone shouted at the main character to drop his needle and not touch the turtle. Yan and his subordinates raised their hands in fear in front of the police. A girl in a police uniform came in. She told the main character that 3 years ago he had ruined their plans on the Amazon. Now she would arrest him and bring him to justice. Jan put his hand in his pocket. He didn't understand what kind of girl was standing in front of him. The main character asked the stranger with displeasure, "Who is she?" The policewoman got very angry. She didn't like that her interlocutor didn't recognize her. The stranger reminded the main character once again about his service on the Amazon. She added that they were exposed due to Yan's fault. The guy told his interlocutor that her name was Nalan's son. The guy shouted to the girl in fear that she had misunderstood him last time. He didn't want to warn the mercenaries about the ambush, and he didn't do it on purpose. Nalan angrily asked the guy, is he really begging her for mercy? She added that it was Yan's fault that she was suspended from service. She had little time left to receive a medal. The policewoman angrily told her interlocutor that she knew when to stop. She added that the guy would get hurt, but would not die. The subordinates looked happily at the Nalan chief. Someone shouted that she was the most authoritative in the army. Jan picked up a piece of wood that was lying there on the floor. He asked his interlocutor, does she really want to take revenge on him? The main character held a stick in his hands. He told the girl that she was a perfect kung fu expert. The guy touched the stick with his hand and told his opponent that her abilities would not help her win this fight. After this, the main character, thanks to his skills, created a huge sword from a stick. The girl noticed that a huge pink dragon appeared next to the main character. Nalan was surprised that her opponent was able to master the special art of handling a sword. The police were very surprised when they saw a real dragon in front of them. Jia and Dugan were surprised that Yang was a professional in martial and effective sword technique. One policeman shouted that the main character looks like a first-class master. He added that the battle will be interesting. The policeman added that Nalan and Yana have a complicated relationship. The officer thought to himself, upset, that Captain Nalan could love the main character. Most of the policemen were in love with Captain Nalan, but they did not reciprocate their love. The policewoman remembered that after returning to China, she worked hard. Now there are no worthy rivals for her in her department. The girl didn't expect that Yan would be able to learn the forgotten technique of ball control. Now Nalan felt a great sense of oppression before the battle. The policewoman officially told the main character that he would be punished for his crimes. After this, the girl pushed herself off the ground and ran towards her opponent. Nalan shouted angrily at the main character that she would teach him a good lesson. The main character prepared to repel the police attack with complete calm. Yan instantly pushed off and was able to run so that he ended up behind the girl. The protagonist told Nalan, standing behind her, that he would show her what speed really means. The guy grabbed the policewoman and started dancing with her very quickly around the room. At this time, Qian's phone rang. He excitedly told the people around him to continue. The girl looked angrily at the main character. She even lost the power of speech from anger. Yan quickly ran to the side. The policewoman shouted at the protagonist that he had humiliated her when he had changed the fight to a dance. The main character looked angrily at the Nalan girl and shouted that she was finished. After this, the main character suddenly jumped to the side. The policewoman noticed that her rival had disappeared. Suddenly, Yan appeared in front of Nalan and pointed his magic sword at her. The policewoman was very scared. The sword beam stopped right next to her throat. The police pointed their guns at the main character. Someone shouted that Yan had to be killed. The main character shouted at the police not to kill him, since he was just joking. Jan told the policewoman not to be afraid of him and his harmless jokes. The main character told the policewoman that he had discovered that reality was not at all like it was described in books. He added that only those who had no strength or money wanted to become great knights and bring justice to the world. The girl answered her interlocutor that all his words were untrue. She added that he should take his hands off her. Yan thought that the interlocutor was hiding her embarrassment in outbursts of anger. The guy took the interlocutor by the shoulders and said that she was very good at dagger strikes. The guy told his interlocutor to continue to train hard to become stronger. The main character thought joyfully to himself that the policewoman even began to tremble with her whole body from excitement. He decided that now he would definitely not be sent to prison. The girl, without turning around, addressed the officer Liu. He immediately ran up and said that he was listening to her. Jan turned around happily and shouted that they would all be allowed to go home now. Nalan commanded that the main character and his friends be put in the most brutal cell. The detainees were transferred to the detention facility. Director Zhou asked how the investigation was going. Zhou Yi asked his subordinates if they had found any leads on the drug dealer tiger named Lin Tianhu. Nalan told the director that they found no traces of the tiger. She added that they noticed suspicious people in the pink bar. They arrested Yan Yunfan. At this time, the main character helped his cellmates get rid of their illnesses. There were many who wanted to. The prisoners promised that they would become law-abiding citizens when they got out. There were many people who wanted to come before the main character. There was a whole line of them. Jia told the prisoners that they had a chance to start a new life. The policeman shouted that Yan had great medical talent. The guy cured the prisoners in one guard. Nalan shouted at the subordinate to shut up and hit him on the head. Zhou Yi walked up to the camera and asked the protagonist if he was Yang Yunfan. The policeman angrily asked the main character what kind of relationship he had with Ling Tianhu. The main character stood and remained silent. The prisoners around him became even more frightened. The prisoner was frightened by the way Director Zhou Yi looked at him. He felt that the policeman literally swallowed his life with his gaze. The cellmate glanced and noticed that Yang remained completely calm and unperturbed. He decided that the protagonist had gone crazy from the cry of Zhou, and the protagonist told the policeman that he had never seen Ling Tianhu's face. Jan said that he was an ordinary doctor, and today after work he went to a bar to relax. Yang told the policeman that he had met a strange bandit who had taken Chinese hostage. For this reason, he decided to help them. He asked Zhou Yi, "Is such help really considered illegal?" Zhou Yi looked at the main character attentively and angrily. He studied him. The policeman analyzed Yan's behavior and realized that everything he said was true. The detainee remained calm even when Zhou put pressure on him. Nalan shouted at the policeman not to fall for the tricks. She reminded him that the protagonist had caught a sniper who was under Ling Tianhu's command. Yang told the policewoman that there would be no benefit to him in catching the sniper Ling Tianhu if he was under his command. The main character told the girl that her mind and brain had moved on to her. Nalan got very angry. She asked the main character, "Does he really think she is beautiful and brainless?" Yan became very cheerful. The policeman Zhou said that they did not need to discuss such topics now. Zhu asked the detainee seriously how he could prove his innocence. The protagonist asked Chang to show him the video he recorded before their massive fight. Chiang took out his phone and said that it contained a video that would prove their innocence. He showed it to the police. The guy turned on a video on his phone. There, beautiful girls were singing a song about how they love their older brother. The policeman angrily asked the prisoners, "Is this really their proof?" Chiang apologized to the police and said that he had turned on the wrong app and asked them to wait. Zhu told the boys in the cell that he would confiscate their phone and check it for illegal videos and other possible evidence. Kian excitedly told the police that he had found what they needed and showed them the phone. The video showed a huge number of zombies walking around inside the bar. The policewoman thought about it. She couldn't believe that the main character could go and be honest. He was innocent. The main character asked the policeman Zhou Yi, could he really let them go? Zhou said that the whole situation was a misunderstanding. He ordered the girl to release all 3 detainees. The doors of the cell opened, and the main character and his friends walked out to freedom. The detained Brahman looked at the protagonist with displeasure. He decided that there was no one in the prison except Yan, who could be a worthy opponent for him. The Brahmin decided that he would kill all the people in the prison and have fun with the policewoman. Suddenly, a pink lightning bolt and a flying needle appeared from the side. The man did not expect this. Suddenly, a magic needle pierced the Brahmin's neck, and he didn't have time to defend himself. The main character angrily asked the man, did he really forget about him? The Brahmin was already lying on the floor. Yang explained to his opponent that the needle had blocked his central system. From now on, he would not be able to use his spiritual energy. Chang asked the protagonist, are they really not going to interrogate the Brahmin about the tiger leader? The protagonist explained that they did not know the whereabouts of the other Brahmins. He did not have time to investigate. It was best to hand the man over to the police now. Jan said happily that they had done a noble deed today. Their ties on their necks would seem brighter. After this, the main character and his companions went out into the street wearing bright red ties. The Hindu in the cell demanded a lawyer and said that he wanted to return to India. The police demanded information from the detainee about Ling Tianhu and about drug trafficking in the city of Sanjiang. The frightened Brahmin, sitting in the cell, shouted that he was very scared. A group of Indians felt that the seal of the 4th great Brahmin king was no longer felt. The Hindu said that the Brahmin's spiritual energy was completely destroyed. The others were surprised. The Indians suggested that their colleague had been captured by ancient Chinese sects. Another Indian suggested going in search of the great king Brahman to save him. The Indian really didn't like the proposal to save the Brahmin. The rest of the Indians were very surprised. They looked at their colleague with great attention. The Hindu explained that his Brahmin disciple had long ago dedicated his life to the great god and had become his slave. The Indian explained that if a Brahmin got into trouble, he could only apologize through death. After this, the spiritual teacher squeezed the burning bundle that he held in his hand. The burnt bundle shattered into many small pieces, all of which fell down. The Hindu said angrily that they should prepare to bring the epidemics forward. He added that the whole city should be plunged into chaos. In this way, they were giving a send-off to their great 4th Brahmin king. The subordinate Hindus answered their master that they would do it anyway. The main character was at home. It was raining very heavily outside. Jingshu said to herself that she wanted to have breakfast with her husband in the morning, and Yang is still sleeping. The main character woke up and asked his wife in a sleepy voice, "Is she really not working today?" Xingshu calmly replied to her interlocutor that she had already prepared breakfast. Yan happily shouted to his wife that she was a hot, leggy babe. The guy added that he was surprised why Xingzhu didn't become a model. The girl fought the guy off and told him to get out. The wife shouted that Jan starts the morning with obscenity. Yan replied, "It's sad that every person has the right to appreciate beauty." He asked his wife, "Where did she get such a bat?" Xingshu told her husband that it was none of his business why she bought the bat. The boy and girl heard a news report on TV. The announcer said that a suspect in an important case had died during interrogation for an unknown reason. Jan said that an Indian Brahmin monkey had died. At this moment, the phone rang. The main character immediately picked up the phone. The interlocutor reported that a huge flow of patients with an unknown disease poured into the hospital. Yan said excitedly that he had cured the original patient and no one else should have been infected. The protagonist decided that the epidemic was connected with the death of an Indian Brahmin. He realized that he needed to return to the hospital. Yang told his wife that he was leaving and that it was very dangerous outside. He added that Shu Qiang would protect the girl. The main character turned around and told his interlocutor not to leave the house. Yan was racing through the rainy city in his car. He called someone and said that he had urgent business with Lu Ju. Xingshu was surprised. She didn't understand what happened. Yang left and didn't tell her anything. The girl heard a report on TV that there was a sudden outbreak of infection in the city of Xianjiang. The announcer reported that all roads in the city were blocked to prevent access. The announcer reported that world experts still have not found a cure for the disease. On television, it was reported that the first person infected with the disease was a resident of the village. The virus spared no one, and all the villagers died and no one was able to survive. The TV announcer said excitedly that they might have no hope at all. Suddenly, someone told the girl on TV some good news. She said that they were all saved. The announcer reported that yesterday an infected patient was cured in the city. The girl on TV added that everyone should go to the hospital to get treatment from Dr. Yang Yunfan. The guy himself arrived at the hospital at that time. An excited doctor ran into the hospital and asked the doctors, "What's the situation?" People were very surprised and happy about the arrival of Dr. Yan. The nurse reported that patients had started to arrive. Many people had arrived at their hospital, and they were all in critical condition. The main character shouted that the situation was under complete control. He demanded that all patients be distributed to different departments. The doctors said that after the epidemic, all the people of the city would be grateful to Yan. The main character told his subordinates that no one should die in this epidemic. The main character was in the intensive care unit of the hospital. Jan realized that there was a big increase in the number of diseases now. He couldn't treat patients one by one. The divine doctor realized that he had to use the truth key to release the needles in a wide range. The boy realized that such a method would consume a lot of his key energy. The spiritual energy of true perfection began to spread around the main character. A policewoman approached. She asked excitedly if there were any doctors left. She added that there were a lot of infected people. The doctor said that they can hand over the patients into their hands. They all need to be tested for the virus. The policewoman ordered her subordinates to get tested. She herself would go and look for other infected people. One of the officers reminded his superior about her personal safety. Naylin shouted at her subordinate to follow the order. The policewoman remembered that the main character said that ancient warriors were immune to the new virus. The girl realized that the epidemic broke out after the death of the Indian Brahmin. She could not believe that the whole situation was connected with the main character. Yan was completely focused at this time. He understood that the last group of patients were people with a serious condition of the infectious disease. The main character concentrated and realized that he had to hold out as long as possible now. Yang activated the skill called Voice of Heaven and the spiritual energy of true cultivation. The protagonist realized that with the golden body of virtues, he could restore his lost true key. He couldn't hold out any longer. Yang hoped that his subordinate Dapeng would make it in time. The guy driving the big jeep was very unhappy. The rain was preventing him from driving. Dong Dapeng saw a fence with guards in front of him. A soldier shouted to the driver that the area ahead was blocked off for quarantine. Dapeng shouted at the soldiers to run away. He had just received a call from Yang, who said the situation was very serious. The driver shouted that he could not obey the law now. The guy decided not to stop and to go straight ahead. He pressed the gas pedal to the floor. A huge jeep was rushing at full speed towards a metal fence. The soldiers at the entrance were very scared. The driver shouted for them to open up right now. The policeman Zhou ordered his subordinates to open the gates quickly. The subordinate asked the policeman who had arrived at the checkpoint and replied that he knew the guy who had arrived and was taking responsibility. The policeman ordered the officers to clear the way for the jeep. This car contained medicine that could solve the epidemic. Naylin and her colleagues were anxiously waiting for help from the protagonist. The guy continued to drive the jeep at full speed. The police cleared the way for him. Dong was delighted. He only had to turn one more turn and then the Shanghai hospital would be there. At this time, sparks appeared from underneath the jeep. The car began to break down. Dong screamed angrily and fearfully that his car had burst. The car skidded to the side. At high speed, the jeep was carried to the side, and its rear end jumped out from behind the fence. After that, the car slid off the side railing. It could start falling down at any moment. The jeep stopped. It could fly down at any moment. Dong was still sitting inside. The driver screamed angrily that the end had come for him. He lost control. Dong realized that the end had come for his car. He understood that he himself would not be able to save himself. The policewoman ordered the sick not to go out without a mask. She recommended that people not leave their homes to avoid getting sick. The Jeep broke through the road barrier and began to fall from a great height. The policewoman was racing behind the wheel of a large truck. She realized that she had to hurry. Nalan decided that she would use the sand in the truck bed as a shock absorber to save the Dong and not damage the medicine. The Jeep fell from a great height off the road straight into a truck bed filled with sand. The car fell from a great height into the body and sand. After the fall, it scattered in all directions. The Jeep got stuck in a pile of sand. The driver and his cargo were safe in the back. The policewoman opened the door and asked the driver in fear if everything was okay. The beaten and wounded guy told the policewoman that he was fine. He added that his medications were fine too. Dong said that he can't take the medicine to the hospital, so now everything depends on the police. Nalan. Yang felt that his true kui had been completely depleted. He realized that if he continued to use his energy like this, his lifespan would be shortened. The main character thought excitedly. He realized that he had another way out. The boy remembered an incident from his childhood. An old man stood next to the boy and asked why he was lounging around instead of training. Jan explained that the rat had been injured after falling. He looked with interest at the small animal lying on the rock. The teacher looked at the boy and realized that he was very talented and had a kind heart. Jan slipped a small piece of bread to the rat. He told the animal to eat more and gain weight. As a result, its meat would be more delicious. The old man was very scared and angry. He shouted to the boy that medicine should save lives and drive out diseases. The main character, standing in the hospital, remembered the words of his mentor that everything possible must be done to save human lives. Yang shouted that even if he consumed a lot of true qi and shortened his lifespan, he would never give up on his patients. The policewoman ran and carried a huge load behind her. She thought that the main city should hold out since the medicine was already on the way. Nalan opened the hospital doors and ran inside. She called the main character. The policewoman shouted excitedly that she had brought medicinal herbs. Nalan asked the main character with fear if everything was okay with him. The girl excitedly approached the divine doctor and wanted to put her hand on his shoulder. When the dough touched the guy, everything around in the hospital room was illuminated by a bright pink flame. The bright pink color rose far up from the hospital and reached the sky. The girl was surprised. She realized that the main character was able to achieve what he wanted. The policewoman looked at the guy through the glow. She realized that the divine doctor had managed to break through. The next day, Yang happily thought to himself that he had managed to break through the boundary when he was in the middle of the third stage of qi. The medicine arrived on time, and he prepared the pills. The patient after taking such medicine will have the ability to produce antibodies to destroy the virus. Jan entered the hospital ward and told the doctors that thanks to their joint efforts, the epidemic problem had been solved. The main character told his subordinates that they were all great and worked hard. There were many reporters near the hospital building. The announcer said that many people had gathered to thank the divine doctor. There was a large crowd near the entrance. The reporters were asking the policewoman Nalan about the main character with great interest. One of the journalists shouted that all the doctors should be thanked. The policewoman told reporters that they needed to rest because the hospital staff was tired. She said the best way to thank the doctors was to give them all a rest. At this time, Jan came out into the street. The girl said to the guy with displeasure that because of his appearance, all the people would become even more active. The main character asked his girlfriend in surprise, "What is she talking about?" One of the journalists pointed happily at the main character and said that Dr. Yang had come out. The reporters rushed at the guy. They shouted their gratitude. Someone decided to give the main character a huge villa as a tribute. The line of people wishing to receive it was very long. Suddenly, the main character shouted at the people to stop. The guy asked discontentedly, "Who put the sneaker in his mouth?" Jan demanded that people listen to him. The journalists and guests calmed down. They told Dr. Yan that he could speak. The main character said that saving people's lives is the duty of every doctor. He added that people should take the things given to him. After that, the guy turned around and went into the hospital. He said goodbye to the people. People joyfully and unanimously threw things up and shouted that Yang was a divine doctor. The main character was lying tiredly on the chairs in the hospital. He was glad that all the people who were near the entrances were sent away. At this time, the guy was called by the running men. Jan turned away with displeasure. The guy was unhappy when he saw Lu Yu. He decided that there were already new patients in the hospital. The man smiled happily at the protagonist and said that everything was not so. Jan said calmly that he almost died of fear. Luju bowed to his interlocutor and said that he thanked him on behalf of all the citizens of Sanjiang City. The man standing next to him said with a smile that Lu Ji said everything correctly. If it weren't for the help of the main character, then the whole of China could have been mired in chaos. The protagonist looked at the brothers Zhou and Lu standing nearby. They seemed very comical to him. Yang thought happily to himself that no one had ever thanked him like that before. The guy told his interlocutors that it wasn't just his merit. Lu Ju and his companions also deserve a lot of credit. The main character added that the police and medical workers had done a lot. The man told the protagonist that he was being very modest. At that time, the subordinate informed Zhou that a major accident had occurred a kilometer away from the Shanghai hospital. The man told his subordinate that accidents should be reported to the traffic control department. The interlocutor reported that Miss Yexing Xu had been in an accident. The interlocutor said that judging by the CCTV footage, it can be assumed that someone deliberately crashed into Yexing Xu. The protagonist and the men were very surprised. The patient was in the city hospital department. The main character said that the girl, Xing Xu, only had a slight concussion and a few scratches. The protagonist said that the guy Chang took all the damage on himself to protect the girl. Now he is in a half-dead state. Yang remembered the previous incident with the sniper. Now the girl got into a car accident. The protagonist said that all the incidents are the work of Ling Tianhu, but he can't prove it yet. At this time, the policewoman said something to the man. They were talking to each other. The man told his interlocutor that Yang Yunfang had the right to know important information. He asked his subordinate Nalan to tell the protagonist everything. Nalan told the boy that if he suspected Ling Tianhu of being responsible for the disaster with his wife, then there would be no difficulty in finding him. The policewoman said excitedly that they knew the real reason why Ling Tian abandoned the Pink Bar. Ling Tian was able to take over one of the largest underground rings in Sanjiang. As a result, Tiger was able to hire a world boxing champion named Abu for a lot of money. When Abu enters the ring, Ling Tianhu is always present in person. Nalan said that they have already organized a squad of outstanding boxers who will pose as participants in the competition. They will be able to catch the intruder. The main character asked the police with interest why they didn't hire a champion. The policeman said that the girl Nalan is a boxing champion. In the city's criminal world, everyone knows about her reputation. She cannot participate in the fight because she will attract too much attention. The girl smiled and told the interlocutor that he could gain her trust and then go on a boxing streak of 10 victories. After that, the main character could fight Abu. The guy answered the interlocutor that he couldn't do that. The girl suggested the guy to go to underground fights. John thought to himself that his strength might not be enough to defeat Abu. Nalan told the protagonist that as soon as he saw Ling Tianhu, he would give them a signal and they would go to support him. The protagonist thanked his interlocutors. After that, John smiled and slyly said that he would enjoy this fun. A week later, the main character was riding in a big bus with his companions along a mountain road. Someone said that they were almost there. The bus stopped near a guarded facility. The driver shouted for everyone to get out. The fighters started to get off the bus. The leader shouted that they had come here to earn money. After this, the man said that if any of his subordinates were to rob or behave suspiciously, he would get a bullet in the forehead. The soldiers responded in unison that they understood everything. At this time, there was a noise from the other side of the door. A girl was approaching. The door opened and a female figure appeared from it. She headed towards the fighters. The girl walked towards the arriving participants of the boxing competition. The girl asked with interest, "Does she see the boxers who will be participating in the competition?" The man excitedly replied to the girl named Doe that he had checked all the candidates. Then the man told about a special guy named Franklin. He added that this boxer had a very strong fist. The Doe became very interested and asked the man to show her the fighter Franklin. The main character got off the bus in slippers. He calmly asked who he needed to beat up and said that his fists were already itching. The girl Lan came close to the main character and asked if his name was Franklin. Ian confirmed to his interlocutor that it was him. The girl looked at the guy with great attention and asked if they had met before. The main character told his interlocutor to move away a little. He said that he did not want the smell of another woman to remain on him. The Doe was very unhappy. She realized that her interlocutor was a very strong country bumpkin and a hen-pecked husband. The girl told the fighters that they would have an important guest that evening, and each of them had to give it their all. The reward for winning the fight would be 100,000. The participant who defeats the fighter Abu will receive 5 million as a reward from the tiger. At this time, a warrior dressed as a Roman legionary demonstrated his skills. The warrior was very strong. He hovered under the dome of the hall and prepared to finish off his opponent. The fighter landed on top and hit his opponent with his knee as hard as he could while he was lying down. One of the spectators joyfully shouted that the fighter nicknamed Blade had impressed him very much. There were qualifying games in the underground boxing tournament. Ling Tianhu made a serious investment, and so boxers from all over the world came. A fighter nicknamed Blade won 4 games. The main character looked at the fighter in the ring without any emotions. He decided that his strength was at its last stage. A girl entered the ring and announced the 3rd round. A fighter nicknamed Tiger Clark and Franklin were invited to the fight. A spectator wearing glasses near the main character advised him to be careful. Jan looked away from his interlocutor. He decided that the guy looked completely out of place for this place. The spectator in glasses smiled and wished the main character to beat all his rivals. Jan looked at his interlocutor and decided that he looked like a lamb that was born among bloodthirsty wolves. The main character turned to the side and thanked the viewer for his concern. Jan stood up and walked towards the ring in his slippers. He didn't even change into his fighter's clothes. The main character looked at his huge rival with a smile and said that he had grown very big. The tiger fighter was tall and had big muscles. He looked at his small opponent with surprise. The spectators were very happy. Someone joyfully shouted that the tiger fighter would now beat his opponent to death. A man surrounded by beauties told the tiger fighter that if he defeats the main character, he will give him his girls for the whole evening. The girl told Mr. Liu excitedly that she would do it for him. At this time, the girl in the ring shouted to the athletes to get ready. She tossed a coin. After that, the fight began. The tiger fighter prepared to attack the main character. Jan hit his opponent with all his might, and he flew to the side. The girl in the ring was very scared. She still didn't understand what happened. The spectators were very surprised. They believed that the fight ended so quickly. The tiger fighter was completely crushed very quickly. Not even the coin had time to fall to the ground. Mr. Liu was still smoking his cigar and looking at the ring with a smile. He still didn't understand what had happened. After this, the man saw a coin falling and became very scared. The tiger fighter was completely crushed and defeated by a powerful blow from the main character. At that moment, the coin fell to the floor. The fight had already ended by that time. The spectators were shocked by the quick outcome of the fight and the tiger's loss. The unexpected result of the fight left the spectators speechless. They fell into an unconscious state. Jan calmly told the girl that the coin was very light. As soon as it landed, he had already carried his opponent out of the ring. The girl in the ring said that Franklin had won. Jan shouted joyfully that he dedicated his victory to Zhenya. The audience was delighted. They shouted words of support and congratulations to the fighter Franklin. At this time, the girl appeared, accompanied by the boss. She thought to herself that she had not seen the unicorn for a whole month, and he remained just as cheerful. The girl said with a smile that she was betting 10 million on Franklin. The boss told the interlocutor named Miss Alice that she had made a very big bet. The girl answered Mr. Tiger that she herself knew how to handle her money. Miss Alice looked at the main character and said that she would recognize him in any form after one look into his eyes. Yan continued to demolish his opponents in the ring. He had victory after victory. He advanced further in the tournament. The audience applauded the main character. To himself, he thought that his opponents were weaker than he had assumed. Suddenly, a fighter called out to the main character from the side and demanded that he look at him. The fighter told John very angrily to clear his neck so that it would be easier for him to cut it. The main character began to warm up his hands. He told his rival that he could only scare children with his threats. He added that he could also threaten. After that, the guy got into a comical fighting pose. He wanted to scare the fighter. The opponent was briefly frightened. He told the guy in a trembling voice that his threats had no effect on him. After this, the fighter calmed down and angrily told the main character that he was behaving like a schoolboy. Jan turned and started to walk away. He told the fighter that his wife had asked him not to talk to the mentally retarded. The girl in the ring shouted that the atmosphere on the court had excited many spectators. Yang Yunfeng went to the dressing room. He decided to put on some clown makeup. At this time, several people were talking in the toilet. The man was smoking and asked his interlocutor with displeasure, "Can the main character really defeat the blade fighter?" The interlocutor replied that Mr. Tiger had ordered that drugs be mixed into Yan's water. The man said that Mr. Tiger made a smart move. As a result, the blade will win and the main character will get into an awkward position in front of Miss Alice. The interlocutor replied that the fighter blade has never lost. The man said he didn't understand why Miss Alice was looking at the fighter Franklin. The main character remembered that in his childhood, the old man added various poisons to the pot. The boy regularly tried them, and therefore now, his body cannot be poisoned with anything. He thought to himself. He couldn't figure out who Miss Alice was. The spectators were delighted with the fight. Someone shouted that the fighter Zhao Qian had stood up again. The man was dissatisfied and could not understand why the fighter did not immediately knock out his opponent. The audience unanimously demanded that the fighter should nail his opponent. They shouted that they wanted to see a show. The fighter looked down at his opponent and said that he was very weak. The guy opposite could barely stand on his feet. Zhao was very beaten. He wanted to win the fight to earn $100,000 for his mother's treatment. People were angrily shouting curses at the young fighter. Zhao recalled his meeting with his mother. The woman told her son to go home because she could not be cured. The guy realized angrily to himself that he couldn't admit his defeat now. After this, the huge fighter hit Zhao with all his might and he fell into the ring. The blow was so strong that the young man fell down and was unable to get up. Zhao was lying completely defeated. His broken glasses were lying nearby and there was a lot of blood. The fighter stood in the ring next to the guy. The announcer shouted, "Everyone congratulates the blade fighter on his promotion." The spectators were very pleased. They congratulated the blade and demanded that he finish the guy off. The spectators shouted and demanded that the fighter finish off the Zhao lying in front of him. The fighter happily told his prone opponent that he would prepare a dish out of him at the request of the spectators. The blade told the guy angrily that the audience wanted him to finish him off. Zhao lay there, badly beaten. In a barely audible voice, he called for his mother. The rival angrily told the boy that he could call him daddy. The blade shouted to the guy with a smile that it was useless for him to call anyone for help. After this, the fighter swung his fist to finish off the lying Zhao guy. The lying guy saw with fading vision how the blade swung to finish him off. After that, the fighter hit the guy with all his might with his fist. He finished off his opponent. A powerful blow completely crushed and finished off Zhao, who was lying on the ring. The audience was delighted. They fully supported their idol nicknamed Blade. The Blade was very happy about his victory. He raised his hands up and shouted loudly. The announcer announced to the joyful spectators that the Blade had won and could be congratulated. Suddenly, something caught the fighter's attention. He looked away in fear. Blade looked closely and noticed that in the haze, he noticed two human figures. The main character handed the beaten guy a yellow pill. He told Zhao to eat it, and then he would be fine. After this, the main character looked calmly at his interlocutor and said that he could cope with the mentally retarded Blade. Yan prepared to fight and crush his main rival in the ring, nicknamed Blade. The main character stood opposite his rival. The audience shouted at the Blade to finish Franklin off. The main character cheerfully told the fighter that he is a strong villain, but at the same time he is a brainless brute. The Blade got very angry. He shouted with hatred at the main character that he was a bastard. The spectators at the stadium were in anticipation of a very interesting battle. The announcer shouted that Franklin was expected to fight the Bloody Blade. She added that the audience had 3 minutes to place their bets. The spectators were very excited. They were ready to bet a lot of money on the Blade. The Blade angrily told his opponent that in a couple of minutes he would regret being born. The fighter knew that the tiger had put drugs in the main character's water. He decided to beat the guy as shamefully as possible. At that time, Yan took a sip of water from the bottle. The beaten guy Zhao warned his new friend that his opponent was very strong. The main character took his credit card and threw it towards the guy. The main character told the surprised guy Zhao that he could put the biggest bet on his victory. The girl officially announced to the audience that time was up and the bets were made. After that, the fight officially began. Blade angrily rushed at the protagonist and shouted that he would finally fight Franklin. The main character was completely calm. He decided to see how long the opponent could hold out against him. The Blade ran at full speed towards its opponent. It had already said goodbye to the main character. The main character pointed his fist and prepared to hit the opponent flying towards him. The guy aimed his clenched fist straight at the stomach of the fighter running towards him. The main character hit the fighter in the stomach with all his might. He didn't expect such a blow. After a powerful blow, the Blade flew back and fell to the ground. The fighter didn't understand why Franklin was so strong. He remembered that the tiger had to put drugs in Yan's water. The main character was absolutely calm. He told his rival with a smile that he was very weak. Franklin stood and looked at the seated Blade with burning demonic eyes. Blade was surprised. He realized that his opponent had extraordinary fighting skills. The Blade looked at the opponent and realized that he was in the realm of innate martial arts. The spectators were unhappy. They demanded that the blade finish off the opponent as soon as possible. People bet big money on the fighter. The audience shouted curses at the blade. The main character told his opponent that he had already become trash for his fans. The frightened fighter screamed loudly that he did not want to die at all. The announcer shouted that Franklin was going to kill his rival. The protagonist shouted at the blade to prepare for death. After this, the main character swung his arm and hit his opponent with all his might. The fighter's blade flew far to the side after the blow and fell lifeless on the floor. The spectators were very scared and alarmed. They did not expect such a victory. The spectators at the fight were very shocked. Most of them hated Link because he lost to a weakling. The main character happily asked who was the winner in the fight now that he was able to hit his opponent with a slap. The announcer shouted that a fighter named Franklin was the winner. The audience cheered loudly. The announcer congratulated the guy. She said that his next opponent would be Abu. She asked the main character if he wanted to say anything. Jan Zakaril, he said that he is the absolute champion today and wants to say a few words. The main character gave a speech. He thanked the audience for loving him. Jan told the audience that this place was created for gambling and making profit from people. After this, the main character turned around and shouted to all the guests on the podium that they were trash. The audience was unhappy and began to loudly shout insults at Franklin. The tiger said in surprise that he didn't expect Franklin to be so strong. He asked where this guy was from. The girl Alice told the interlocutor that the fighter with makeup is interesting. She added that she wants to spend time alone with Franklin. Mr. Tiger replied to the girl that he would be happy to arrange everything for her. The girl turned around and started to walk away. She told the man that she would wait. Alice thanked Mr. Tiger. She was heading to meet the main character. At this time, Jan was completely alone in the VIP room. He was waiting for a meeting there. The guy couldn't understand why he was called into this room. He decided that Ling Tianhu wanted to see him personally. At this time, the doors began to open. The main character turned around and looked at them attentively. Jan was very excited. He realized that people had come who wanted to see him. The girl, Alice, came in accompanied by guards. She told the main character that he had played a wonderful game. The girl looked at the main character with attention and turned to him. Franklin looked at his interlocutor with great attention and interest. Alice asked the guy slyly why he was looking at her like that now. Jan grabbed the girl by the face and told her directly that she looked like his wife. The main character remembered the girl's name, Konchu Lin. He thought about it. Alice realized that her unicorn friend was able to recognize her at first sight. The girl ordered the guards to leave the room and wait for her outside. Both guards immediately bowed to their mistress and left the room. The guy asked the girl Konchu where she went. He reminded her that he had been looking for her all the time. After this, the interlocutor hit the wall with all her might. Debris fell. Alice reminded Grozno, the main character, that he married Ye Xingyu. Alice told the guy that he started working at Xinghai Hospital for Xingshu. The guy wanted to justify himself to his girlfriend. At that moment, Honshu hit him in the groin with her knee. The main character was very badly hit by the girl's blow. He was twisted in pain. Jan asked the girl with pain in his voice, why did she immediately hit his two jokers? After this, the guy emotionally replied to his girlfriend that he married Ye Xingshu in order to find her. Alice looked at her interlocutor with great distrust. She asked again, did he really get married to find her? The main character emotionally responded to his girlfriend that she had completely understood him correctly. Alice told the guy that he was lucky. She asked why Jan was insinuating himself into the trust and participating in the fighting competition. The main character became scared and worried because the interlocutor started asking questions. Jan answered the girl as calmly as possible that he came here because of Ye Xingshu. Alice asked the main character with complete disbelief. What did he say? Yang told the woman that after she left him, many things happened. Ye Xingshu almost died twice. The guy said that in China, Indian Brahmins spread a dangerous virus. He suspects that Ling Tianhu is behind all this. That's why he came here and created a fake identity to gain trust. The mood of the interlocutor improved. She began to believe the guy little by little. Alice answered her interlocutor that she could help him. She added that she was acquainted with Ling Tianhu. She added that the man would do everything for her. Yan was surprised that girlfriend wanted to help him. He reminded the girl that she had always hated Ye Xingshu. Alice replied that it was true. Alice clarified that she still doesn't like Ye Xingshu. She added that she still loves the main character. The interlocutor explained that she helps the guy only so that he is happy. Ian was surprised that in this world there is such a girl who can love him so much. The main character was very overwhelmed with feelings. He turned to an interlocutor named Konchu. The girl told the protagonist to call her the Dragon Group. The others called her Miss Alice. The announcer announced that superboxer Abu was entering the ring. He had won 100 knockout victories in a row. The announcer announced that Franklin would be competing against Abu. The main character was in a cheerful mood. He looked at his opponent with surprise. The spectators were very interested. They demanded that the fighter finish off his opponent. The girl, Alice, looked at the main character and thought that he was, as always, frivolous. The unicorn's girlfriend told him that if he beat Abu within 10 rounds, she would give him a bonus. Jan asked his girlfriend what would happen if he won in 3 rounds. Alice replied that if her friend won, she would do whatever he wanted. The main character was very happy to hear such a word from the girl. He was worried. Ian saw himself as if he had hugged his girlfriend and told her to be ready to fulfill his whims. The main character was excited and looked forward to how his girlfriend would thank him. Franklin looked closely at his friend, who stood with her back to him. The main character shouted at his rival to quickly expose himself to the blow. He added that his girlfriend was waiting for him. Jan looked at the fighter and became worried. He realized that his opponent was very dangerous. The main character saw what seemed to be the silhouette of a predatory bear appearing behind the fighter Abu. The announcer said excitedly that the battle had begun. The fighters rushed at each other. Abu angrily rushed at his opponent. He wanted to finish off Franklin right away. The main character was completely calm. He waited until the opponent's fist approached him. After this, the main city grabbed Abu's fist with his hand and did not allow his opponent to strike. Yan turned to Abu Y and called him an old friend. He added that they had not seen each other for a long time. The fighter was very surprised. He asked Franklin, how did he know him? The protagonist told his rival that they had met and fought together in the country of W. He recalled how they had once stood together on the mountain of their defeated opponents. The announcer said that the fighters were speaking Russian. She excitedly told the audience that this was the first time she had seen anything like this. At this time, the fighter Abu remembered the country W. He remembered the incident when they stood on a pile of corpses. The fighter became agitated. He looked at his opponent and began to remember something. Abu looked at the guy and remembered that he was once called the military king and the bloody unicorn. Jan told his interlocutor that if he remembered him, then they could settle everything peacefully. He added that Abu should not die in the underground ring. For him, the best death would be on the battlefield, like for a true hero. The fighter got very angry. He swung to hit the main character. Franklin was absolutely calm. He dodged the blow to the side in time. A very powerful blow ended in nothing, and Abu ended up hitting the wall. The main character told his rival to cooperate with him. He suggested that they destroy the underground ring together. The fighter swung again. Jan was able to dodge in time. Franklin told his opponent to give up, and he wouldn't be able to beat him. Abu looked at his opponent and realized that Franklin's strength was much stronger than it had been 3 years ago. The warrior shouted that his wife had been killed by thugs. He took revenge and killed more than 100 people. Abu added that he would not be able to return to the country W. Abu shouted angrily that he would not be able to see his daughter Ava. He added that he needed money. The fighter shouted loudly that he needed money to take his daughter Eva from the country where the war continues. After this, Abu swung again to hit his opponent. The main character put his hands out and was able to block a very strong blow. Abu continued to attack her opponent. Franklin defended himself and did not allow himself to be hit. The fighter told his opponent that if he wanted to become his boss, he had to defeat him. Abu looked menacingly at the main character and shouted for him to attack. The main character realized that he would have to fight to the end now. Yan looked at his opponent and said that he would win the fight, and then he would help Abu. Abu shouted at the boy and demanded that he forget that they were once partners. The fighter shouted that he did not need help or mercy from Yan. After this, the fighter pounced on his opponent and tried to hit him with his fists. The announcer told the audience that it was not for nothing that the fighter Abu was called the King of the Fist. The announcer added that Abu has only a few other worthy opponents in the world. After that, the announcer told the audience that the main character has impressive but useless moves. She added that Yan does not respond to a blow with a blow. The main character very deftly dodged the blows that his opponent dealt him. Franklin realized that his opponent was still as good as before. Yan prepared to activate his special skills. He thought that Abu had forced him to use one of his trump cards. After this, the main character prepared to attack. He pushed away with his foot and ran towards his opponent. Yan swung his arm with all his might and prepared to hit his opponent. Franklin was fully focused. He decided to deliver a crushing blow. The protagonist reached maximum acceleration in order to put all his strength into his blow. After this, Franklin managed to hit his opponent with a punch. Abu was thrown far to the side by the fighter's powerful blow. He didn't have time to defend himself. Abu lay beaten on the floor, with stones that had fallen from the wall scattered around him. The undefeated fighter Abu realized that he had completely lost this time. Abu decided not to hold back any longer and he bowed to his opponent. The main character stood in a fighting pose. He won thanks to a special skill. The doctor ran up and said that Abu showed no signs of life and that he was declaring death. The audience was very shocked. They couldn't believe that the main character was able to defeat Abu with one blow. The people in the stands were shocked. They couldn't believe that their invincible idol was now dead. Mr. Tiger was shocked. He could not believe that the fighter Abu was no longer alive. The man realized that the protagonist had reached the boundary of the guru stage. Such cultivators would enter the realm of innate martial arts. Mr. Tiger could not understand why a guru-level fighter would come to the underground ring. After this, the man ordered his subordinate to bring Franklin to him at any cost and gather any information about the guy. The subordinate replied that he would do so. The girl Alice thought thoughtfully to herself that the unicorn's power had become even more powerful. The host shouted that Franklin had won the hand-to-hand fight. The entire room cheered for the champion. The main character saw his girlfriend on the balcony and greeted her with a gesture. The girl looked slyly at her friend and realized that she had to fulfill what she had promised him. The main character excitedly heard a group of men approaching him from the side. The guy became wary. He absolutely did not understand why they had come to him now. One of the bandits told Franklin that their boss had offered to go and have a cup of tea with him. After that, the man sternly commanded the main character to follow them. There were a lot of militants standing around. Alice asked Mr. Tiger what was going on. The man replied that Franklin had almost cost them their betting income. He also added that the main character had killed his fighter Abu. The man explained that he had to pay a lot of money to defeat Abu. He also demanded that Alice not interfere, otherwise she would get into trouble. The girl didn't like such threats. She asked the man again if he was really threatening her with trouble. Jan asked his interlocutor as calmly as possible, "Does their boss really want to have some tea with him?" Franklin looked at the man calmly and said that he drank the water provided to him before the fight, so he did not want to drink tea with the boss. The bandit got angry. He spat out his cigarette and told his interlocutor to get ready. The bandit shouted to the protagonist that they would all feed him bullets now. The militants took out their weapons. The militants began to threaten the guy that they would shoot him if he tried to move. Yan said to his enemies with displeasure that they could never learn simple things. The leader of the militants noticed with surprise that Franklin had suddenly disappeared somewhere. The man was very scared. He felt that the main character was somewhere nearby. Jan suddenly appeared in front of the leader and asked cheerfully, "Which of them is faster?" The leader angrily shouted at his subordinates not to stand there, but to shoot at the main character. The bandits were very excited and scared. They turned to their boss. The militants showed their weapons to the leader. They melted and could no longer fire. Mr. Tiger was very surprised. He realized that the main character used special skills. One of the subordinates told the leader that the course of events had gone beyond what he had predicted. Alice thought happily to herself that the militants wanted to harm her beloved boyfriend, but ended up getting themselves into trouble. The tiger ordered his subordinates to close the doors, adding that it would not be easy to defeat Franklin. All the doors around were closed. Any exits for the main character were blocked. Jan found himself completely alone on the big field, surrounded by bandits. Franklin stood completely alone, with armed militants standing on all sides around him. One of the bandits took out a knife and cheerfully told the main character that he would not leave here alive today. The leader commanded his fighters that they needed to attack together now. Jan impatiently told his opponents to attack him together. This would save a lot of time. The leader shouted to his subordinates to quickly kill the main character. Suddenly, there was a noise from above. A helicopter was flying towards the building. People looked up. The glass broke, and an armed girl burst into the building on a rope. An armed policewoman was holding onto a rope and was preparing to descend to the floor. After this, the girl jumped down and prepared to intervene in the fight. Nolan said cheerfully to everyone present that they were having fun here and she wanted to join them. The main character was surprised that son Nolan came to his aid. He shouted to the girl that he had not yet given her a signal. The policewoman angrily reminded the boy of the order that had been given from the very beginning. Yang thought to himself in fear that Ling Tianhu would run away now. The guy raised his head and saw a falling grenade. The policewoman angrily asked her interlocutor, "Where is he looking now?" The main character sharply commanded the girl to lie down. He grabbed her by the shoulders. The policewoman looked away in fear. She didn't have time to say anything to her interlocutor. The girl saw a huge number of combat grenades falling on them. There was a very loud explosion. Everything around was destroyed and caught in flames. The leader was escaping on a boat at that time. Mr. Tiger told his disgruntled subordinates that today they had lost a casino worth $10 million. The subordinate said that Franklin is now dead and they successfully escaped. The man said that their retreat was covered by Lon Megan. She most likely was unable to escape. At this point, Mr. Tiger threw his cigar aside and said that he had already made due use of the girl. He added that he would be able to find himself an assistant. After this, the chief told his subordinates that he still had a girl named Alice with him. Mr. Tiger looked at his girlfriend standing on the deck. He added that he would be able to earn the lost money back. The luxury yacht sailed across the ocean and carried its passengers further and further. A man with a glass in his hand told Alice that he was asking for forgiveness for killing the boy she loved. The girl was sitting on the sofa. Mr. Tiger told his interlocutor that he hoped for their further cooperation. The girl calmly answered the man about their further cooperation. After this, Alice presented a golden gun to the head of the frightened man and said that everything would change radically. The subordinates were very afraid for their leader. They decided to rush to his aid. At this time, Alice's guards very quickly and professionally neutralized the bandits. Alice demanded that the man name the person who shot A. Sig Shu. The man was still at gunpoint. He said angrily that Alice was an undercover police rat. The girl angrily demanded that Mr. Tiger answer her question. The man responded to his interlocutor by saying that if he died, it would only be with her. At this moment, a flying metal disc appeared. It flew up from below and slightly caught the man. Alice looked at the disc flying towards her in fear. She was scared. The disc flew past the girl, and at that moment, she dropped the gun from her hands. The man grabbed the gun and said to himself with displeasure that he was almost killed by a policewoman. Mr. Tiger pointed his gun at the girl. He said angrily that she had a scared little face. After that, Mr. Tiger pointed his gun at the girl and prepared to shoot her. Alice was very scared. Mr. Tiger fired a pistol straight at the girl's head. The bullet went right through. The man happily told the dead Alice that her body would remain safe and sound. Suddenly, Mr. Tiger saw the residual silhouette of the girl he had just killed appear in the air in front of him. Suddenly, a completely alive Alice appeared from the side. She grabbed the man by the shoulders. Alice told her interlocutor sternly that he greatly underestimated girls. The man was very surprised. He could not help but believe that the girl was still alive. After this, Alice grabbed the leader and, using a powerful wrestling move, threw him over herself. Mr. Tiger flew far to the side after a powerful throw from the girl. The man hit the table with all his might after the flight. He dropped the gun. Mr. Tiger got scared. He decided to try to grab his weapon. Alice shouted at her opponent that he was moving too slowly. She prepared to kick him. The girl kicked Mr. Tiger in the head with all her might. The leader was completely neutralized. He could no longer fight off the girl. Alice pointed the gun at the leader and demanded that he answer all her questions. Mr. Tiger asked his interlocutor in fear, "Who is she?" After that, a very strong explosion was heard on the luxury yacht. Few people could have survived there. The main character was in a huge stadium building. There were people there and they were screaming to be saved. The audience was very scared. One guy didn't believe that he was still alive. The main character told the policewoman, after he caught his breath, that he was a risky guy. Nalan looked at Yang Yunfan in surprise. She realized that he had just saved them all. The main character at the most dangerous moment gathered his energy and formed a huge shield to protect people. Yan's strength exceeded the realm of innate martial arts and the level of guru. The main character walked down the corridor towards the bar. He was completely alone. As a result, the police arrested everyone involved in the illegal gambling. Security forces captured the dangerous leader Ling Tianhu. He was detained on a drifting yacht. The main character was thinking about his missing girlfriend. He went up to the third floor to the boss's break room. The guy entered the room and noticed that he was not alone there. He was very surprised. His acquaintance in a seductive outfit was sitting on the bed. The girl told the unicorn that she had been waiting for a long time. Yan was very surprised. He asked Hongshu Ling what she was doing here. The interlocutor was sitting in a seductive outfit. She told the guy that she lost the bet and had to pay the debt. The main character happily thought to himself that today he would finally become a big boy. The girl pulled up her stockings on her legs. The guy was watching her very closely. The main character felt very anxious. It was as if he had flown away. The girl asked Yan with excitement and interest if everything was okay with him. The main character was still very worried. He couldn't answer anything. The interlocutor affectionately told the guy that he has a fetish for beautiful girls in stockings. The girl looked at the main character and good-naturedly called him a pervert. After that, Honshu extended her legs to the protagonist. Ian was very excited. The main character felt as if his golden cockerel was waking up. Jan pounced on his girlfriend and shouted that she looked very beautiful today. Konchu told the protagonist to wait and not to rush. The interlocutor said that they had plenty of time. She looked at the guy and told him to wait. The girl headed to the shower. Jan was very unhappy because his girlfriend first turned him on and then left him. He decided to turn on the TV to get a little distracted. The main character decided to take a sip of water from a bottle while he was watching TV. There was some program on TV. A girl was joyfully singing that she was like a butterfly. The main character was amazed when he saw the program. He even spat out water from surprise. A man appeared on the screen. He excitedly began to sing that his girlfriend was a log. After this, the man and his girlfriend hit each other with their butts. The TV presenter happily announced that the competition had produced a new champion. Jan was very unhappy. He wanted to get distracted, but after watching TV, he became more excited. Konchu was in the shower. She asked the main character if he had decided to watch adult films instead of her. The main character decided to quickly turn off the TV. He shouted to his girlfriend that he was happy only when he saw her. After that, the girlfriend came out of the shower. The main character even dropped the bottle with the drink. Jan stared at his girlfriend with a very worried look. Konchu was in a medical suit. She asked the guy romantically, "Isn't she beautiful?" to him. The main character stood and silently looked at his girlfriend. He was fascinated by her appearance. Konchu looked at the guy and asked why he was silent, and did he really think she was ugly? Jan hugged his girlfriend and told her tenderly that for him she was the most beautiful. The girl fell silent. She looked at the main character very searchingly. Konchu said discontentedly to her interlocutor that men always think with what is in their pants. The girl told her friend with displeasure that if she hadn't dressed up like a doll, he wouldn't have wanted her. The main character became very worried. He wanted to say something to his girlfriend. She interrupted him. Konchu told her interlocutor that he didn't have to explain himself. She added that she liked him and that she wouldn't regret helping him. The girl told her interlocutor that she loved him and had been thinking about him for the last 3 months. Konchu told her interlocutor that she missed his voice and dreamed that he would say something tenderly to her. The main character grabbed his girlfriend and kissed her. He said that he would take responsibility. The girl told the main character not to say anything but just kiss her. After this, the main character remained kissing his girlfriend Konchu. The night flew by quickly. The bird said in surprise that it was very fun in the shaking building. The main character woke up in the morning. He still remembered his girlfriend. In his sleep, he called her by name. Suddenly, the main character heard something suspicious. He jumped up on the bed. Jan looked out into the street and saw that the sun was shining brightly there. He decided to look for his beloved. The guy remembered romantically to himself that Konchu had been very passionate last night. Jan thought happily to himself that the girl was a little embarrassed and therefore hid in the toilet. The main character quietly got out of bed and very quietly walked to the toilet room. After that, the guy grabbed the handle of the toilet stall with his hand and carefully opened it. Jan ran naked into the toilet and shouted greetings to his girlfriend. The main character was very scared. He noticed his frightened friend sitting in the toilet stall. The guy was very scared. He covered himself with his hands and called the main character boss. As a result, the main character, after the jump, landed right on his friend. Frightened, Yang asked the guy what he was doing here and where did his girlfriend Hongshu Lin go. The guy explained in a frightened voice that the girl had left early in the morning. She had asked him to wake up Jan. The guy was very scared. He didn't understand why his friend came in at the very moment when he was in the toilet. The main character felt unhappy. He didn't understand why the girl always left without saying goodbye. The interlocutor told the main character that the girl left something before leaving. After that, the guy handed the main character a letter from Konchu's girlfriend. The girl wrote to the guy that she was leaving to do some tasks. She added that she received some information from Ling Tianhu. The main character read the letter carefully. He remembered himself about the secret man. The guy shouted very angrily at his enemy that he was doomed to die. There was a party at a luxury villa. There were many guests and security guards. The guy told his friends that the rich guys asked them to be his bodyguard. He added that with such security measures, not even a fly would fly into this place. The fighter told his friends that being rich is very good. You can have fun with beautiful models in a country villa. The main character appeared on the fence above. One of the guards asked angrily, "Who is there?" Jan jumped from above and neutralized the bodyguards. He called them actors of small episodes. On the third floor, the guy Zhuiming Yu was talking angrily to the girl. He asked her with displeasure, how much money does she need to give up her stubbornness? The interlocutor fearfully asked Mr. Su to let her go. Zhuiming Yu told the girl that she could cry. He added that he liked it when whores cried. The girl screamed in fear for someone to save her. The guy reached out to her. Zhuiming shouted angrily at his interlocutor that he was getting more excited after her screams. He stretched out his hands to her. Out of fear, the girl hit the guy in the chest with her hand. She hurt him. Zhuiming was very angry. He shouted at the interlocutor that she scratched her chest. The girl was very scared. She asked the guy for forgiveness in a trembling voice. After that, Zhuiming swung his arm to hit the girl. He shouted that there is no forgiveness for whores. The girl continued to ask for forgiveness. After a strong blow, the interlocutor lay frightened on the bed. She was still begging for help. The guy angrily shouted at his interlocutor that he was interested in her because she looked very much like Ye Xingxiu. At this time, a man nearby patted the guy on the shoulder and said that energy was gushing out of Shuei. The guy was very unhappy. He turned around and asked the stranger who he was. In the room stood the young master Kenjiro Ishikawa, accompanied by his subordinates. He was dressed in a robe and had a sword on his belt. The master said thoughtfully to his interlocutor that women are as gentle as a flower. After this, the man put his hand on the guy's shoulder and told him to be gentle with women. The guy rudely pushed his interlocutor's hand away and said that Master Ishikawa had arrived at the wrong time. The guy asked the man with displeasure, why is he interrupting him? He added that he gives a huge space for the man's business in China. The girl at that time ran away in fear. Zhuo asked the master, where is the professional ninja he promised him? He added that Yang Yunfang was probably already rushing to that place. After this, the guy told the man that he would throw him out of China and he would no longer have the opportunity to conduct his business in this country. The doors opened and the main character walked in. He asked the man and the guy, do they really want to make an attempt on his life? The guy was very shocked. He couldn't believe that Yang Yunfang had arrived here so quickly. The master was surprised that the protagonist was able to get to this place without any noise. He remembered the words of the Brahmins who said that Yang Yunfang was an unusual person. The master remembered how his interlocutor told him that Yang Yunfang was able to neutralize the deadly virus. The main character also made his way into Ling Tianhu's hideout and was able to arrest him. The man thought they were collaborating with Indian Brahmins to steal China's national treasure, called sarira. He decided that the Chinese could now deal with their own problems. The guy Zhui laughed evilly. He said that the main character came to him himself. The guy pulled a gun out of his robe and shouted for someone to come to his aid. Zhu held a gun in his hands. He shouted to his subordinates to give him the death of the main character. The guy Shui stood in front of the main character and held a gun in his hands. He prepared to shoot. Suddenly, the guy felt excited. He was waiting for help to come. Shu couldn't understand where his subordinates had gone. He decided that the militants were watching porn again. The main character calmly told his interlocutor not to worry about his people. After this, the main character showed his enemy all the militants killed during the day. Shu was very scared. His hands were shaking. He realized that he would have to fight on his own. The guy pointed a gun at the main character and said that he would shoot him if he took even one step in his direction. The main character answered the guy absolutely calmly that bullets were absolutely useless against him. Shuya was scared. He realized that the bullets would indeed be useless against Yang. The guy menacingly called Master Ishikawa to him and demanded that he come to him and help kill the main character. The guy promised the master that if he killed the main character, he would give him all his family businesses. The man answered the boy that during a single samurai duel, no one should interfere. Shu angrily asked the man where his thoughts about setting up a Japanese business in China had gone. The man told the boy that with his business in China, he himself could make his dream come true. He added that he hoped to see Shu alive after the fight. The protagonist stood at the door. He looked at the man. Yang thought that Master and Shui Ming had worked together a lot. Yang was surprised that the Master, after a long period of cooperation, so easily broke off ties with Shui Miyu. The main character thought about it. He couldn't understand what the real intentions of the Japanese guys could be. Yi shouted at the Master that he was very ungrateful. He had done a lot for him and Ishikawa just up and left. The protagonist looked at his rival and said that they needed to settle scores with each other. The guy was very scared. He realized that he wouldn't be able to defeat Yan just like that. The guy asked the protagonist with a trembling voice to wait. He said that things weren't done that way. Zhu fell to his knees in front of the protagonist and said that everything needed to be resolved with words. The guy shouted at his interlocutor to forgive him and promised a lot of money in return. Yan told the guy sternly to answer the questions. He asked why Shui wanted to kill the girl Ye Xingxiu. The guy explained in a frightened voice that he had lost his mind. He added that he admitted his mistake. The guy thought to himself angrily that he wanted to kill Ye Xingxiu because she fell in love with the main character instead of him. He decided that the girl should not go to anyone. Zhu fell down in a bow and asked the protagonist to generously let him get away with everything. The guy thought to himself that he still had a chance to be saved. He decided that he would kill Yan next time with reinforcements. The main character calmly told his interlocutor that this time he would spare his life. Jan looked menacingly at the guy and demanded that he say that he was mentally retarded. Su was very surprised. He did not expect such a strange request for himself. After this, the main character reached out and grabbed his opponent. Ian slammed the guy into the floor and shouted that a mentally retarded person should have a corresponding look. After a strong blow to the floor, the guy Shui lost consciousness. He was completely incapacitated. The protagonist headed towards the exit of the room. His rival was lying near a large dent in the floor. Jan told himself that he had to make sure that the bad guys didn't have a chance to be bad anymore. The guy Shui began to gradually come to his senses. He raised his head and looked around. The guy started looking around in surprise with a crazy look. He was completely crazy. The girl with the fan said that the main character did not kill the guy, Shui Mingyu. The girl prepared to draw her sword. She said that Yang was able to turn his enemy into a fool with just one blow. After that, the girl jumped up and swung her sword. The guy was sitting at that time and muttering something crazy to himself. The girl rushed and chopped off the guy's head with all her might. He didn't have time to understand anything. After this, the girl angrily screamed that she wanted to cut off Zhu's head herself. After that, a mass gathering was held at the Zhu family home. People came to the boy's funeral. The guy was beautifully ennobled and lay in a coffin in white clothes. The head of the family named Shui Qiangdong asked his subordinates, "Have they found the guy's killer?" The subordinate said that they conducted an investigation. He told the head of the family that the guy had a conflict with the main character because of the girl Ye Xingxiu. It is assumed that the killer is Yang Yunfang. The man asked angrily, could it be that the Yang family had broken the agreement and was now acting against their Shui family? After this, the leader ordered his subordinates to send someone from their sect to capture the main character. The man said angrily that he would make Yan beg for death. The subordinates replied that they would definitely do it. At this time, the main character was walking along the city street. In his hands, he was holding a huge number of boxes. The guy told his companion Miss E that he was dying of fatigue. The girl reminded her interlocutor that he had promised to accompany her shopping. The main character asked his companion, the former fighter Abu, why he doesn't help them with the bags. Abu calmly answered the protagonist that he was Miss E's bodyguard. The main character reminded the fighter that he helped him fake his own death. Then Yan was able to get Abu out of Ling Tianhu's custody. Now the fighter has a great job and earns decent money. The guy angrily asked his former rival fighter, why is he taking his enemy's side? Miss E stood aside. She found it very funny to listen to her companions arguing with each other. At this time, someone's footsteps were heard from the side. Someone was quickly approaching the girl. A stranger in black glasses attacked the girl on the move. She almost knocked her down. The main character arrived in time. He grabbed Xingxiu in his arms and asked fearfully if she was okay. The girl calmed down and said that nothing had happened, and that a stranger had simply fallen and hit her. Yingxiu looked at her fallen interlocutor and said that her name was Men Yao. The main character asked his girlfriend in surprise, does she really know the stranger? Xingxiu answered happily that Men Yao is a big celebrity. Xingxiu happily said that stranger started her career as an actress. She has often been called the most beautiful girl in Southeast Asia. Men Yao is an idol of many men in the country. Jan replied to his girlfriend that he did not understand who she was, since he had been isolated on the mountain almost his entire life. The girlfriend told the main character that the actress left show business for an indefinite period 3 years ago, after an accident. At this time, a huge number of reporters ran up. They started taking pictures of the actress and shouting that she was here. The actress was very scared of the people who ran up to her. She turned around and covered herself with her hands. The photographers were unhappy because they didn't manage to photograph the actress's disfigured face. They wanted to make a lot of money on it. At that moment, there was a small explosion and the cameras were shattered. The photographers were surprised. They didn't understand what had happened. The girl Xing Shu ran up to the actress Men Yao and decided to help her up. The main character told the photographers sternly that he was sick of people like them. The photographers got very angry. They wanted to beat up the main character. One of them shouted that the broken camera was very expensive and demanded compensation for the damage. Another photographer said that the guy looked familiar to him. He added that it was better not to mess with this doctor. The photographer shouted angrily that he wanted to send the main character to a hospital bed. At this time, the guard Abu appeared in front of the men. He was very angry and looked menacingly at his frightened interlocutors. After this, the photographers, very frightened, decided to run away quickly under various pretexts. Yan handed the actress her headdress and asked her if everything was okay. The girl asked her interlocutor in fear, "In which hospital does Divine Dr. Yang work?" The main character and his friends were very surprised. They looked at the actress with interest. The next day, the mutilated girl was transferred to the hospital, where the main character provided her with assistance. The reporters asked Dr. Yan how big the chances of the operation being successful were. Someone asked the guy, why did Miss Men Yao choose him, and how did he want to treat her? The protagonist felt bored by the questions. Yan told the media that he would treat the girl with Chinese medicine. One reporter said that the girl Men Yao was burned to the bone. He added that such an injury could not be cured by Chinese medicine. The journalist answered the reporter that Dr. Yang was the best in the area. He reminded that the main character had recently overcome a dangerous virus. The main character told the patient that it was time and asked if she was ready. Men Yao asked the guy if he could restore her appearance. Yan told the patient that he would restore her appearance and make her even more beautiful. He added that they would have to refrain from taking anesthesia. The guy told the girl to prepare herself psychologically. The main character took a rope and told the girl that he would tie her hands so that she would not accidentally scratch her face. The guy told the patient that during the procedure he would put something in her mouth so that she would not bite her tongue. The girl agreed. Before this, Jan called his friend and asked him to buy a rubber stick that he could put in his mouth. The guy gave the main character a box with the necessary item. The main character opened the box and was very surprised by the rubber object. He realized that his friend had misunderstood him. The patient asked the doctor, "What happened?" The guy answered that everything was fine. He decided to himself that he needed to improvise. The patient asked with interest, "Why is the rubber thing so hard?" The doctor replied reassuringly and worriedly that he could not do anything about it. The main character began magical manipulations. He explained to the patient that she needed to endure something now. Yang explained that the basis of the treatment was special larvae from southern Xinjiang, which he poured from a jar into his hand. After this, the main character put special larvae on the girl's face. Yin explained that the larvae are harmless to humans inside human blood. They will die, and then their corpses will turn into solid calcium. The guy explained that as a result of the treatment, the facial bone defects will be completely restored. He added that anesthesia cannot be taken during the procedure. Jan explained to the patient that during the treatment process, the patient requires a lot of willpower and patience. The girl felt severe pain, but she held back her screams. Jan told the patient that everything now depended on her. 3 hours later, the actress was taken out of the hospital doors. She was very weak. The people outside the hospital were shocked. They saw that the patient's face was still disfigured. Someone shouted that even the divine doctor could not cure the patient. After this, one of the girls ran up to the actress and touched her face with her hand. The reporter noticed that the actress's face was outlined with some kind of red substance. The TV reporters were surprised. They realized that it was all a prank. The actress cheerfully told people that she had not changed her acting skills for 3 years. Men Yao said that after her facial injury, her life went downhill. There were a lot of bad things written about her on the internet. The reporter told the actress that her comeback is the best counterattack. She added that the haters can now admit they were wrong. Men Yao told reporters that although she had recovered physically, she could not heal her mental trauma. The actress said that haters never admit they are wrong. They can only write a few words of comfort to the victim. Men Yao told reporters excitedly that haters will always go looking for the next victim. The girl told those present that regardless of whether she was beautiful or not, she would be responsible for her own life. People shouted joyfully to the girl that she had become even more beautiful than before. People ran and started looking for the main character. Each of them had health problems and wanted help from the divine doctor. The main character came out on the other side of the hospital and said to himself that he preferred to be a quiet, handsome man. The media reported that the former actress of all China Men Yao returns after the extraction. The news reported that after the treatment, the actress became even more graceful. The main character was in the basement talking to the people who had come to him. The main character told his interlocutors that he had prepared some spiritual pills for them. He added that the guys should eat the pills, and as a result, their true strength would be increased. The guy asked the main character with interest, "Are there any classifications of strength among the spiritual kingdoms?" Yang explained to his interlocutor all the levels of cultivation. He added that each realm has 9 floors. The main character told what happens to a cultivator when he goes to different kingdoms. Yan said that after a cultivator enters the Ju-Ji realm, he will become a true first-class master in the mortal world. Such a person will be able to do terrible things tomorrow and end the existence of a small country. The guests joyfully shouted that there was nothing to wait for, and they began to swallow the pills. The guy asked his boss with interest what level he was at now. The protagonist thought to himself that he was going to break through to the 4th floor of Yin-Ki. He thought that if he wanted to quickly break through the borders, then only the dragon grass of southern Xinjiang would help him. The main character picked up the phone and decided to call his friend. The guy happily asked his policewoman friend Naylin how she was doing. The girl said that she had learned important information. The main goal of the Lingtian Hu and the Indian Brahmins was to spread the virus and steal the national Chinese treasure from the Buddhist temple during the general uproar. The main character asked in surprise what the kidnappers wanted to do with the Sharira. Nalan explained that the treasured Sarira is evidence of one's attainment of the immortal's golden body of truth by one's wisdom. Such a body is similar to the supreme nature of the Buddha's body. The girl said that according to legend, if a person who practices Tao touches Sarira, he will be able to cultivate for hundreds of years. The policewoman added that the theft had been long and carefully planned. The policewoman said excitedly that there was information that Indian Brahmins might try to return to their homeland by illegally crossing the border. She asked the protagonist to help her in this task. Naylin added that the national treasure of China should not fall into other hands. The next day, the main character arrived at a large train station. There were a lot of people there. Jan remembered that the Indians were leaving the country in a week. In the meantime, he needed to find the dragon herb. The boy took out a root. He told him to show him the direction. The guy looked at the root. It had the same properties as the spiritual herb. For the same reason, he uses this ancient ginseng root as a compass. With this, he will find the location of the dragon herb. After a short pause, the root confidently showed the guy the direction to the south. The protagonist arrived in Mountain City. Southern Xinjiang is close to the Chinese border. Further south is Mount Erang. He decided that he would get a little extra benefit from this journey. A stranger approached. He asked the guy if he needed a bus. Jan answered his interlocutor in surprise that he had once cheated him out of money. The old man asked the guy in surprise, "What is he talking about?" The main character thought excitedly that this was not the man in front of him who had cheated him out of his money. The stranger told the guy that he could experience indescribable emotions while traveling in the mountains. He continued to get on the bus to experience a mental shock. Jan said to himself that the old man had offered him a daring ride. He imagined himself with the girl on the seat. The main character asked the man if there would be any hidden safety hazards on the bus. And the acquaintance said that their driver was very experienced with a lot of work experience. The main character was riding a bus on a very bad road. There were stones and potholes everywhere. Because of the bad road, the guy was thrown all over the bus. He felt uncomfortable. The elderly driver told the passengers that they were going to the mountains and there would be a lot of rocks on the roads. He asked everyone to fasten their seatbelts. The main character felt the bumps on his head. He cursed the old man who deceived him. A girl named Han Chi approached the driver. She asked the driver to stop at the intersection in front, as she needed to get out there. The passengers looked at the girl with great admiration and desire. Someone shouted that Han Chi had large forms. The main character thought to himself contentedly that the guys next to him had no combat experience. 2 passengers sat next to each other and looked at the girl with malicious interest. Jan thought to himself, displeased that strangers on the bus were plotting against the girl. The passenger got off the bus. The guys surrounded her and started pestering her. The stranger shouted to the girl that she had an expensive watch. This meant that she was very rich. He demanded that the passenger give him the watch and he would definitely let her go. The girl smiled evilly at the guy and called him a scoundrel. She decided to teach the hooligans a lesson. After this, the stranger, with quick movements of her head, struck the guys with blows of her yellow hair. The girl had yellow pigtails with heavy metal coins at the end. Yang patted the stranger and said that her trick was called Scorpio waving its tail. He thought to himself that the girl was a spiritual disciple from the mountain with a high level. The stranger became worried. She couldn't understand how the main character had passed by, that she hadn't even noticed him. The girl got into a fighting stance and asked Jan, "Is he really there?" The main character calmly answered his interlocutor that he was just an ordinary passerby. He followed the girl to help her at the right moment. The beaten hooligans prepared to quickly escape from this place. The girl angrily asked the strangers, what were they thinking before attacking her? The main character asked the girl with interest, "Did she really let the hooligans go so easily?" The interlocutor calmly tidied herself up and said that they live in a legal society. The girl winked at the main character and said that the wolves would smell the prey, and there would be a lot of screams in the evening. The main character was scared. He thought to himself excitedly that there was a scary woman in front of him. The girl told the main character that he had better go down the mountain to avoid being caught by the wild wolves. She prepared to leave. The main character told his new acquaintance his name. He asked the girl to tell him where the nearest hotel was. The interlocutor asked the guy in surprise, "Is he really the divine Dr. Yang Yunfan that was mentioned in the news?" The protagonist was surprised because even in some village they know about him. The girl reminded the main character that he had healed the famous actress Men Yao. She asked her interlocutor, did he really think that the peoples of the southern mountains lived in complete isolation without television and the internet? The girl handed the guy a business card. She said her name was Han Chi Ki. Her family owned a pharmaceutical company. She offered the main character to become its representative. Suddenly, shots were heard from the side. The main character was very scared. The main character rushed at the girl and pinned her to the ground to protect her from the gunfire. Khan found herself lying on the ground with the main character on top of her. The girl stood up and angrily demanded that the guy move away from her. Jan thought cheerfully to himself that his new acquaintance's form was worthy of risking his back. Suddenly, a wounded soldier named Lu Godin ran out of the forest. The main character and his girlfriend were surprised. They couldn't understand what kind of soldier was here. Jan looked at the fighter and realized that he was most likely being chased. The guy said that he was a doctor and offered to heal the stranger's wounds. The soldier pushed the guy back with his hand and shouted loudly for him to run. At this moment, a pistol shot was heard from behind. Someone wanted to finish off the fighter. Another bullet hit the soldier and pierced him completely through. Masked pursuers appeared. They surrounded the main character. John held the soldier's body in his arms. The main character stood with his girlfriend and a wounded soldier. There were strangers in masks and with pistols around. The man explained excitedly that their rivals could not be defeated. The Indians wanted to kill them. He explained that his pursuers would not leave him alive as a witness. One of the masked militants shouted at the soldier that he was daydreaming. He prepared to shoot. At this moment, suddenly, from somewhere to the side, a whole flock of bamboo needles flew out. The poisoned needles hit the fighters in the heads. They all fell down dead. Jan said to himself that he had wasted his needles. He took one out of the man's head and said that it could still be used for disinfection. The soldier and the girl were scared. They decided that the main character was a very ruthless person. After that, people made a fire. The main character decided to help the wounded soldier. Jan told the man excitedly that a bullet had almost hit him in the chest. The soldier replied that someone with a gunshot wound needed to go to the hospital. The main character told his new acquaintance not to worry. He pressed his fingers to the skin near the bullet. After a strong push from the main character, the bullet flew out of the soldier's body. The man was very surprised that the guy threw the bullet out of him with his bare hands, and he did not even feel pain. The girl said that help was provided by Yang Yunfang, who is called the Divine Doctor. Jan gave the soldier some grass and told him to chew it, and then apply it to the place where the bullet was. The main character understood that there could be wolves and other wild animals around. Therefore, one must be on guard. The man was surprised how quickly the guy threw the bullet out of him. He decided that his new acquaintance was very unusual. The man told the protagonist his name. He said that his border detachment had discovered Indian secret agents. They had pursued him and wounded him. Soldier Liu asked the boy to come down from the mountain and report what happened to the police and ask for help. The main character asked his interlocutor how many Indians were against him. Liu replied that at least 20 people had shot at him in the ambush. Of these, 16 or 17 should have remained. Yang thought that he had come to South Xinjiang to return the treasured Sarira. But the unforeseen happened due to the appearance of Indian secret agents. Therefore, he must postpone the extraction of the dragon grass for later. The main character raised his finger up and said that he hates the Japanese the most. After that, he hates the Indians. The main character told the soldier that he would go with him to save his brothers. The girl Han Chi must go down at this time and report everything to the police. The soldier was excited. He understood that the main character was just an ordinary person. The guy hurried the man. He said that if he was late, he could lose many good friends. Soldier Liu thanked the protagonist and handed him his pistol. The main character said with a mysterious smile that he does not use weapons. The main character and the man were carefully descending from the mountains. They noticed a cave in the rock. One of the Indians said that the Chinese border guards were cowards and they hid in caves. Another fighter demanded that the border guards come out. The soldier angrily shouted that he was ready to sacrifice his life to tear out the tongues of the Hindus. John told the man not to be frivolous and not to fall for the tricks. The main character closed his eyes and carefully analyzed where the Indian soldiers were. The guy realized that there was an ambush of enemy infantrymen near the cave, very close to the trees. Ian noticed that there were about 20 combat points near the entrance to the cave. Soldier Liu excitedly shouted that he would try to get rid of the snipers. He asked the protagonist to help his brothers break out and escape. Jan explained that the snipers were several meters up. It would be difficult to deal with them. Soldier Liu asked the main character what he was offering him now. Jan told the man to go to the cave and wait. The protagonist decided to neutralize the snipers in turn. The enemy snipers sat on a tree, looking carefully through their sights. The soldier said to his colleague with displeasure that they had been in the tree for several hours and the Chinese had not yet emerged from the cave. Another soldier shouted at the Indian to keep quiet so as not to reveal their position. The soldier told his colleague not to be afraid, as reinforcements could not get through quickly. Suddenly there was a suspicious noise. The soldier took out his rifle and asked, "Who was there?" The fighters looked to the side and noticed a small animal running along the night road. The soldier said reassuringly that he had just seen a common Chinese pangolin. Suddenly, the soldiers heard something suspicious. One of them turned around and asked who was there. The main character appeared and introduced himself to the enemy soldiers with a mocking intonation. The Indian got scared because Chinese reinforcements had arrived and started shooting. The main character rushed very quickly from the tree to attack the soldiers. The guy, with all his might and a swinging kick, neutralized one sniper. The soldier didn't have time to hold on. He started falling down from the tree. His colleague got scared. Indian soldiers, after hitting the main character, started falling from the tree from top to bottom. One of the falling soldiers screamed in fear before hitting the ground. At this time, strange shots were heard. Bullets flew from the side towards the main character. The main character said that his enemies have a good reaction to the situation. Jan began to very quickly and professionally dodge the bullets flying at him. After this, the main character took out his poisoned needles and began throwing them at the Indians. The shots were heard throughout the area, and the birds immediately flew away in different directions. One of the Indians informed the chief that it seemed that the Chinese had received reinforcements and that they should hide. But the leader of the terrorist group ordered the cave to be blown up so that the soldiers could not escape. However, as soon as the bandit grabbed the flare gun and was about to destroy the entrance to the gorge, Godin immediately shot him in the back, thereby eliminating the threat. The terrified terrorist immediately ordered his soldiers to kill him. The submissive minions immediately opened fire, but were unable to harm Liu, because the main character stuck his miraculous needles into their heads, after which the young master called on Godin to attack the remaining criminals. After a certain time, a mountain of dead Indians decorated the forest thicket. Yunfang, in turn, checked all the locations of the bandits and noticed that there was no one else. Lao shouted into the cave that they had killed all the Indians and that they could come out. Among all the soldiers, Yang noticed the wounded girl and suddenly said her name, Nalan. The girl, in turn, looked at the guy with extreme surprise and said that she was Wei and was Sun's sister. The young man was amazed by such a resemblance and realized that they were actually twins. Worried, Godin asked Fan to provide first aid to the wounded girl. Yun immediately took the young lady aside and sat her down on a rock to examine the wound. He saw that the bullet had flown past, barely grazing the thigh muscles and damaging an artery. In connection with this, the guy asked her to take off her pants to stop the bleeding and perform hemostatic treatment. Wei grabbed her knife without any hesitation and cut her pants. Then she threw her pants aside. Yunfang in turn was surprised. Nalan hurried him to attend to the wound itself and stop the bleeding. Ian started wielding the needle and said that he needed to stitch up the wound, but he had no painkiller, so she would have to be patient. After which the young man stuck 3 needles into the wound and they literally began to smoke. At the same moment, Fan directed magical smoke onto the wound with his hand, and it began to heal. The young lady, in turn, could not withstand such hellish pain and screamed loudly. The The soldiers felt a little uneasy, but they continued to wait for the result. Finally, one of them doubted the doctor's competence and reported it, but the commander urged him to calm down. A couple of minutes later, Jan stitched up the wound, and the soldier thanked the doctor for the help he had provided and said that he would report this to his superiors. Yun asked him to tell him about the Indians and the stolen sharira as a thank you. The commander became wary and asked who he really was and how he knew about the relic. Fan replied that he was an ordinary doctor and a native Chinese. And besides, all these rumors about him were lies. Then the captain said that it was these terrorists who stole the national treasure and the agents killed their second team. Then they let their guard down and were able to drive them into this cave. The young man smiled, realizing that his suspicions were confirmed. Meanwhile, the commander added that Sharira's whereabouts were unknown to him and that the bandits had probably already sent her back to their homeland. However, Jan hastened to calm him down and noted that most likely they were now with the relic in the southern part of the country. After all, mass transportation will attract attention, so they hide in dense forests, and such a place is located near the city of Nanjiang, where there are many forests. The captain agreed with Fan's version. The boy continued to hide his identity and stated that in that case, he would go in search of dragon grass. But as soon as the commander heard about this plant, he hastened to tell him one story. Not long ago, a local farmer explored the front part of Tiger Mountain and discovered dragon grass there. Where the young master went, having reached the cliff edge, Yun sensed the aura of this plant. Believing that it wouldn't take long to get it, Jan could have made it to the southern border. In connection with this, the main character immediately began to go down and saw a shining plant. However, at the same time, he noticed a huge snake that was guarding the flower. The young man abruptly pulled out the grass. Its root was shaped like a dragon, hence the name. And after drinking it, Fan could combine the powers of the meridians to temper his body. But at that moment, a stream of water rushed towards him. A couple of seconds later, a snake of incredible size crawled out, but the guy was not scared. Moreover, the guy knew that the dragon flower was guarded by a spiritual beast, which was a huge snake. The predator, in turn, instantly released a poisonous cloud towards Jan. Yun immediately covered his nose with his hand, but he still managed to get a portion of the poison and his head started spinning, and he forgot to take the antidote. Remembering that dragon grass is also necessary for the evolution of snakes, the young man continued to avoid the blows of the enraged beast and the poisonous fumes. Having waited for the right moment, the cultivator pushed a large stone, but the snake managed to dodge and the boulder shattered into small pieces. Fan understood that the predator's strength was comparable to the spiritual realm of Yin Qi Peak and would likely soon reach Du Qi. The teenager immediately used the talisman to activate the southern sword. A moment later, a huge fire blade appeared in Yunfang's hands, after which, in an incredible manner, he flew up into the sky and hurried to attack the fierce snake. Having delivered a series of lightning-fast blows to the beast, Jan literally riddled the predator with holes. Thus, the snake was chopped into small pieces. Everything burst into flames with magical fire. Because if someone sees this spectacle, the information will spread throughout the country, as a result of which a state of war will be declared. The young cultivator then hurried out of the cave and climbed up the cliff, where with the help of dragon grass he was able to advance in development and improve to the next level. In this way, Fan was able to reach the 4th floor of the 2nd degree Yin Qi. At the same time, the efficiency of cultivation practice increased threefold. Yun was literally covered in veins. Feeling every cell of his body, however, he suddenly became ignited with some kind of dark magic. Jan could not understand what this was connected with and what was really happening to him. A moment later, a 4th grade Jindan golden pill appeared in front of him. Yunfang began to believe that this was the result of breaking through the threshold of the 4th floor of the Yin Qi spiritual realm. After taking a closer look, Yang came to the conclusion that this was, after all, the legendary spiritual seed of the primordial Hongmen. Fan remembered that the capsule was condensing from the heavenly radiance and the great fog, freeing itself from the bonds of the spiritual connection. It was rumored that Hongmen was the first divine tree of Buddha, and its seeds had healing powers. It also activates the body's physical function to the maximum, stimulating rapid cell change and regeneration. And thanks to it, the body becomes much lighter, and the aura is absorbed inside 3 times more effectively, which means Yun will become stronger. But to master the seed in the cultivator's body, a huge amount of spiritual energy of the highest quality is required. The boy believed that if he spent all his spiritual energy using the catalyst, he would be able to transform into a fairy of the 9 heavens, Soon the young master went to Nanjiang in the company of the charming Qiki, who in turn turned out to be extremely picky and made a remark to Jan about his slow driving. Yun would not have contacted her at all if she had not agreed to help him get information about the Indians. Khan noted that very soon he would receive the information he needed about the agents. But for this, the guy had to become her personal driver. After all, a business lady like her cannot travel with scum on public transport. The protagonist smiled and replied that it was a great honor for him to serve her. At that moment, a young girl in a luxury car caught up with them. The young lady busily raised her glasses and, smiling broadly, winked at Yan, noting that he was a good driver. The polite Yunfeng reciprocated her feelings and instantly complimented her. Naturally, the mischievous Tsitsi, in turn, was extremely displeased with the young man's behavior. The girl threw her leg over him and asked if that person was really that beautiful. The stunned fan almost pulled the steering wheel out of surprise and didn't know how to react to this. Meanwhile, the insolent Khan continued to indulge in this behavior, after which she asked who was more beautiful, she or that ill-mannered girl. The teenager did not understand how to correctly answer such a provocative question. Finally, he collected his thoughts and declared that he had in fact married early. Shocked by this turn of events, Tsitsi immediately removed her foot and asked again if he really had a wife. Yun naively believed that everything was over and the girl would finally leave him alone. However, Khan suddenly leaned against him and asked another awkward question. Was she more beautiful than his wife? Then the young lady went completely crazy, as she began to force the guy to call her mistress. But the young master hesitated to answer, realizing the awkward situation she had placed him in. Tsitsi, who had gone completely mad, insisted on her own way again and kicked him. Then Jan called her the most beautiful girl on earth and said that she was much more attractive than his wife. Khan broke into a sly smile and said in a businesslike manner that he should know his place. However, Chi accused him of saying that on purpose to get her to leave him alone, after which she urged him to look at the road to get the necessary information about the Indians. After some time, they finally arrived at the famous Yindu casino. Ian knew that in every city there was someone who at first glance was an ordinary person, but in fact was the head of the mafia, who had an alliance with profitable people in order to get rich and carry out his dirty deeds. But some gangs fail to maintain good relations because someone always wants to get all the power and is ready to do anything. At this time, the mafia boss Hong Tian begged Yun not to bet anymore because he no longer had any money. Cheeky urged Fan to spare him because he had already won 200 million from him. Hong, in turn, understood that if it weren't for the eldest daughter of the Han family, he would have killed him long ago. In connection with this, he offered him 50 million so that the guy would leave his casino alone. But if he refused, then Tian would be forced to sever their ties, which would not reflect well on Miss Qi. The main character tensed up and asked the head of the mafia if he really thought of threatening him. Hong immediately began to deny it and say that the young man had misunderstood him. Then Jan said that he was ready to return the 200 million he had won in exchange for information about some people. This news literally shocked him, and he wondered who Yunfang might be looking for in the southern district. Moreover, if even Qi couldn't help, then he certainly wouldn't find these people, which is what he told him. However, the young man did not think so and assured him that it was only a matter of desire, because he would have to find people from his circle, after which he asked if he by any chance knew where the group of Indians was. The frightened Tian's expression suddenly changed, and he asked a counter-question about how Fan knew about them. Jan urged him to calm down and guaranteed that no one would ever find out who exactly had given out this information. The leader of the bandits began to think, because in fact, not long ago they contacted him so that he would show them the way to retreat. But Hong in turn refused them because no one was going to discuss his reward for help. And from that time on, martial law was declared in the city, and special agents also began to appear. Tian thought that Yun was one of them. The mafia leader nevertheless told Fan that a group of Indians was hiding in an abandoned warehouse near the Ganges River. At that moment, there was an unexpected explosion and the ceiling began to crumble. Hong, scared to death, did not understand what was happening, and Cheeky was also wary. Meanwhile, the Indians were able to break through the back entrance into the casino. They were armed with technologically advanced slingshots with laser sights. The young master ordered everyone to immediately duck, and he himself prepared to clash with the bandits. A moment later, the terrorists again fired fire bullets towards the main character. However, Yunfang blocked them with a magical barrier. Han was surprised by the youth's abilities. Tian literally burst into tears, as he understood perfectly well that they had come for him. One of the Indians called on his accomplice to kill Hun and rob his casino, and his partner happily agreed. But suddenly Jan appeared behind them and asked what they were whispering about, after which he twisted their arms. The frightened terrorists screamed in pain. However, they still managed to pull out their knives and attack Yun. Fan understood that such flexibility was inherent only to Indians, and that they were the ones who possessed the technique of changing bones. The guy put their hands under the daggers in time, and thus they pierced their own hands. The young man then stepped on the bloody bodies of the bandits and ordered them to answer his questions. "Where are the rest?" One of the Indians said that more than 20 people were hiding in abandoned warehouses. Then Jan asked why they didn't leave the country, since they had obtained the coveted sharira. The terrorists noted that they also needed to steal the spiritual artifact Jindan from the Shushan school. Yun was shocked, because this is the Shushan sect, and their pure yang is an antidote to disaster, which is this relic. Fan thought about it, because long before the clan was founded, Zhang Guolao had set out on the path of a heavenly genius and had become one of the immortals. Jindan was the strongest antidote, and sharira had a revitalizing effect. But he didn't know why the Indians needed these two things. The bandit added that the Special Security Bureau sent craftsmen to help them when they found out where they were, and the mountain watcher, Shui Yun, went to look for them. She possessed pure yang, and she was also sent by the leader of the group. The guy never ceased to be surprised, and upon learning that she was still alive, he asked where Shui was. The Indian said that she had settled in the suburbs and had her own villa, which was located 30 kilometers to the northeast. After which the young cultivator dealt lightning strikes to the terrorists, causing them to fall to the ground unconscious. Fan then urged Chi Qi to call the police and hand over the bandits to them, as he urgently needed to leave. The girl, as always, was picky for a long time, and the young man immediately jumped out the window, heading to the outskirts of the city. After all, the teenager was perfectly aware that Jin could also be there. Meanwhile, in the suburbs of Nanjiang, the head disciple of the Shushan sect visited the Xin villa. We asked her if she was still guarding the master while he was meditating, adding that the teacher said that when Sharira's aura got close to them, she would be able to sense her presence. The surprised sister asked a counter question about why her brother mentor had come. Tian smiled and said that after the completion of this operation, he would definitely take her as his wife. The girl reacted extremely negatively and put her peacock blade to his neck, saying that this would not happen. Yun immediately backed away and urged her to calm down, stating that she shouldn't start the meeting with such aggression. We understood perfectly well that a peacock feather was a very dangerous weapon that could kill a person in seconds with its poison. In fact, Tian did not have the goal of marrying her, but this was the only way he could obtain the spiritual treasure. At this moment, the sect leader approached them with Shui and asked why Yun was constantly pursuing Jin. The young lady, in turn, asked a counter question as to why they had also gone out. The evil elder Ji said that they should train hard and not daydream and think about love. Wei apologized for his behavior, but he himself was waiting for the moment when he could eliminate the old man in order to become the leader. He also intended to deal with Shui, who constantly interfered with his affairs. Yun asked Jin to find a secluded place to have a good rest and recover after the battle with the Indians. But the girl said that she was fine, and asked her mentor why the bandits had driven them to the southern borders of the country. Shui said that they could only get a small amount of energy from Sharira, so they targeted Jindan. Ji added that this is why they went to the southern border to preserve the national treasure, and if they do manage to steal the artifact, it will lead to irreversible consequences. The embittered Yun said that she would personally kill them when she saw them, because these impudent people had their eye on the sacred, the Shushan sect. At that moment, a characteristic signal sounded throughout the entire outskirts, and everyone became nervous. The worried clan leader nervously said that someone had already broken in. The disgusting sound grew louder and put great pressure on everyone. The old man urged them to cover their ears, as the magical voice of the heavenly demon could have a detrimental effect on their souls. Inside the villa, something terrible was happening. The building was shaking and everyone was running in different directions. Those who did not manage to run inside the house inevitably began to turn into stone. Suddenly, a giant king cobra appeared near the villa. Silhouettes were visible in the dissipating fog, and the elder asked who they were. A moment later, he saw the spiritual snake-like god of the ghost realm. With him was one of the leading Indian shamans named Kumarajiva. Also present was the ghostly swordsman Kumara, the chief of the three heavenly emperors. They reported that by order of the majestic emperor Vishvakarman, they had come to take away Jindan. Kumara in turn called upon the snake-like god to deal with them within 5 minutes, but the Snake Lord said that it was too long, and that only 3 minutes would be enough for him, after which he blew into his pipe, thereby setting in motion a huge cobra, which began to spray poison. Shui immediately activated the thousand-leaf spiritual sword, and a protective barrier appeared. She then called on the clan leader to eliminate the snake god while she held off the cobra. The elder instantly moved behind him and prepared to attack. However, Kumarajiva came to the rescue in time and blocked Ji's blow. The Indian shaman broke into a sinister smile and said that he was now his rival. The stunned old man could not understand how the monk had withstood his attack so easily, guessing that his power was actually in the 8th floor of the Yin-Chi spiritual realm. Concerned, Shui in turn asked if everything was okay with the head of the sect. But at this time, the snake-like god attacked her again and released his cobra. Yun managed to put out her sword, and the snake grabbed it with its teeth. The teacher understood that it would be difficult to cope with it. At this moment, Jin also did not waste any time and attacked the ghost swordsman. However, she was unable to harm him, as Kumara managed to dodge the blow. Then he grabbed the girl, declaring that she should persuade the head of the clan to freely hand over the relic in exchange for her life. Then Jin suddenly freed one hand and immediately took out the peacock blade, with which she hastened to attack the Indian. The ghostly swordsman knew what kind of weapon it was. The girl meanwhile jumped to the side and naively believed that he was finished. Kumara noted that he did not expect to see such a legendary dagger in the hands of such a fragile girl, but it was not capable of harming him. Jin was shocked by this result and did not understand how this was possible. The Indian said that he would now introduce her to his magic sword, after which he began to read spells, and a dark blade began to form from small stones and leaves, which instantly rushed towards the young warrior. She did not know how to avoid a collision with him. At this time, the young master was running through the forest and suddenly saw a strange glow in the mountains. Shui continued to fight the snake god and his cobra. Suddenly, she used her magical ability and released thousands of blades, which were able to bring down the blade of the ghost swordsman into small pieces. Ji urged the teacher to beware of Kumara's spiritual secret technique, as it could manipulate external objects. The Indian himself understood that the sword skills of the Shushan sect were truly powerful. At that moment, he aimed his ghost blade and was still able to injure Shui. The elder immediately rushed to her aid, but was stopped by Kumarajiva. The monk immediately dealt a crushing blow to the old man, thereby preventing him from helping Yun. The leader of the Shushan clan, in turn, literally flew into the wall and broke through it. The cowardly Wei watched what was happening, hiding in the bushes, and understood that he could not die now. However, he was suddenly overtaken by a snake-like god who declared that he could not escape. Jin, in turn, helped the wounded teacher to rise and asked if she was okay. At that moment, Kumara pointed his ghostly blades at them and ordered them to bring Jindan. Shui said that this would not happen, even if he killed her, but her soul would haunt him forever. The wounded Ji supported his sister and said that 20 years ago they defeated the Brahmins and would not ask for mercy. Kumara decided to talk to Jin after all, and stated that she should think about her future, unlike her old teachers, who clearly have nothing to lose, and if she doesn't tell them where Jindan is, they will die. At this moment, Wei suddenly shouted that he could show this place and tell everything. Naturally, the reaction of the sect leader was negative, and he began to be indignant about this. The snake god declared that they were lucky today and that they would definitely be able to complete the task of Emperor Vishvakarman. Kumarajiva said that he wanted to take away the inner power of the clan head. The ghost swordsman gave the go-ahead for them to kill them and take their power. The Indians were delighted and were already preparing to carry out their plan. However, at that moment, the main character's talisman flew into them, and the snake-like god managed to dodge. But this did not save him, because a moment later a large explosion thundered, which literally riddled the cobra, and its weight crushed its owner. A huge hole appeared in the body of the Brahman shaman Kumarajiva. Yunfang immediately came up behind him and grabbed his head. The monk couldn't do anything. An angry Jan said nervously that he had greatly disappointed him, after which he cold-bloodedly twisted his neck and asked who would be next. The snake god was shocked by the incredible strength of the young man. He sensed the aura of war and the spirit of destruction emanating from him. After all, he was able to defeat the strongest Brahmin monk. He was truly the strongest cultivator. Stunned by Yang's sudden appearance, Jin called out to him and asked what he was doing here. Fan asked in response why every time he met her, she got into trouble. Then he called on her to hide immediately and leave these Indians to him. By demonstrating his power, Yun believed that he could earn the honor of gaining Jin's favor. At that moment, the shocked ghost swordsman said that he had killed his brother, adding that he was obliged to take revenge on him and would tear him to pieces, after which he began to show off his skills. Kumara lifted a huge number of stones into the air and directed them towards Jan. The young master, in turn, instantly used a talisman to create a barrier. This activated a magical shield that absorbed all the damage from the stones flying at it. The main character noted that since he likes throwing stones so much, then he would return everything to him in full. Fan immediately used the flying sword talisman. The snake god didn't understand how such a cultivator with such powerful spells could get here. After combining several spells together, after a couple of seconds the fiery talismans enveloped the Indian's body, after which Yunfang sent the same mountain of magical papers at Kumar, which literally fettered him in his movement, and the ghostly swordsman had no way to escape from the trap. A moment later, all the talismans exploded, causing considerable damage to the Brahman masters. The Shushan sect's teachers were shocked by the boy's overwhelming strength. Among the falling talismans, a wounded Kumara suddenly appeared. He noted that he did not expect to meet such a strong warrior. Fan realized that he had attached the UN power to his body to protect himself from the fire. The phantom swordsman drew his flaming blade and said that it was now his turn to show off his skills. Kumara immediately began to deliver lightning-fast blows, but Ian skillfully dodged them. The Indian also noted that he was the first person in 20 years who had made him nervous. At one point, he was still able to cut Yan, and his cheek immediately began to be eaten away. Jin became nervous and asked if Yunfan was okay. The young cultivator declared that he was fine, and ordered her to remain within the protective barrier. Kumara was pleased with this result, and believed that he would soon gain the upper hand over the young man. Then he rushed into another attack. Fan noticed that his speed had increased. However, Yun still waited for the right moment and suddenly grabbed his hand holding the sword, after which he cut off his second hand. The Brahman warrior screamed loudly from wild pain. Jan, in turn, demanded that he tell him the location of the treasured Sharira, and only then will he think about leaving him alive or at least burying him humanely. The ghost swordsman's reaction was extremely inadequate. He laughed and said that the guy was adorable. Then his face suddenly changed. His eyes shone with dark magic, and a crazy smile did not leave his face. The young master jumped back sharply, realizing that something incomprehensible was happening to him. After a few seconds, Kumara began to increase significantly in size. His disgusting laughter continued to terrify, and suddenly he began to cast spells, after which he instantly flew up into the sky and hurried to use his deadly technique. Ji stated that with this skill, Kumara once destroyed a small country near the Indian border. The frightened Jin urged her brother Yunfang to run away immediately to save themselves. The phantom swordsman in turn ordered them to kneel and beg for mercy. Otherwise, he threatened to wipe the southern part of the country off the face of the earth. However, the main character naturally could not abandon them in trouble, and dealt a crushing blow to Kumara, literally piercing his body. The Indian could not believe his eyes and understand how this was even possible. Lying on the ground with his body riddled with holes, the ghostly swordsman couldn't accept the fact that he had been killed by some teenager. In fact, Yang was able to defeat him by fusing the regeneration seed with the spirit of the primordial spirit. The snake god was horrified by what happened, because the guy killed the emperor's most important henchman. Fan immediately ran up to Jin and asked how she was feeling, saying that he could heal her. In response, the girl joyfully threw herself into his arms. She was happy that everything was fine with him, after which the young master hurried to the Shushan sect's teachers to help them heal from their injuries. Yun gave Ji and Shui Pei Yuan restoration pills, saying that they contained a lot of nourishing true qi. The elder thanked the teenager and ate the capsule, as did the mentor. The effect was not long in coming, and the old man literally felt the incredible result in seconds. Ji thought about how each new generation was superior to the previous one because this boy had dealt with two masters, and the difference between Wei Tian and Yunfan was simply colossal. Yun, in turn, immediately began to ask for forgiveness from the head of the clan and say that he had made a mistake. Shui asked which sect Yang was from so that she could go to his camp and thank the teachers for raising such a strong young man. Fan stated that he was raised by an old man who is now engaged in secular affairs on Mount Mo Yun. The dumbfounded Ji and his teacher asked again if his teacher really was a great traveler. The guy, in turn, was surprised that his grandfather enjoyed such honor, because only the heavenly Tao sect knew about him. And at the same time, he was repeatedly invited to join the clan. But he refused under the pretext of very important matters. At this time, the snake-like god tried to escape while no one was paying attention to him. But as soon as the Brahmin Indian took a step, the protagonist instantly grabbed him. Saying that he wanted to roast him, the snake god burst into tears and began to beg for mercy. But Shui suggested executing him, namely, cutting off his head because he had done too much evil. The Brahmin continued to ask them to let him go, saying that he would mend his ways and take to the righteous path. The snake god couldn't understand why she wanted to kill him so badly. However, Fan said that if they killed him, they would never know where Sharira was. Yan produced a poison sphere and said that only he could do the detoxification. And if he tries to betray them and doesn't tell them where the relic is, his insides will be torn apart in an instant. After which, the young cultivator forcibly stuffed the poisonous essence into his mouth. The snake god said pitifully that he would do everything possible and would not let them down. Then the Brahmin master told that Kumara, before coming to their land, stuffed Sharira right into the belly of the dragon god Luvan. However, after they launched their attack, Imperial Longwang suddenly disappeared. Yunfang was shocked by this news and wondered how this could happen. Soon they set out with the snake god to search for Longwang. Suddenly the Indian said that he felt the breath of the dragon god, which meant he was not far away. Suddenly, a heavy downpour began and the sky began to flash with lightning. Fan said it was an unusual thunderstorm, as if someone was trying to stop a thunderstorm. Ahead of him, on the rock, was Longwang, and suddenly another bolt of lightning struck him. The young master was surprised to see that he had small golden wings. In fact, it was a king cobra, which everyone called the dragon god. The snake was at the level of a heavenly immortal, and spiritual energy was hovering around it, as there was an excess of it in its body. The joyful Indian ran up to her and began to talk as if she were his friend. However, the cobra clearly did not like this and hissed furiously at him, after which she attacked him with her powerful and huge tail, pressing him to the ground. Yun realized that Longwang had advanced in cultivation with the help of the treasured Sharira, and had become even stronger, and probably the snake has already digested the artifact, which makes it impossible to get it out. At this moment, another bolt of lightning pierced the predator's body, which seriously injured Longwang. The Indian began to beg Yan to save the dragon god before it was too late. The extremely surprised protagonist asked if he really had feelings for this beast. Meanwhile, the guy understood that the thunder disaster had caused a lot of injuries to the cobra, and besides, the huge amount of aura could hurt the soul. In this regard, it is necessary to pull the treasured Sharira out of the snake as quickly as possible. The young cultivator instantly used the binding technique and bound Longwang with chains. Then, activating X-ray vision, Fan scanned the beast to find the artifact, after which he delivered a powerful blow to the area of the relic eaten by the cobra. As a result, he was able to knock her out of the body of a huge snake and thus took possession of Sharira, holding the tiny artifact in his hands. Yun wondered why she was causing so much trouble. The joyful Indian said that thanks to the young man, Longwang gained freedom and was even able to break through in his cultivation. At this time, the snake had significantly decreased in size, and Yan began to doubt that it had really advanced in development. However, a moment later, the cobra again acquired gigantic dimensions, and the teenager began to attack it. But the snake-like god urged him not to harm the child and tried in every way to protect Longwang. At that moment, a sword suddenly rushed towards them, but Fan managed to parry the blow. Noticing that someone had been watching them for so long and only now decided to attack, the Yin-Yang sect disciple stated that the energy had merged into one, and it was their duty to eradicate the evil spirit and protect the old foundations. They were members of the Yin-Yang clan, students of Yuliang and Shou with teacher Lin. Zhu urged them to leave Sharira and the flying serpent Tongsha with them in exchange for their lives. He added that a few days ago, Indian secret agents entered the country to steal the artifact. Yun knew that this was one of the strongest sects, on par with the Kunlun and Shushan clans and Nanhai. They also have a large following and their branches are spread throughout the country, although they give preference to wealthy members of the sect. And these Taoists clearly will not hesitate to kill in order to obtain spiritual energy. Shen suddenly declared that he saw no point in talking to them and that they simply had to be killed. Yulian agreed with his brother and said that they would be able to extract many valuable materials from the flying kite. In response, Yunfeng said that he was giving them 3 seconds to change their minds and just leave. Zhu asked him where he got such a brave man from, since in front of him were members of the Yin-Yang clan, which meant he would not live. Suddenly, the warriors flew into the air and pointed their blades towards the teenager. However, the young cultivator continued to remain inactive with complete calm. The terrified snake god shouted that the boy needed to run away. But Fan had a different opinion, and within a couple of seconds he pierced all the warriors with a magic arrow. Thus, all 3 members of the majestic yin-yang sect were defeated. The young master stated in a businesslike manner that it was easier to deal with them than to chop vegetables. The shocked Indian thanked his savior, realizing that without him, he would not have been able to defeat them. After all, even a cobra could not help him in this situation, and the snake god decided to follow him everywhere. Yun, in turn, began to search the fallen warriors, but found nothing of value. Suddenly, his eye caught a bag that was lying on one of the clan's murdered students. After turning it over in his hands, the protagonist finally realized that it was actually a storage bag. He immediately began shaking it out and discovered a low-quality paralysis-inducing dagger. There were also Kinkel energy tablets with torn cowhide shorts, and other various unnecessary items in the form of a toy magic wand. After shaking out every single thing, Yun came to the conclusion that they were extremely poor. Suddenly, the snake-like god called the owner to look at one fascinating thing. It was a pill-making furnace and looked quite unusual. The material it was made of and the spiritual power within it were simply superb. Yang wanted to study it after he took Sharira back to the Xiangtian County Special Security Department. After all the work, the guy started to prepare breakfast for Jin, and he also managed to get the Indian into the sect. A joyful Fan apologized to the girl for the delay and hurried to bring the food. Tsitsi suddenly appeared and asked if she could try too. A stunned Yun asked her how she ended up there and why she came. The puzzled girl said that she decided to visit him and therefore came to him. Then she moved closer to the guy and, breaking into a sly grin, asked if he wasn't happy to see her. Naturally, Yang understood that she was doing all this on purpose in front of Jin. Suddenly, the young lady asked the teenager if she was his friend. Fan replied that it was indeed his friend Han, with whose help he had tracked down the Indians. The young man put porridge on the table and said that Jin should eat it to recover. He noted that if his wife knew about how he was courting another woman, she would give him a merry life. The young master sat her down at the table and called her to have a snack too, thereby trying to shut her mouth. After which he again began to show concern towards Jin, saying that the girl should eat the porridge slowly since it was hot. Han, in turn, only became even more angry, because Yun looked at this girl differently than he looked at her. In connection with this, Tsitsi conceived a dangerous game and began to touch the guy with her foot. The main character almost dropped the juice from his hands, but tried not to show it. At the same time, Han smiled extremely sweetly and glanced at the young cultivator. Jin noticed Yang's flushed face and asked what was wrong with him. The teenager began to make rather awkward excuses and tell the girl to eat the porridge before it got cold. At one point, he got tired of putting up with Han's antics and grabbed her leg. He tried to break free, but all her attempts were in vain. The young lady began to get angry. Fan, in turn, received genuine pleasure from what was happening and decided to teach her a lesson. Suddenly, Yun began to tickle her foot vigorously, and Han laughed loudly. However, for some unknown reason, she suddenly felt pleased. Yunfang enjoyed the moment and smiled maliciously as he looked at the girl. Suddenly, Jin slammed her spoon on the table and declared that she was full. Perplexed, Jan asked why she ate so little, and if she didn't like the porridge, he could cook something else. But following Jin's incomprehensible reaction, there followed a similar one from Siki, who jumped up from her seat and told him to take her home. Fan replied that she had gotten here on her own, which meant she could return back. Khan began to act like an innocent lamb, and said that she was worried about him, and that's why she went looking for him and even sprained her ankle. Naturally, Yun doubted the veracity of her words and told her so. Then, Chi pulled off one of her stockings and showed the bruise on her leg, saying that it was very painful. Jan quickly put a patch of dog skin on her with ointment for pain and swelling, and noted that everything would soon pass. But the restless girl continued to be stubborn and demanded that he take her home immediately. Finally, the young master gave in and asked Jin to wait for him for a while. Of course, the young lady was very upset, which was evident from her sad expression. Meanwhile, at the Grand Hotel in southern Xinjiang, Ming was settling in quite comfortably. Zhueyang ordered the young maiden to feed him grapes, and the young lady was forced to fulfill his every whim. She took one berry into her mouth and slowly brought it to the arrogant young man. However, at a certain point, she dropped the grapes and he didn't like it. In connection with which Min began to drive her away, the girl asked for forgiveness and said that it happened by accident. But Jan's bodyguard instantly grabbed the poor girl and dragged her towards the exit. The inhuman guy also ordered his guards to play with her for a bit and then get rid of her. The girl, in turn, burst into tears and continued to beg for mercy, but this had no effect. One of Xue's subordinates reported that they went to the yin-yang sect because Ling was to become a stepping stone to avenge Yu. But Min said that he himself was to blame for his death, and that his father was drawing premature conclusions. At that moment, a security guard suddenly burst into the office and said in a frightened voice that he had bad news. Shu and his disciples were killed, and the illusory spirit's life rune disintegrated, and his father ordered Yang to return to the capital. Another insisted on going to southern Xinjiang immediately. Min, in turn, asked if they were able to find out who killed them. The bodyguard replied that at this time they were unable to establish the identity of those involved. Then Shu ordered 2 of his men to go and tell that it was Fan who killed the Taoists. After all, Father was so worried that someone from the yin-yang sect did not agree to follow orders, so they should be given another task to add some fire to the fire, so to speak. Meanwhile, the young cultivator finally brought the dissatisfied Chiki home. Knowing how much Khan loved to quarrel, he did not understand why she was silent now, and he asked what the girl was thinking about. Qi claimed he had a wife and was pursuing another in southern Xinjiang. Fan decided to play along with her and said that he was really handsome and no girl could resist him. Khan could not stand it any longer and demanded that he immediately leave the car. Jan got out of the car and smilingly said that he would stay in the city for a couple of days, so he would find her himself. The girl replied that there was no need for that, especially since he was going to visit his girlfriend anyway. Soon the young master caught a taxi and hurried back to his jin. The curious driver suddenly asked him where he was from, since his dialect was different. Yang replied that he was from Shangqin County, and the taxi driver asked again if the guy was from the Han family, since he came from their house. But the young man said that he had nothing to do with them, and was an ordinary person. The driver immediately stepped on the gas and drove off in a completely unknown direction. The main character realized that there was no way back, and he was clearly planning something bad. Assuming that he was taking him to the forest and was going to rob him, Yoon even liked the idea. After some time, the young cultivator asked where he had taken it. However, the driver ignored him, and soon after them, a couple more taxi drivers pulled into the alley. The driver immediately ran out of the car and told his leader that this guy had come out of the Han family's house. The huge giant noted that he had seen a lot of self-confident people in his life, and they all lost their confidence after just a couple of blows with a baton. Then he called on his accomplices to beat up the teenager. But everything turned out exactly the opposite, and after a couple of minutes, most of the criminals were defeated, after which the businesslike Fan approached the beaten bandits and urged them to continue such a fascinating conversation. Suddenly, another enraged taxi driver attacked him from behind with a pipe. Yun easily dodged all of his attacks as if he was mocking him. Then he gave advice that if he wanted to sneak up from behind, he had to behave quietly, because otherwise he would not succeed, after which he dealt him a crushing blow. Thus, Yunfang killed absolutely all the robbers and declared that they were children compared to him. Approaching their leader, Jan stepped on his hand and ordered him to tell why they attacked him. Verzila replied that they believed that he was a relative of the Khan family. Then the young man asked why they needed someone from this family so much. The thug said that he couldn't tell him this because he would be killed on the spot. Fan said that if the guy didn't tell everything as it was, he would kill him. Yun grabbed the knife and added that he had changed his mind and would rather make him an invalid. Then he stuck the dagger into the ground right between the big guy's fingers to make it clear that he wasn't messing around with him. Finally, the criminal agreed to tell the whole truth about this situation. However, it was at that moment that a fatal shot was fired into his head. Jan immediately jumped back, realizing that it was actually a sniper who had done the work. A moment later, several more shots were fired and the bullets hit all the gang members. Fan was shocked by such cruelty and hurried to hide around the corner. After a certain time, he finally approached the bandits and checked their pulse, but they were dead. Yun then went to the sniper's approximate position and began to study the area. He was clearly a professional in his field, because it was practically impossible to get into everyone's heads in such a short time. Returning to the crime scene, Ian continued to wonder what information they could have been killed for. Suddenly, he found the ID of one of the taxi drivers and discovered that he worked for Khan Taxi. It was a Korean company, and he was probably an employee of the Han family. At this time, Chiki lay carefree on her bed and thought about how she managed to fall in love with Fan. But at that moment, she was still furious about his antics and the way he looked at Jin. Suddenly, a maid came to her and told her that a young man named Yunfang was waiting for her. The joyful girl, in turn, hurried to meet her betrothed as expected. Yang was waiting for her in the living room, sipping a cup of tea while Chi was preening. After some time, Han finally came out and apologized for keeping him waiting for so long. She was dressed in a charming dress and asked him what he needed from her in the middle of the night. The guy didn't expect to see her like that and asked again if it was really her. The girl naturally expected such a reaction and asked again what he wanted. The bewildered teenager jumped up from his seat and asked what had happened to her. And why is she dressed like that? And even speaks somehow suspiciously. She immediately boiled over and declared that she had transformed herself for his sake. But he didn't even appreciate it. Fan noted that he now recognizes Han, and even her dress does not make her character different. The girl said that she wanted to become a real lady and that it was her right. But he was clearly overdoing it. In fact, Cheeky decided to transform herself in order to be like Jin, whom he likes so much. Jan said that this outfit and manner of communication did not suit her very well because he liked the one who constantly yells at him. The young lady was shocked by the guy's statement. But the main thing is that he likes her. Extremely pleased, Han sat down in a chair and asked why he was looking for her. Soon they went out for a walk on the street, where the teenager told her everything. He was furious and said that this group of people were working for their competitors. Jan asked what she was going to do. The girl replied that she needed to take him to his grandfather so that he could tell him everything. But Yoon objected, since it would look like she was bringing her fiancé to meet the family. However, the stubborn lady insisted on her own and noted that this was not why they were going there. She also demanded that Fan not dare to say anything unnecessary to the old man. Soon they arrived at Grandfather Chi's house and she knocked on the door, but no one answered. Then she went inside the house, where it was suspiciously quiet. Suddenly Han saw him by the lake, with a fishing rod in his hands. But he remained silent, and the girl asked what was wrong with him. The old man in turn did not speak. Tsitsi suspected something was wrong and said that she had brought her friend. At that moment, the young lady touched his shoulder, and the grandfather suddenly collapsed to the ground. Khan was terribly scared and began to panic. The old man still showed no signs of life. The young master approached him and checked his pulse, then sadly said that there was none. A frightened Chi said that her grandfather had always been healthier than the living and could not have died so easily. It was quite strange because the main character felt a weak flow of spiritual aura. A moment later, the old man jumped up from his seat and knocked the young cultivator to the ground. Then he asked if his granddaughter had really decided to introduce him to her chosen one. Chitsi immediately threw herself into her grandfather's arms and said that she almost believed he was dead. The elder Khan noted that he was actually bored and simply decided to play a joke on the youth, after which the girl hastened to introduce her good friend Yunfang to the old man. The teenager, in turn, rose from the ground and greeted the head of the family. Grandfather immediately counted him, saying that the young man was on the 4th floor of the kingdom. But this was still not enough to marry Chi. The granddaughter immediately said that everything was not like that at all, and that Yan was here to tell one important story. Then she told the old man everything and asked if they had had any conflicts with anyone recently. The grandfather stated that their family behaved extremely restrainedly and never crossed anyone's path. Jan also said that if they needed his help, he was at their service. Khan really saw this boy as a future protector of the family, especially since he had quite strong spiritual energy. The old man noted that Fan was ready to come to their aid without any arrogance, and this was worthy of respect. But the grandfather's fists were itching too much, and he decided to test its strength. The elder Khan instantly threw off his robe and called on the young master to demonstrate his skills, after which he immediately rushed into attack, not hesitating to use his abilities. Yun dodged the blow and asked if the old man really wanted to fight him. A stunned Cheeky called on her grandfather to calm down and stop this immediately. But Khan insisted on his own and continued to deliver a series of devastating attacks. At the same time, he stated that he intended to check whether the young man was worthy of their noble family. The main character, in turn, accepted the challenge and immediately became ablaze with spiritual energy. Then he rushed away from his grandfather, who declared that he ran quite fast. Finally, at a certain moment, Khan caught up with the teenager and delivered another blow. The young cultivator easily blocked it and said that he had left that place on purpose so as not to destroy his house. Grandfather agreed that they would indeed be better off choosing another place to fight. He added that his family had a saying that you shouldn't be polite to an elderly person. He suddenly gained an incredibly muscular form and urged Fan to not stand on ceremony with him. Yun replied that from now on he would not hold back and now the old man would taste true power, after which he hastened to attack him, but did not achieve the desired result. Because grandfather managed to use his supernatural skills, after which Jan literally flew several dozen meters and broke through a couple of stone walls. He had no idea that Khan would be such a strong opponent in this sparring match. Fan was not going to give up and once again attacked the old man, but was again thrown back. The guy was shocked, because he was able to withstand even such a powerful blow, Meanwhile, the grandfather hurried back to the battle and urged Yoon to try harder. However, suddenly Yan shone with a bright light. Han Sr. could not understand what happened. In fact, the teenager managed to break through to the 7th floor of Yin Si. Grandpa was shocked, because in just a few seconds of fighting, he had advanced forward 3 floors. However, he was not going to give up either, and they again clashed. Finally, Khan calmed down and said that his strength was truly impressive. Moreover, he was able to break through 3 floors forward right during the battle, which speaks of his incredible potential. Yang understood that he had used up all his accumulated energy and would have to return to Sanjiang to study Naden. Grandfather continued to praise him and invited him for a cup of sake, saying that he had no idea how talented he was. In response, Fan repeated that if he needed his help, he would do everything possible. After some time, Yoon went to Nanjiang West Railway Station. Naturally, Jin decided to see him off, and they said a heartfelt goodbye to each other. The girl suddenly felt sad. She dreamed that one day she would become stronger and they would go on a journey together. And then they would create an immortal couple of 2 cultivators in love, the thought of which even made the young lady blush. At that moment, Chi came running and became indignant about the fact that he still hadn't deigned to say goodbye to her. Soon Yoon arrived in Sanjiang, where he met Nalan and presented her with the treasured Sharira. Then, of course, the young master hurried to his wife, but there was no one at home. But he found a note from her, where Singh wrote that she went to Japan for work, which was a problem for him, since he needed to concentrate on work and spiritual practice. At the hospital, he was greeted by friendly staff, and nurses literally brought him coffee. However, the main character caught himself thinking that he had never seen this nurse and asked who she was. The girl smiled and replied that she was his personal nurse and would help him with everything. The young lady moved closer to him and asked if he needed milk in his coffee. Fan, in turn, said that he needed to go to the patients and left. The patients were also delighted that the young doctor had returned to the hospital. The nurse began to diffuse the situation in the hallway and asked people not to crowd in the corridor. The male half of the patients naturally could not take their eyes off the charming young lady. The hospital employee, in turn, asked to go to the office of patient number 25. Fan began to thank Dr. Yoon because he was able to cure his cancer and noted that there was no need to worry about ginseng. Another patient invited him to the hotel, and Jan immediately turned to his nurse for help, who instantly found a solution to get rid of a rather intrusive person. Colleagues in the industry, of course, envied the young talent and constantly discussed him. Then an old grandmother came to see him, and after checking her pulse, Fan came to the conclusion that everything was fine with her. The strange woman said that everything was fine with her, but her daughter-in-law was pregnant. At that moment, a young girl with a full belly sat down next to him, and Jan began to measure her pulse. However, when the protagonist examined her, he caught himself thinking that she had a yin fruit. The teenager saw dark chi in her eyes, and the girl grinned extremely disgustingly. Yoon understood that someone had cursed her to create Hun spirits that were immune to the elements of water and fire. Only the masters of the yin-yang sect could do this. Suddenly, the old lady asked him if her daughter-in-law was sick. Jan replied that this child must be gotten rid of, because if she gives birth, the child will have an innate dangerous genetic effect. The grandmother immediately boiled over and called him a charlatan, because her daughter-in-law had been carrying a child for 3 years already and could not lose him, after which he and the girl headed out. But Fan managed to use the blood-sensing talisman to feel the changes within a radius of 50 kilometers, but one thing confused him. In her chest, he did not hear the heartbeat. A few days later, he had urgent matters to attend to again, and he believed that the Yin-Yang clan was planning to massacre the city. At that moment, a police car suddenly pulled up, and Sun got out and asked what he was doing there. The young man replied that he was just out for a walk, and Nalan began to thank him for saving her little sister and invited him to dinner. But Jan refused, because he was in a hurry to see a sick person and in the meantime asked how things were going with the Indians. The captain reported that some of them managed to escape, and therefore she wanted to ask Liban Yuansun for help. Immortal Liban was very strong and could single-handedly deal with 12 heavenly Brahmins. Sun noted that since they were not destined to have lunch, she could take him to the patient. 2 hours later, the young cultivator reached the desired location and noticed that the talisman's spiritual power had disappeared. Lua City was small in size, and Yan believed that it would not be difficult for him to find a pregnant woman. However, when Yunfang came across Huaxia restaurant, he decided to have a good meal first. Having finally eaten his fill, the main character was about to continue his search. But suddenly an unknown girl called out to him. She called herself Pan Weiwei and offered to keep her company. The young doctor was surprised that at such a young age she was engaged in such activities. The teenager reciprocated her feelings and, having given his name, asked her to sit down next to him. The lady immediately declared that if he agreed to be her personal dog, he could get rid of all the problems in the city. Fan stroked her head and said that she was too young and that she should still play with dolls. Pan suddenly remembered how her sick mother stroked her hair and said that soon she would have to take care of herself. At that moment, Wei burst into tears. Yoon did not understand what could have happened, in connection with which, he immediately removed his hand and asked why she was crying. Suddenly, the girl sat closer to him and said that from this day on, he would be her boyfriend. Jan, in turn, began to deny it and say that in fact he had a wife. Pan was upset and Fan decided to treat her to lunch to somehow make amends. Wei grinned mischievously and grabbed the menu, asking if he was sure about this, after which she ordered a huge number of dishes, as if she specifically wanted to ruin him. The bewildered young man wondered if she would be able to eat all of it. But suddenly the restaurant employee announced that they only had fried rice with egg left. The girl smiled sweetly and said that she was just joking, then ordered 2 servings of rice. Pan tried her best to impress Yunfang by using her feminine wiles, but the guy was interested in something else, and he asked if she had seen a pregnant girl in the city. Wei was surprised and asked why he was asking. Then Yan said that he was a doctor and she was his patient. But the girl had not come to the appointment for several days, and he was worried about her. Pan began to digress from the topic, and Fan decided to move to a more effective method. He gave her money. Naturally, the young lady immediately declared that she knew where she lived and would immediately take him there. They approached a certain building from which dark qi emanated, and the clouds above the house suddenly began to thicken. At the same time, a cold wind arose, and the atmosphere was indeed quite gloomy. Yun hurried inside and thanked Wei, saying that he would try to return quickly. But the girl decided to go with him, and also thanked him for his generosity. As soon as they entered the territory, they saw a pregnant woman burying something. Pan called out to Kayun and said that she had brought her a doctor. The girl turned around sharply. The dark qi was still in her eyes. The young man immediately greeted her and said that he was the doctor she had recently seen. Tsai, in turn, suddenly smiled and asked the guests to come into the house. Soon, they went into the living room, where the young doctor began to check her pulse. It was quite strange because Fan felt like the fetus was lacking oxygen, but Tan looked quite healthy. Kayun asked if everything was okay with her. Yun replied that both she and her child were fine. At that moment, a man entered the room and treated the main character to tea. He had an incredibly gloomy aura. Yan stated that he was not healthy, unlike Tang. Suddenly, an enraged grandmother with a crutch ran up to him and once again called him a charlatan. Then she struck. But Fan managed to dodge and the crutch hit the table. The guy urged her to calm down. Unexpectedly, Wei intervened in the scuffle, grabbed a crutch and said that she shouldn't behave like that with the doctor. The woman recognized her as Pan and realized that the teenager had calculated everything by bringing her to their house. The man, in turn, asked the guests for forgiveness and noted that it was a misunderstanding. Yan realized that the source of the dark disease was their bodies, but he did not know how to cure them. Moreover, the level of their gloomy aura was incredibly high, which made the task more difficult. After a certain amount of time, Yoon and Wei hurried out of their home. The man invited Fan to join them for chrysanthemum wine when their baby was born to celebrate the occasion. Their sarcastic and disgusting grins did not leave their faces, and an unfavorable aura continued to hang in the air. However, there was a trace of a hand on Pan's back. Tan said that the girl would only notice it in the evening. Yang, in turn, decided to reward Wei with a talisman, saying that he had underestimated her, adding that this amulet activates the Jade shield and is able to rid her of dark forces. Then the girl happily took the talisman and thanked the teenager. Pan also said that if necessary, he could call her. Fan believed that the amulet could help her overcome the dark aura. Passing by the pond, the young master noticed the reddish water. After dipping his hand into the water, he realized that it was actually human blood, after which the young cultivator began to draw talismans against manic psychosis. He also needed to make an amulet of wisdom. He believed that he would still force them to play by his rules. However, his protective talisman was suddenly activated, meaning Wei was in danger. The main character instantly grabbed several magical amulets and went in search of her. Yun knew that he needed to find her as soon as possible, because the Jade shield wouldn't last long. Meanwhile, the wounded Pan was calling for help. The protective barrier was already running out. A sinister, huge monster stood over her, trying to finish off its victim. However, Yunfang came to the rescue in a very timely manner and literally flew into the monster. A terrified Wei Wei saw her savior and urged Fan to be careful. The boy began to attack the demon with his magical talismans to drive out the evil spirit. A moment later, a huge yin-yang array hung in the night sky, illuminating the city streets. Suddenly, he flew into the monster with lightning speed, thereby causing an explosion. The young man, in turn, immediately ran up to Pan to find out how she was feeling. We informed him that there were corpses and bones lying everywhere, and that the monster had also swallowed her sisters. Yun promised her to deal with this demon. He believed that it was the incarnation of the female fetus, which was capable of killing even the host. The monster suddenly said that the cultivator would not be able to save the girl, and he would swallow her up along with him. At that moment, he began to split into two, his clones flying in the air and eventually surrounding Ian. Yunfang once again resorted to his talismans, and another explosion occurred. In the clearing, smoke, the young man noticed human remains. Then he realized that Kayun was actually burying the bones of her fellow villagers in her yard, and most likely all the residents are already under the influence of the dark aura, which means we need to gather everyone in the mansion and cleanse their flesh. The demon at this point stated that people were killed for the right of rebirth, because this is the highest tribute to the ancestors. But Fan objected, because for reincarnation it is not necessary to sacrifice a huge number of innocent people. The monster invited him to join them to pay tribute to his ancestors. Naturally, the young master hastened to respond with a series of hard blows, after which, with the help of talismans, he summoned huge blades that pierced the monster's body. Thus, half of the body separated from the legs, holding the evil spirit and not giving it the opportunity to attack. Although the young cultivator was able to injure the monster, he spent too much energy in doing so. However, a moment later the monster again used its magical tricks. In connection with this, the main character activated the teleportation amulet, and he and Wei instantly moved to another place. The demon urged him to surrender, since any resistance, in his opinion, was useless. Pan was shocked by the guy's abilities and asked him if he was a Taoist immortal celestial. Jan replied that he was an ordinary person who was passionate about spiritual practice. At this time, a monster literally appeared out of thin air and declared that he would make this girl his puppet, and he will destroy the cultivator, after which he will be able to be reborn with the help of his body. Fan assured him otherwise and hastened to use the dragon's fury talisman, saying that he would now meet his death. Within a couple of seconds, a huge fiery snake appeared and rushed towards the monster. The demon couldn't believe his eyes and asked Yun when he managed to do this. The young man, in turn, ignored his question and ordered the heavenly Sharira to subdue this evil spirit. As a result, the flaming dragon literally swallowed the monster in the blink of an eye. Then he rose into the sky, where a beautiful glow painted the night sky. The city's residents ran out into the streets and, looking at this spectacle, could not understand what it was. Wei Wei was as happy as a child and said that the strongest Yunfang had done it after all. However, this took all his strength, and he literally fell off his feet. Pan decided to take him to the nearest hotel to give him a rest. Wei, in turn, rented the most spacious and expensive room in the establishment, after which, with great effort, she dragged the young doctor to the bedroom and laid him on the bed. But just as the girl was about to kiss her beloved Fan, a bright light suddenly began to emanate from it, and Pan immediately moved away from it. The glow penetrated from the 7th to the 8th floor, as if it were a protective barrier. The next morning, the young master opened his eyes, and at first did not understand where he was. Suddenly, Yun saw Wei lying sleeping on his chest. He wondered why they were here and what happened. At that moment, Sun knocked on their room door and demanded that the door be opened immediately. The main character got scared and began to think about how to explain the current situation. Soon, Yang opened the doors and saw Nalan. The captain was also shocked by his presence. The enraged girl asked if yesterday's battle was his doing, since a strange glow was still emanating from that place. Yun replied that he just came to see his patient. Suddenly, Sun burst into the room, where she found a young lady on the bed and was simply taken aback. Nalan acted harshly. She handcuffed the boy and said that she would get the court to sentence him to death. The young man tried to explain to her, but the angry policewoman did not listen to him. When she arrived at the station, she was told that 54 people had died yesterday, and the Tang family had possibly moved in with their mother-in-law, Wenjing. At this moment, the young cultivator suddenly broke free from the handcuffs, after which he said goodbye to Nalan and said that she should check the microdistrict, and he would look for them in the city. Sun was furious, but she also knew that this was truly the only way out. Fan immediately went to Shu and, posing as one of the parents of the disobedient student, tried to enter the house. Since Wen was an elementary school teacher, the woman kindly invited him into the apartment. Walking into the room, Kayun saw the doctor and dropped the cup of tea from her hands. She asked how he got there. The young man said that she understood perfectly well why he came to her. Tan said that she did not want to run away from him. At that moment, the distraught old woman grabbed a knife and rushed towards Jan. Suddenly, the guy said that it was because of them that people and their relatives suffered, because they were all killed. As a result, they suddenly began to repent and even burst into tears. Kayun said that she was ready to get rid of the child and turn herself in at the police station. Soon they went to the hospital to see Fan. Her husband was very nervous and sat right by the door. Yun noted that it would be difficult to separate the fetus, but her health was not in danger, after which the young doctor began to prick her umbilical cord with a needle in order to release the demon. Suddenly, a monster entered Kayun and declared that he would fail and would kill him. The young man replied that he had sent dozens of innocent people to the next world. The monster immediately activated a magical shield, which Jan tried to pierce with a needle. The demon said that if he died, then she would die too. Fan understood that in this case he would have to play his game, but in doing so, the monster would become stronger. The evil spirit in Kayun's face remarked that he really should be an obedient boy. However, the teenager suddenly threw his needles at her, using the yin-yang technique to take away the dark powers from the evil spirit. But the demon evaded and began calling for help from Tan's husband, saying that the doctor was allegedly pestering her. This was indeed an extremely dirty move from a monster, and Yun understood the situation he was in. The monster then began to tear the clothes off Tsai's body and scream throughout the office that the doctor was forcing her to undress. The husband was furious and tried to break down the door, demanding that Fan stop this immediately. At this time, journalists were interviewing Chief Dr. Chen and suddenly heard screams. Assuming that Dr. Yang was not so white and fluffy, they ran to his office, where the man was trying to break down the door. But the main character continued to use his skills and was not distracted by the hype. The monster, in turn, claimed that he could not defeat him in Kayun's body. After a few seconds, the young cultivator was finally able to absorb the evil spirit. Tang instantly collapsed on the floor, unconscious, but without the inauspicious fruit. The joyful demon noticed that Yunfang's body was much stronger and much better than the frail Kai's. However, with the help of the ability of heavenly virtue, the boy finally eliminated the monster. At that moment, hospital staff, along with reporters and Tan's enraged husband, burst into the office. Chen immediately ran up to his subordinate Fan and asked what had happened. The man grabbed his wife, who was still unconscious, and with tears in his eyes asked Jan the same question. Journalists demanded an explanation from the head doctor and asked what he would do with Yun. Chen assured everyone that he would not ignore this situation. He knew that the young man was not guilty, but he could not answer differently. At this time, a recent patient of the young doctor unexpectedly came in and stated that he was simply doing his job and was not guilty of anything. And everything is completely different from what they imagined. Society began to support her, saying that they just want to know the truth, and after several years of working with him, they can only praise him. Chen said that no one would accuse Dr. Fan without any evidence, and they would definitely find out everything. Meanwhile, the reporters decided to personally ask the guy and began asking their questions. Suddenly, Kayun woke up and everyone abruptly switched to her. Her husband was happy, realizing that everything was fine with her. Tan immediately reported that the doctor was doing his job, and if it weren't for him, she would have died. After which she knelt down and began to thank Fan. But Yang urged her to get up immediately, since it was his duty to save people. The journalist did not understand what was going on at all because just a couple of minutes ago the situation was completely opposite. Chen, in turn, asked reporters not to pester Dr. Yun with questions, especially since the patient had come to her senses. Then the head doctor took the guy away and thanked him once again, and he also insisted that the nurse take care of him. Soon, the young master was taken by ambulance straight to the Yi family's home. The nurse asked if he was sure he didn't need her help to get upstairs, but the main character assured her that he himself was able to walk a couple of steps. Having somehow made it to the bedroom, the young cultivator asked Singh to help him. The frightened wife, in turn, immediately asked what had happened to him. Fan asked her to help him do acupuncture, but Ye said she didn't know how. Then the young man showed her a map with dots, so that she would know exactly where to inject the needles. The girl took the card in her hands and asked again if she needed to do it exactly as it was drawn. The guy answered positively. Singh managed to literally find one point of Jiying on Yan's back and inject a needle there. The teenager had already screamed in wild pain, but the effect was not long in coming. Just a couple of seconds later, Fan jumped out of bed absolutely healthy and full of energy. The surprised wife said that a minute ago he was dying of fatigue, but now he was cheerful and in a good mood. Yoon thanked his wife and gave her a medicinal pill to maintain her balance of power and her beauty. He asked where he got this capsule and whether there would be any side effects. Jan said that she could trust him, and everything would be fine. But as soon as the girl swallowed the pill, she suddenly developed a stomachache. Singh became indignant about this and ran out of the room. Fan could not understand how this could happen. 10 minutes later, the enraged wife returned and nervously asked what kind of nasty thing he had slipped her. But as it turned out, she was making fun of him. And the guy, in turn, looked at her in surprise. He said that this pill was truly a miracle, because her skin became firmer and softer, and the wrinkles disappeared completely. In this regard, the young lady immediately decided to call Ruo-Kyu to keep her company. Gu also had the goal of getting Yoon to talk, and for this purpose she called her girlfriends. However, Fan did not make contact with them, and ignored the lovely ladies in every possible way. Suddenly his phone rang, and the guy hurried to pick it up. It was a nurse calling to say that someone had claimed to be his relative, and that he was badly injured. The young man immediately said goodbye to Ruo-Kyu, and remarked that he would wait until next time to get the medicine, which greatly angered her. The teenager had a bad feeling about the unknown relative, that more trouble was coming. When the nurse arrived at the hospital, she reported that the patient had not been transferred to a private room, so she placed him in the waiting room. Yang was shocked when he saw Yoonhae injured and asked what happened and who injured him. The guy said that Fan was being sought by masters from the Yin-Yang sect, and this also applies to the Zhu clan. The young master began to examine the boy's wounds and noted that he should not have allowed this to happen. Meanwhile, Ming's bodyguards burst into the office and headed towards the doctor. One of them pointed a gun at the protagonist and demanded that he follow them, as Mr. Shu wanted to see him. Unexpectedly, the young cultivator agreed to meet with their leader, stating that it was high time to repay the debt. He then asked Nurse Liu to look after the patients during his absence. A car was already waiting for him on the street, and the big guy kindly invited him to get into the car. A few minutes later, they arrived at a country house in the western suburbs, and Yang assessed the scale of Xue's mansion. Then he walked down the corridor filled with bodyguards to the clan leader's office. Where Qianji and his henchmen were waiting for him, Ming began to be ironic and said that Dr. Yang himself had come to see them. The guy saw the leader of the sect and realized that his strength was actually quite extraordinary. Sun Xue, with a mischievous grin, said that it was very convenient that he came alone. Yunfang, in turn, noted that he was not very hospitable and asked why he invited him. Min suddenly jumped up from his seat and nervously asked if he had killed his younger brother. Fan replied that in fact, it was Mingyu who wanted to kill him, and he was simply defending himself. Yue instantly attacked the young doctor, but Yang managed to block his blow. Min said that his father had been practicing spiritually for 7 years and had been working towards his peak for 30 years. But at the same time, he decided to master his techniques. Yun smiled and said that apparently he had not been very successful in this matter, after which he dealt a series of furious and extremely painful blows to Shu Jr. As a result, the guy literally flew into the column and almost broke through it. The wounded Min continued to smile and ordered his men to deal with him. The bodyguards immediately rushed towards Fan, clearly not with good intentions. However, Jan came to the conclusion that they could still be saved, because the evil spirit had not yet fully taken root in them. The guards, armed with bladed weapons, immediately attacked the teenager, but he somehow miraculously disappeared from the battlefield, and the big guys began to look around. Suddenly, the main character appeared behind them and hurried to attack from behind. A moment later, Yunfang was already standing in front of the Shu family henchmen he had beaten up and declared that they were no match for him. At this moment, old man Qianji jumped up and said that he was overconfident and would pay for it. The young cultivator knew that things were bad, as Shu's pillar of power was released towards the 9th floor. Thus, Yan released the fire dragon, and the clan leader released the ferocious tiger, and they clashed in battle. But suddenly the young man said that he had heard about an elder from the Yin-Yang sect who had arrived from Mount Shu, where the Qi Pavilion was located. A puzzled Qianji urged him to tell him more about it. Then Fan told about 3 masters from the Yin-Yang clan who were engaged in mass murder, and he asked Shu to respond to their actions. But the old man did not believe the teenager and drew his sword, after which he pointed a blade at him and said that none of his subordinates were capable of killing innocent people. The guy continued to say that Elder Chen should be on the side of justice, but they were trying to deceive him. However, the head of the sect still did not believe him. which he loudly shouted. Yun noted that he would have to report this situation to Elder Mo Yunya, and they would soon pay Shu a visit. Jai was literally seething with anger, because this young man allowed himself to make too many statements about the clan, which originates from the great Nanjiang, and their lineage is famous for its 7 greatest cultivators, among them Chunyang and Mo Yunya, and Fan doesn't even have the right to pronounce their names, let alone talk about such things. Ming, in turn, called on Qian to lower his sword, since even his disciple would not dare to speak to him like that. But the old man immediately put him in his place and declared that he himself would decide what to do. Meanwhile, Yang hurried to give Ji the medicinal yuan pill to finally reach an agreement with him. The leader of the Yin-Yang clan couldn't understand why he would give him such a rare capsule, but he felt that the young man was pure in his intentions. Yun in turn showed him the polished yuan pill, created using the power of fire, adding that he had no intention of causing any inconvenience to the elder and his entire sect. Naturally, Chanji was happy that Fan gave him such a treasure for safekeeping and invited him to join his clan. In fact, Shu considered him a fool for parting with such a precious thing so easily, but the young cultivator said that he wanted to discuss one more thing with him. In Luo City, he found more than 10 people who were emitting a strong dark aura and asked what this could be related to. Zai suspected that he intended to blame him for this, but Yang immediately made a reservation. Members of his clan were definitely not involved in this. The old man then stated that the Zuyu Yuhong sect had a luminous mark that was in the sky that evening. Qian then urged Ming to get out of here immediately, as he had no complaints against Yunfang. Soon, Ji left the room, and the young master sat down in a businesslike manner on a chair and declared that Shui had distracted him from important matters. Ming understood perfectly well the situation he was in, since the leader of Yin-Yang had already gone over to the enemy's side, but at the same time he still continued to provoke him in every possible way, calling him a useless cultivator. Fan replied that he would not kill him this time, but he should not tempt fate in order to live longer, adding that they would definitely establish close cooperation with the Shu family. But everything had its time. At this moment, Yun released a blazing fire towards him. Ming understood that he could not defeat Yang now. In connection with this, he hastened to call and inform the Lord about everything, but suddenly realized that this would only anger him. Fan couldn't understand why his hands suddenly started shaking, and he lost so much energy. Meanwhile, Chanji returned to the clan camp, where all the disciples immediately ran out to greet him. One of them asked if this bastard had accused them of some unpleasant actions again. But the old man said that from that day on they shouldn't provoke Yun, since he had connections with the Yunyi clan. And he also gave him a valuable thing. A Yin-Yang sect henchman asked if Ji was really going to go to Mo, since no one had come to see him for several years. Yu said that he had some urgent business to attend to, and so he would go to Yunyi today. A few days ago, Qian explained to his subordinates that Mo was extremely intelligent and like a heavenly ruler. Then, the unthinkable happened in the abode of Buddha, namely in the camp of the learned men of Buddhism, where in the abode of Buddha, a majestic monk named Tami Tsaitian meditated for centuries. Unexpectedly, Li Jingyuan came to him and tried to explain that his people did not need problems. However, the conversation did not go well and Tami accused Li of lying, while Saitian felt how strong Jing was. Yuan, in turn, did not stand on ceremony with him and immediately began to act. Tammy said that he was forced to unleash on him all the fire that had been hidden inside him for so many years. Jing Yuan began to use his abilities in battle with a Buddhist monk. Saidian recognized his technique as a sword of power and did not understand when Li had mastered it. The master said that this blade was the property of the Huayaxia clan, and now he would see it in action. Tammy, in turn, tried to use a magic shield to repel Jing's attack. However, this did not save him, and a few seconds later, the defeated Kai lay on the ground. Then Li decided to destroy the mountain with his sword, which towered over the abode of Buddha. He immediately struck the rock with a powerful blow, causing cracks to appear. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Yunhei demanded that they find Yunfang urgently, as he needed to talk to him. But Liu urged him to calm down and asked him to wait until the doctor returned. At that moment, the main character came into his room and said that he was already free. The nurse immediately left the room and informed Ian that she would be nearby. At this time, he was indignant that the young cultivator had gone to Ming alone, but Fan assured him that he had already resolved the issue with him, and that there was no need to expect any trouble from him for now. Yunhei also noted that the master's birthday was in a couple of months, and he asked Yun to take his wife with him. The young doctor said that he would definitely tell his grandfather about this and come to the anniversary, after which the teenager covered him with a blanket and said that he would cure him, and that Yan also needed to prepare wisdom pills, which is what he actually started doing with the help of his unique stove. After preparation, he found that it was of the highest quality, as evidenced by the purple color of the capsule. As soon as the young master swallowed the pill, the effect was not long in coming. Yunfang wanted to test the power of this pill so that it could replenish his strength. But suddenly the young cultivator felt the presence of an outsider. The guy instantly went to the window and saw traces of dark energy that was floating in the air. Believing that the trail led to the escalator, he went there, where he unexpectedly saw Sun. The young man tried to hide, but Nolan managed to notice him and urged him not to run away from her. The girl asked him what he was planning and why he was walking around in the middle of the night. Then Yun said that he noticed the same glow in Xiangjiang as in Luo City. The captain was delighted and said that she was also tracking this glow and invited him to cooperate with her. Sun said that 4 deaths occurred overnight. The cause was heart attacks, but a dark aura emanated from all the bodies. And today a 5th corpse appeared. Unexpectedly, Yan pushed Nalan to the side, and immediately 2 iron and huge nails landed in the ground. Obviously, it was an assassination attempt. The frightened police officer said that there was someone in the tree. At that very moment, an unknown girl in dark clothes jumped down on them from above. The young man urged Sun not to interfere and said that he would personally deal with the uninvited guest. The assassin immediately rushed to attack, but Yun managed to activate the magic shield in time. As a result, the young lady was instantly thrown to the side, receiving significant damage, after which she tried to escape, but the main character grabbed her hand. Then the unknown criminal spat another batch of sharp nails at him. Fan, in turn, managed to dodge, but one of the sharp nails hit him in the hand. Nalan immediately jumped up from her seat and took out her pistol, then aimed it at the attacker. But the extremely dexterous and fast killer disappeared in an unknown direction. The police captain nervously shouted at the teenager that she was going to run away. The boy bandaged his wound and noticed that she had used a talisman, so Sun would not have been able to hit her. Yun then picked up one of the nails and guessed that the weapon was actually hidden inside it. Jan understood that this was a serious opponent and he needed to prepare well for it. In connection with this, Fan said that he would examine these nails and urged Sun to be extremely careful. And after a certain amount of time, Nalan called him and informed him that the attacker had been caught. She turns out to be a mercenary from the ghost clan named Li Ye, and she is the only suspect. The young doctor immediately went to the designated Shuiqiao Street, number 3, near the Ping'an Private Hospital, where in the bushes she kept an eye on her charges, who, under the guise of ordinary customers, followed to the clinic. There was also an informant around the corner. He said that Li Ye had carried out the operation and was still there. And inside Ping'an, there is a doctor with his nurses, and there are also 2 escape routes. Yun suggested that Nalan pretend to be a doctor and a nurse, and he asked her to go to the main entrance first, waiting for one of the nurses to come outside to take out the trash. The young cultivator followed her and suddenly grabbed her, telling her to be quiet, because they are here with the police on a very important matter and she should not be afraid. However, when the girl was moving back, she accidentally caught a tin can, creating a characteristic sound. The wounded Li instantly jumped up from the operating table, realizing that someone was there. The killer immediately disconnected the catheters from her hands and tried to escape through the window. But at the very last moment, Sun pointed a gun at her and ordered her not to move. Outside, the mercenary found several armed police officers, but somehow, miraculously, she managed to knock the gun out of Nalan's hands, after which she took her hostage and demanded that everyone put down their weapons, otherwise she would kill the captain. The police did not know what to do and were in no hurry to fulfill her demands. Sun advised her not to do anything stupid, as there were police officers all along the street and she couldn't escape anyway. But she can't fly, so it's better for her to give up. But suddenly Li said that Nalan was wrong. A moment later, Yi jumped out of the window with the police captain and said that nothing would happen to her for killing people. Then they literally flew into the crowd of police officers and rushed forward. The main character, in turn, immediately used a flying sword, which headed after Li. As a result, the blade pierced the mercenary's body with a lightning-fast blow. The frightened Nalan continued to fly down and call for help. It seemed to her that this was the end. However, the young master arrived in time and caught her, thereby saving her life. At the same time, Yun was still wondering why a dark aura was coming from Ghost Ye. After searching it, he found something similar to his pill-making furnace, but in fact it was a royal tripod. The teenager was surprised. Evil spirits began to emerge from this object, and the guy was enlightened This is the heart of the dark soul yin. Despite its detrimental effects, this substance is capable of curing most cancer patients. An enraged Li asked the young man who he was, and Fan replied that it didn't matter and that the law would soon deal with her. However, Ye suddenly smiled and said that she would easily escape punishment. But Yunfang said that she was not that good and would definitely not be able to escape this time. At this point, Sun suddenly began asking to become Yang's student. Even though she already had a teacher in Zhen, the guy noted that she was not even a monk or a cultivator, and therefore Mo would not let her into the Buddhist monastery. But Naylin insisted on her own and asked to teach her one technique so that she could then teach it to her subordinates. Suddenly, Fan found himself thinking that it wasn't such a bad idea to have such a student. At this time, an officer approached her and the girl reacted extremely negatively to him, saying that he should be involved in the arrest. By evening, Yun returned home, where he began to transform the dark energy of the yin soul into light. The disgusting evil spirits in turn instantly began to hover in the air. After quite a long time, the guy finally achieved the desired result. Next, it was necessary to wait a day for the yin soul to prepare a cure for cancer. The next day at the hospital, Jan rushed to tell the patient that he could partially cure him of cancer. Naturally, the patient showed a wild desire to try his luck. The doctor noted that this was not a simple process. A couple of hours later, the nurse informed Fan that the operating room was ready. The guy turned around and suddenly noticed the crowd at the door. Liu explained that these were people who wanted to see the treatment process, because everyone knew what a specialist he was, and that he took on even advanced cases of cancer. Among them were also many journalists who simply bombarded him with their questions. Jan replied that there was no time for an interview now, and moreover, they would now see everything for themselves. In fact, Fan needed to refine a few things, as the medicine using dark aura could be dangerous. After which, the young doctor began to carefully stick needles into the patient's head. The young healer then called his anesthesiologist to prepare for the anesthesia. Yun also began to use the purified souls from the magic tripod. A moment later, the spirits flew into the patient's head. Everything went according to the young man's plan. Yan asked Liu to monitor the patient's indicators while he used the silver needle. Over the next few minutes, the teenager performed acupuncture. Suddenly, the nurse said that the blood pressure had risen sharply. The assistant panicked and urged Fan to hurry, as the cardiopulmonary system might not be able to withstand it. However, the main character asked them to calm down and proceed directly to the operation itself. Liu reported that her heartbeat had stabilized and her blood pressure had returned to normal. After a short period of time, the operation was finally over, and all that was left was to put in a couple of stitches. An extremely tired Yunfang walked out of the operating room where reporters were waiting for him. They asked him how the operation had ended and whether the patient had regained consciousness. At that moment, the head physician came out and asked to give the doctor at least a little rest. Yang, in turn, informed CEO Li that the operation had been successful, but that it was extremely unusual. Everyone froze in place, trying to understand what exactly he meant by the word unusual. Meanwhile, Yun added that fortunately, all the cancer cells were removed. The assistant confirmed the doctor's words and stated that he had examined the patient and that he was completely fine. Everyone present was literally shocked by the abilities of the young talent. One of the doctors asked Fan to teach him how to treat cancer, but the guy said that not everyone can do it. At this time, the head of health named Lin Guodong approached him and said that this was a miracle and he was ready to cooperate. Jan immediately stated that they had one problem in the hospital. Namely, they didn't have the drugs ringgit 2 and 5. Lin happily volunteered to help and said that he would be happy to take care of this issue. Godin also invited him to dinner and said that the whole country would soon learn about this miracle. Fan understood that the responsibility of treating cancer rested on the shoulders of the director, so it would be easier for him to study other drugs. At that moment, a delegation of doctors from the First State Hospital entered his office. The head physician asked the young man if he could really succeed in treating cancer ringgit Malaysia 2 and 5. Yun replied that he had finished the theoretical part and all that was left was to secure the support of the experimental department. The head of the state hospital said that at this rate, the drug would make a huge breakthrough in medicine, and he is just interested in promoting this project. So of course he agreed to help the young talent in everything. However, at the same time, it seemed to Jan that such an excellent medical future seemed to lull his vigilance. After all, nothing has happened in the storage facility for so many years, and even he, with his talent, is useless here. After a hard day's work, the young master still could not fall asleep. There was an incomprehensible anxiety in his soul. At that moment, Sing suddenly came to him and muttered something inaudibly. The puzzled protagonist asked what had happened and why she looked so depressed. The girl hesitantly said that there was a problem. At that moment, Fan heard noise from the street. He went to the window to see what was happening and saw a huge crowd outside his house, most of whom were young girls. They asked to sell them a prescription for medicine. The shocked guy asked his wife when it started. Said that she just wanted to discuss it. The thing is that she posted a photo on the internet with a caption that Jan supposedly has a wrinkle remover. The boy was horrified and did not understand why they fell for it. Sing stated, because he was a doctor. Yunfang was at a loss and didn't know what to do now, but Ye had one option. The girl asked if he could still make this whitening product. After all, he himself said that he practices ancient Taoist medicine and this medicine is there. Suddenly, it dawned on the young cultivator that there was an ancient recipe. Sing, in turn, happily volunteered to help him create this drug, but Fan assured her that he could handle it himself, since it might be too difficult a task for her. Quite unexpectedly, the young lady kissed the main character. The guy did not expect such a turn of events, after which she said that she believed in her husband and that he would definitely succeed. Ian smiled and replied that she apparently thought too highly of him. He then went to work creating a whitening agent using a pill oven, and literally a few minutes later, the joyful man hurried to his wife with the medicine. He was delighted with her child prodigy and asked if it was really the same drug. Yun then told her about an imperial concubine of Zetian named Luo Shengsan, who at 80 years old looked 20. And all because she used this very product to soften her skin. Sing was surprised. The guy smiled and noted that she was incredibly lucky, because he could prepare this drug at any time. The girl asked how to use it. Fan said that she just needed to put it in the water when she took a bath. The happy wife snatched the bleaching agent from his hands and ran to try it. The young master noticed that she was actually an extremely cunning woman. Meanwhile, the screams of the crazed girls on the street did not subside. They demanded this drug. At this time, Sing was already taking a bath and was delighted with the pleasant smell of the skin softener. And after just half an hour, she saw a wonderful effect. Her skin was smooth and without a single wrinkle. In connection with this, she decided to pour a little bit into her flask for testing in company. After all, if the test really does pass, the girls will be in seventh heaven. Soon, went to the laboratory, where the professor was simply shocked by the results of the study. The young lady could not wait long and was eager to know what Dr. Shu thought about it. The delighted professor said that the test results were simply incredible and that whoever developed the drug was clearly a professional. The girl asked how strong this whitening product was. Shu replied that if it were introduced into a cosmetic formula, it would be an incredible demand among women, and then their company will be able to instantly get rich because the entire beautiful female half of the population will buy it. Sing had even begun to imagine how she had become famous all over the world and was bathing in money. Dr. Shu in turn asked who the author of this work was. Ye proudly answered, Yunfang. The professor was shocked by this news since he was a divine doctor, and now he was also developing cosmetics. Meanwhile, in Mangshan, a mercenary brought bad news to his patron and said that the source of his sister's soul had died out. Also, the rumors that Fan was using the energy of the flying sword talisman were confirmed, and the dark soul of Yin Yang absorbed his sister. Ye Xiao said that this traitor Yang was responsible for the death of his younger sister's soul. The mercenary also informed Li that Yun had discovered a huge amount of materials, including 1,000-year-old ginseng. The Western sect master was surprised that he was able to find Dongfu's legacy, realizing that this youth was truly talented, after which the clan leader immediately called his subordinates, Mansha and Ko Wan, to him. Li's charges immediately entered the room and asked what exactly they needed to do. Ye Xiao in turn handed them the 100 Ghost Banner, which was an evolution in the entire spiritual practice of the Ghost Clan. He then gave them a photo of Yang and ordered them to set up banners in Xiangjiang, not far from Fan itself. At this time, the snake god reported the work he had done to Yun, saying that he had caught a scaly eel while he was in Donghai, after which he released a huge, beautiful, scaly snake from the bag. The boy asked him to go about his business while he practiced controlling the imperial eel. Signifying the passing of the storm, Fan released the magical power contained within the royal tripod, after which Yan crushed the pill and placed it in the miraculous device. He ate the other one, because he knew that Sharira could increase his power to the level of the masters of the Celestial Empire and even to the top of the Air Kingdom. The result, as always, was not long in coming. Yun felt changes in his body. Meanwhile, the Hongmeng spirit seed actually began to gradually grow and take root. It turned out that there was no need to follow any laws, as some masters claimed. In fact, a minority of the monks used the laws of power, and the young man was instantly enveloped in magical qi. He also needed to train hard so that his power would increase sixfold in the future. At this moment, a snake-like god suddenly ran in and said that Madame Ye was in big trouble. At this time, the Yeseo mercenaries from the Western sect were already heading out on a mission. Sha asked Ko if she knew Yunfang's whereabouts. Yuan replied that he was a famous doctor, so it would be easy to find him. The girl then handed him a replenishing pill, which Man quickly ate. However, this didn't seem enough to him, and he asked Ko for another portion of pills. Win gave him another bottle of energy-restoring capsules. Sha suspected that the merchant had sold them the wrong thing, as their taste was very different. The girl noted that Fan had become much stronger, and therefore they really needed to prepare well for the meeting. Seeing Sing's car on the horizon, Man urged Ko to speed up, after which she went out onto the road and tried to stop Yi's car, which was flying at high speed. But Yan's wife didn't have time to brake and simply hit Yuan, who subsequently flew off to the side. Sing was shocked by this event and thought that she had killed the young lady. She immediately ran out of the car and called out to the victim, offering to take her to the hospital. The bloodied mercenary suddenly jumped up from her seat and declared that she would have to go with them, adding that Yun would definitely not miss such a beauty and would look for her. The perplexed Ye asked who they were. Realizing that she had no other choice, Sing began to chant the spell. Ko was shocked by the young girl's knowledge and urged Sha to stop her, but Yi managed to attack them with a magical flying blade, something the mercenaries didn't expect. Yan said that it would take more than a month to create a spell like this, and she would also like to learn it. Then Ko pointed her swords at Sing and said she would make a small cut. The girl began to call for help from Yan. Sha, in turn, noted that Fan would definitely not be able to help her now, and therefore there was no point in shouting, in which he was greatly mistaken, because a moment later Yun appeared and dealt a crushing blow to the mercenary. Man was shocked by this outcome and did not know what to do. He was also in no hurry to rush into battle. The young master covered his beloved wife with his body and declared that she had nothing to worry about. At this moment, the main character remembered the situation with the spy and thought, because he had already seen these people somewhere, the wounded Yuan realized that they couldn't defeat this cultivator, and it was better to retreat. Sha naturally agreed with her and urged her to return to base immediately. As a result, they ran in different directions using the skill of fast running. However, this did not stop the enraged doctor, who threw a dragon statue after Ko. At that moment, Yi fell to the ground and screamed that her leg hurt a lot. After examining her leg, Yunfang discovered that the yin nail on her ankle was poisoned with a deadly poison. Yin immediately grabbed Sing and said that he would take her home where he would cure her. Meanwhile, Man and Yuan were recovering from their injuries. Ko noted that this guy was quite strong, but she would definitely take revenge on him. Smoking a cigarette, her partner sadly said that they had failed the mission. But the girl did not agree with him and said that she would send John Yuan and he would definitely take care of him. Joyful Sha said that then they should hurry to implement this idea. Meanwhile, the young cultivator took his beloved to the basement, where he began treatment. He said that she was very ill. Yun urged her not to worry, as he could neutralize the poison with the silver needle. Then Fan stuck several needles around the wound, thus creating a magical chain between them, after which he directed the silver needle straight into the poisoned area and pierced the tumor on his leg. The girl screamed loudly from the unbearable pain, and the young man tried to calm her down. Jan noted that everything was already over and now she needed to rest, and after sleep she would get better. Ye clung to him and thanked him for his help, but this didn't seem enough to Yun, and he suddenly asked her for a kiss, because thanks alone won't fill your belly. Then Sing smiled and finally kissed her savior. The guy blushed. Overjoyed, Fan announced that he was going to cook her something delicious to lift her spirits. And while our hero was preparing a delicious dinner for his beauty, Yi managed to wake up. She felt so light and airy after sleeping and was able to gain strength. Suddenly, the girl discovered a rather strange dirt on herself in large quantities. The young lady immediately followed to the bathroom to wash herself thoroughly, after which she went into the kitchen, where an incredibly delicious smell was in the air, and she asked what he had cooked. A joyful Yunfang met her with the dish already prepared and noticed that she had an extremely sensitive sense of smell. Then he showed 2 omelets, one with vegetables. The other was considered, in his opinion, royal, but they looked the same. Soon they sat down to dinner, and Yi said that when she woke up she was covered in sticky mud. Yun assured that in this way she simply got rid of unnecessary impurities in her body and mind, and Sing also improved. The girl immediately began to ask him to teach her how to manage her chi energy and further improve herself. Fan agreed to teach her, but first it was necessary to evaluate her energy attribute. He asked Ye to dip her hands in water. The young wife filled a bowl with water and put her hand in it, asking what the energy attribute was. Yang explained that it was a gift from the 5 elements in which the chi energy was awakened, and each alchemist progressed according to the attribute developed. At this moment, the water in the bowl began to turn into ice, and some kind of reaction occurred. Yun was surprised. After all, water is the most powerful element of all, which means that the attribute of Sing is the transformation of water. Extremely interested, Yi asked how she could develop this ability. The young master gave her the book Piao Tiangu. In order to learn the unique ice techniques, it was also necessary to train a lot. Soon, Yunfang showed her exactly how to cultivate, which the girl began to do. Meanwhile, in the capital, the monk Jingyuan met with Master Xu. Li invited him to join him and play chess, and Ye happily agreed. The yin-yang sect master noticed that all the people were looking at him like mice looking at a cat. At that moment, a subordinate suddenly ran up to him and reported a 3rd-level alarm. Jing asked if the werewolves from Donghai wanted to cause an earthquake again. But the attendant said that a monk had been found in Sanjiang who was violating discipline and was using civilians like cattle. An angry Li, in turn, asked what the name of this scoundrel was. The master's protege said that his name was Yunfang, and Master Xu was shocked by this news. He couldn't even imagine that the boy already possessed such skill, because he had been waiting for this all his life. The Yin-Yang clan's henchmen asked Jing Yuan how they should deal with this man. Li ordered that Cubing be sent to the Xinjiang Ancestral Temple, and that the Emperor's warriors be brought in to resolve the issue. A few days later, Shu led the young master of the Snake God to the Baoshan Mountains, which were located in the western district of Xianjiang. However, Chang suddenly got lost, and looking around said that he thought it was here. An angry Yun kicked him and said that he had spent his entire childhood here, and now he had led him to God knows where. After all, this is some kind of cemetery. The main character was simply furious, and for a long time he accused Shu of being useless. But suddenly the snake-like god said that they blocked the road. At one of the graves where the sacrifice took place, there was a huge number of imperial troops. Noticing them, one of the guards sternly declared that this road was closed to them. Chang had already rolled up his sleeves and said in response that they were breaking the law, because it was not their property to tell them what to do. The warrior leader repeated again that this was not up for discussion, and if they did not leave here, the consequences would be dire. At this moment, a young cultivator intervened and said that they had no right to block their path. Suddenly, the old man Li and his son, Cubing, who was one of the emperor's main warriors, approached them. Yunfang then stated his name and demanded that they let them through immediately. The dumbfounded Bin asked the young man again if he was really that healer from Xianjiang. Shu, in turn, noted that it would be better for them to let such a famous doctor pass. Lai considered himself extremely lucky, as the order to investigate Yang's affairs had only just arrived yesterday. However, at this time the old man suddenly became ill and began foaming at the mouth. A doctor immediately ran up to him with a syringe and said that he would give him an injection and he would feel better. But the main character was against such reckless treatment and immediately knocked the syringe out of his hands. Cuban was extremely surprised by the young master's incredible abilities, because he appeared next to him in a split second. Fan noted that the doctor doesn't even know what the old man is sick with, but already wants to inject him with a neuroleptic, adding that he could die from improper treatment or the disease could progress. But Li urged Yun to immediately stop this circus, as he knew about his experiments on people. The guy replied that if he insisted so much, then let his simple-minded doctor treat the old man. At that moment, Liu injected Cuban's father with a neuroleptic, because he had been taking this medicine for 30 years. As a result, after just a few seconds, the old man collapsed to the ground unconscious. The shocked son ran up to him and did not understand how this could have happened. Ting in turn called on Fan to leave here, but suddenly Bin called out to them. He literally began to beg the young doctor to help his father and cure the old man. Ian immediately responded by asking how to heal him if he didn't trust him. Cuban understood that he had put himself in an extremely disadvantageous position. Suddenly, an unknown elder appeared to whom everyone paid attention. It was Fei Huangzhen from Penlai Temple. He didn't expect to see so many of the Emperor's warriors here. The leader of the warrior unit recognized the old man and asked him to help his father. Fei Huang asked to be shown Li immediately, because every second counted now. Xu again called on Fan to leave, but Yun stated that this elder had great power and he wanted to see it in action. Jen looked at him sadly. Bin was already beginning to understand that things were bad for them. Then the old man said that at that moment fire and cold were fighting within his father. In other words, you need to use cold medicine, but even that won't save him. Cuban could not come to terms with this and immediately asked the young master for help. Jan, in turn, agreed and said that saving and healing is the duty of a true healer. Elder Fei couldn't believe that the young man would be able to heal Bin's father. The protagonist immediately used his magic needles, which subsequently pierced the old man's head and hands, after which they began to shine brightly. Jen didn't understand how this was possible because he could kill Li with the needles, but at the same time he was maintaining his life force. In this regard, Huang asked Qubing who this guy was, and the commander of the Imperial Warriors said that he was a healer from Xinjiang. After some time, the old man finally came back to life and Fan sat him down in a wheelchair. Fei Huang couldn't believe that he would meet such a high-class healer in his lifetime. A stunned Bin began to thank the young talent and declared that his method of treatment was truly incredible, after which Li gave him a jade figurine of disappearance so that he would not get into such situations again. Yun thanked him in return and noted that as soon as he was in the capital, he would visit him. Then they said goodbye and each went his own way. Chubin hurried back to the city to report. The young cultivator in turn called Chiang and Sheiyu to go to the site. However, the elder from Penlai asked Yunfang to stay for a while. The puzzled teenager and Shu asked what he wanted from them. Jen then told him that a few days ago he had lost the sacred eel that he had fed for hundreds of years. Yan was shocked by what he heard and realized that she had actually found someone else's energy. Fei asked them to spread the word about his missing pet in Xiangjiang. The boy replied that they were monks of Moyun and had come here on their own. The elder was horrified when he realized that they were Yunya's minions. Huan immediately bowed and said that in that case he dared not detain them any longer. After he finally left, Fan urged everyone to continue searching for the medicinal field. But Yu suddenly began to apologize to him because he did not know that this fish was a stranger. Yun urged him to calm down. Suddenly he remembered that his grandfather had an anniversary in a couple of days, and they needed to get back to Donghai in time. Soon the young master arrived in Yangjiakunluo. It was a beautiful city, and the young cultivator had not been here for more than 10 years. He walked the streets feeling nostalgic. At that moment, she came out to meet him. Yang noted that his grandfather was a nice old man and knew his business. Meanwhile, the head of the Donghai merchant community, named Yang Bojin, visited grandfather. A few minutes later, the main character entered the house. Naturally, everyone was happy about his arrival. The old man was happier than the others and asked his grandson for help, since he had offended someone. Yu immediately drew his blade and said that he would personally cut off the head of the one who had offended his master's relative. The teenager instantly calmed Yunhei and Shi down, and then asked the old man what had happened. Bojin said that over the past 2 years, the Yang family has been looking to develop their business in eastern China, and it is connected to Jinshe. Everything was going well, but suddenly, Zhang's son became very ill and he stepped away from business. And the grandfather sent them a golden elixir that can bring a person back to life. The boy recovered, but instead of showing gratitude, Genshi broke off cooperation and accused the old man of deception, saying that the medicine had not neutralized the poison. Then they even declared that it was their own elixir and began to get rich by selling it. And if Yang cured Zhang's son, then everything would be solved. Fan agreed to help and asked Yunhei to buy 1 bottle of this miraculous elixir. After a certain amount of time, he provided Yun with their family's medicine and the Huichintong elixir. The young man stated that the pill was capable of lowering the temperature and removing poison from the body, but only a cultivator could activate it. Bojin was shocked, because it turned out that the Zui family was related to the yin-yang cultivators. Then Fan suggested buying Huichintong and selling the medicine to anger the old man. And then he would deal with the Zhui family and their medicine. Everyone present had only one question. What kind of medicine was he going to sell? Yun showed them a poster that said something about a love potion. He, in turn, appreciated his clever move and said that this was the ideal option. Yang added that in order to completely defeat the Zhu family, pills that strengthen the spirit and heart were needed. After some time, this capsule already appeared on the market where it was sold for 100 wen. Meanwhile, in Huichenhutan, where the Yin-Yang school was located, teacher Gu Da was having a good time. However, at that moment, a worried manager Jai burst in and said that they had problems. The mentor urged him to calm down immediately and tell what had happened. Su explained that the doctor from the Yang family had returned home and was buying up all the new drugs from Baohetang. But Gu said that he had been creating this medicine for several decades and would make another fake in a moment, so there was no need to worry. This gave Jade confidence, who said that this time they would wipe the Yang family off the face of the earth. The next day, people crowded around the pavilions, intending to get their hands on the precious medicine. Everyone had their own reasons for acquiring magic pills. Xue went out onto the balcony and called on everyone to line up and buy only one pill each. Jai naively believed that he would soon become rich and that their competitors would go bankrupt. Bojin didn't understand why there were so many people, but Fang said that for the sick, it was like finding water in the desert. Suddenly, in the resulting crush, one old man lost consciousness and his daughter began calling for help. People suggested that he might be having a heart attack or stroke and that they needed to call an ambulance. But the young master decided to personally find out what was going on and went to the victim. But he ran into an inadequate reaction from the girl. She said that he would be in trouble if her father died. Yun immediately calmed her down and ordered she to immediately bring the heart pill with water, after which the snake-like god lifted the old man up and helped him take the capsule. A moment later, the grandfather stood up on his own feet, and everyone was shocked by this result. The joyful old man said that his heart no longer hurt, which had tormented him for so many years. Jan noted that it would be better for him to be examined in the hospital since he had a coronary disease, and his drug neutralized it. The girl and her father immediately began to thank the young doctor. Those present did not understand how this was possible. Then all the townspeople pounced on him with a request to sell his miraculous medicine. Naturally, Yunfeng agreed and asked Yunhei to sell everyone the much-needed medicine. Within minutes, literally everything was sold out and Jan ran into the store, which looked like it had been hit by an earthquake. He reported that people not only bought everything, but even took the daffodils to make medicine from them. Fans smiled and said that now they should wait for the Shu family to make their move. Meanwhile, Jie brought the Yunfang pills to the teacher at the store and asked him to take a look at them. Then he asked if he could copy them, and Da, dumbfounded, said that he would need more time for that. The manager, in turn, hastened to leave him, as he saw that the old man was clearly in a bad mood. After 3 hours, Gu literally went crazy because they were impossible to replicate. They had the perfect balance of ingredients, and no one can do this. Not even an alchemist like Da. About 8 hours passed, but the old man still couldn't do anything. Xu decided to visit him the next day, assuming that everything would be ready. But when he entered the lab, he saw the unthinkable. Gu simply went crazy, and with bloodshot eyes shouted that this was impossible and that this guy was some kind of herbal god. After which, for some unknown reason, the enraged grandfather struck the bewildered Jai. Xu shouted that he had gone crazy and needed to pull himself together. At this time in Donghai, doctors could not understand why the dean told Mr. Zhang that they could cure his son's leukemia. The young doctor asked Lin if he believed they could really save the boy, but the professor wasn't sure. Another colleague noted that only the best doctor in Yunfang country could help him. They started discussing that Yang had opened his own clinic in Donghai, and it was quite popular, after which they asked the professor if they should ask Fan for help. But Lin reacted extremely negatively and stated that if anyone should ask him about this, it should be the Zhang family. At this time, in Wei Ming's ward, Jingchu assured him that he had hired the best doctors and that he would soon recover. But the son did not believe in this. Looking at photographs of young girls, he clearly realized that his life would soon end. During the next round of doctors, the conversation turned to the incredible healer Yunfan. Wei Ming immediately jumped out of the hospital bed and asked if this was the doctor who had recently cured brain cancer. Lin answered positively. Then Jingchu asked to invite Yang to treat his son. The professor said that he personally could not do this, but that they, as friends with his grandfather Side, could ask for it. Zhang was shocked because he had fallen out with the Yang family, and now he had to beg for forgiveness so that Yun would agree to deal with Ming. Jing asked Lin if this young man could really cure Wei. The doctor replied that he had never failed a single operation. Then Chu said that he had recently had a falling out with old man Kaide, and asked the professor to go with him to the Yang family. But suddenly the vice dean of the faculty, Mo, volunteered to help him, and Zhang was naturally delighted. Meanwhile, the young cultivator was training with his grandfather in the yard. Kaide asked if he was the one who drove old man Gu crazy. Yang replied that he was simply taking revenge for him. Grandfather thanked Fan and noted that his grandson would definitely go far. At this moment, he ran up to the old man and said that Jianxi and some people wanted to talk to him. Soon Zhang, Mo, and the unknown girl went into the living room. Jing asked for forgiveness from Kaide, claiming that he had been manipulated and ultimately misunderstood. He brought his grandfather's favorite painting as a sign of reconciliation. The old man took the canvas and said that he could not please him with one painting. However, when he unfolded the canvas, he discovered that it was a work by Banquet himself and was delighted. Yun did not understand his grandfather's behavior and asked where his principles had gone. But Kaide still asked to examine Ming. Suddenly, Changhe declared that all hope lay with him alone, since Wei had leukemia. Finally, the protagonist agreed to go to Donghai Hospital and examine the young man. While already in the hospital, Yang told Wang that he would now restore the blood system of his bone marrow. The young doctor then showed him the pill and said that it was Qibao Blood Regenerator, and it would restore his blood. He also needs to study Ming's meridians, and it will be quite painful, the guy agreed. Yunfang took his hand and pierced his wrist with a silver needle. The pain was unbearable. In connection with this, Wei shouted loudly, but at the same time tried to control himself. Suddenly, an unknown stench began to emerge from the cut on his hand, hanging in the air like a black fog. Yan said that everything was fine, and the pill worked, and in combination with the dragon's acupuncture, his blood would be restored. After a while, Lin looked at Wei Ming's blood counts and was delighted that it had worked. The deputy dean of the faculty asked to show it to him, because it was truly incredible. Zhang immediately began to thank Fan for his help, and noted that from that moment on he was at his disposal. At that moment, one of the doctors asked to personally look at Wei's blood sample. Looking at the flask containing the youth's blood, Yun saw a monster who said that he would soon die. Jinchu was then informed that if his son's blood tests were normal within the next 3 days, they would discharge him. The doctors were genuinely pleased with such an impressive result and said that it would be great to hire John. Yunfang himself, having accidentally overheard their conversation, thought that it would really benefit him. At this time, Zhang and his son caught Fan in the corridor and once again began to thank him. But the doctor said that he had several important questions for them, and Wei Ming, like his father, was ready to answer them. Yun asked if Ming had traveled to Southeast Asia or elsewhere, and the boy confirmed that he had been to Spain, where one of the locals offered to take him to the temple, and he naturally agreed. He then showed them the flask containing Wei's blood and said that he didn't actually have leukemia, but that someone had simply cursed him with black magic. Jinchu, like his son, was shocked by this information and did not know how to react to it. At that moment, the demon appeared in the flask again and once again said that he would kill him. The Zhang family was frightened and retreated back, saying that it was some kind of monster. A dark aura suddenly began to emerge from the flask. The young cultivator instantly used his abilities and destroyed her along with the monster, after which Yang asked if their family had something that others did not have, since Vame was clearly being hunted, and most likely they belonged to the Yin Temple. Jingchu remembered that 3 years ago he received a diamond cube that might be related to this matter. Fan asked how many people were there, and a worried Zhang replied that there were only 4. Yun noted that the diamond cube usually has 3 faces, and it could very well be a spiritual weapon for witchcraft. Jing said that he would throw it out right away, but the guy advised him not to panic because it could turn into a disaster for people. In connection with this, the young master immediately called Zhang and asked if he was interested in the treasure. The Iron Guard inspector urged him to get to the point and not beat around the bush, and Zhang gave him all the information. Poland replied that the 4 heads signified illness, aging, disability, and death, which meant that this was the Paluo Sex Exorcist Club, and in fact it was lost in the War of the Heavenly Buddha 20 years ago, and the cube manifests itself accompanied by illnesses and disasters. She suddenly told Yan, the dragon god learned that Yun can refine the beast elixirs, and Yu wants to look for materials with a gift for the old man at the bottom of the sea. Fan, in turn, wondered if the dragon god could really talk, since the spiritual beast did not speak human language. At this moment, the snake-like creature's pet suddenly spoke to the protagonist. The guy noted that he would eagerly await his humanization, and that one day he would become the emperor of beasts. In the end, Yunfang approved their initiative and urged them to be extremely careful at a depth of 3,000 meters. At this time in Hongjian, Xing and Ruoqiu were shopping to find a gift for Grandpa Fan. But Gu was not happy with the fact that Ye was walking around in a bad mood all day and asked what was the matter. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by an unknown woman who said that her uncle had an artifact store and invited them to take a look. The girls agreed and followed the stranger in order to find a suitable item. After a certain time, they discovered that they were in a rather strange place and asked the woman where she had taken them. She ignored them for a few seconds, but suddenly the girl turned around and said that they were in hell. At that moment, she rolled up her sleeve from which an unknown powder began to spray, after which Rokyu and Xing instantly lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. In fact, it was a sorcerer named Ba Liming who cursed Wyming. He knew that the girl was Yun's wife. Meanwhile, Honshu was relaxing peacefully in the Taiping's luxurious villa, lying on a chaise lounge. At that moment, a nurse approached her and said that there was a mutation in her blood and that she should return to Dragon Group for an examination, adding that it was possible that this happened during her numerous practices. But Alice refused because she checked her before coming here and she also can't do anything about it. Lin understood that her parents could not survive this in their time, and perhaps she was destined to go through it too. The nurse, in turn, said that in that case she would prescribe her medication for nerves. Suddenly, Susan ran up to her and said that she was walking down the street and saw a woman from Country X who had two Huaxia girls, adding that one of them is the president of Xinghai International and the other is a senior manager. Honshu instantly became angry and nervously called on her to repeat what she had said. Susan said fearfully, "Their names are Ye Xing and Rokyu," realizing that Alice had become insane after achieving the base construction, after which she declared that it was actually Laming, who had been driven out of Tianzhu and was staying in the Victory Tower in the Jin district. Honshu immediately ordered her to go get ready, as she couldn't allow her rival to be humiliated by some loser. Meanwhile, the protagonist's wife and her friend Rokyu were in that very tower, blindfolded. Ba at this point ordered Shakun to contact Yunfan and tell him to take the diamond cube to Hong in exchange for his wife. However, a moment later, Honshu and his bodyguards knocked down the doors to the tower. An enraged Lin threatened Lehman with violence if he did not let her friends go. The bewildered sorcerer in turn grabbed his brass knuckles and asked who she was. Susan said menacingly that he didn't deserve to know this and ordered the guards to seize him. But Shakun realized it in time and put a knife to Sing's neck, saying that he would finish her off if they tried to get closer. Alice said that he had better not do this because the consequences would be dire. However, Yi was suddenly enveloped in a magical barrier, and Shakun was suddenly thrown to the side. Lin was shocked because it was actually a golden sword talisman. Meanwhile, Shakun and Lehman hurried to jump out of the window to escape. Honshu said that there was no need to follow them as they needed to check on Ye and Rokyu's condition. The nurse immediately ran up to the girls and said that a stunning spell had been used on them and they were unconscious. But they had to act quickly, without leaving Hongzheng, as they might be in danger. At that moment, Yang called Ye. Alice picked up the phone and said in Sing's voice that she would definitely make it in time for her grandfather's birthday, after which, Honshu instantly transformed into the appearance of Yunfang's wife, to go to the event with him instead of her and have a great time. However, she urgently needed to change her perfume. The next day, at the Yang family mansion, Kaid asked his grandson to pick up his wife, but the guy said that there was no need for this, since she was an independent girl. A moment later, Honshu appeared in the form of Yi and literally jumped on the young master. The young cultivator asked how she was feeling, and Lin replied that everything was fine. However, Fan felt that something was wrong with her, and her behavior was not typical of Sing. Susan, in turn, urged Yunhei to leave Ye and Yang alone and go chat. The young man suddenly began to tug Alice's face, and the puzzled lady asked what he was doing. Yun said that there was dirt on her cheek, and he just wiped it off. But he himself realized that the face was not real. Honshu said that she had prepared a luxurious gift for her grandfather, and they went into the house. Soon the event began and everyone sat down at a huge festive table. The eldest son of the Yang family hastened to make a heartfelt toast and drink to the old man's health. But Fan noted that it was better for Grandpa not to drink a lot of alcohol, as he had problems with qi and blood. Side poured himself some tea and said that in that case he would drink it instead of wine. Yun King, in turn, decided to give her grandfather a personal painting, and the hieroglyph on it was written by a famous calligrapher. The old man gladly accepted her work of art and thanked her. He said that his gift was not as good as his sister's painting, but it was still worth it. An incredible smell instantly spread throughout the entire huge table. Yang also smelled it and realized that it was Lao Jiao's 100-year-old liquor, which could make everyone drunk. Yunhei said that this was indeed the base wine from their wine cellar. Tide immediately snatched the bottle and said that no one would take it away from him. Suddenly, the eldest son asked Fan what gift he had decided to give the old man. But the grandfather said that the best gift for him would be to marry Sing, because in fact he had made this wish a long time ago. The guests agreed that Ian is so excellent and achieves success in both love and career. In the evening, Yun called his grandfather to the backyard, and the old man asked what was going on. The boy gave him a black tortoise longevity bracelet that he personally improved, and Kide thanked his grandson. Grandfather began to twist the accessory and asked what it was made of, because it did not look like metal or wood. Fan took the old man's hand and asked him to be patient for a little while, so that the bracelet would recognize its owner. Blood had to be spilled on it. He could also absorb spiritual power to supplement the body and prolong life, eradicating diseases. As soon as a drop of blood hit the bracelet, a huge magical turtle flew out of it. Tide was shocked. The old man said that this accessory reminds him of his father and older brother, because they used to be passionate about magic, but it is not known where they are now. The young man was shocked and asked if his father was really alive. Then the grandfather said that before their disappearance, Fan's parents went to the country of Vo, and he would need to go there. The next day, the young master was awakened by a sudden call, and Yang hurried to pick up the phone. As it turned out, Nalan called him, and the main character asked what happened. Sun called on him to help them as she and the investigation team arrived in Donghai. After she told him about the vaccine for children, the young cultivator was shocked by this news and volunteered to help. The police captain said he needed to come to Forest Park and she would meet him at the gate. Yunfang literally reached the designated place in a few minutes and ran up to Nalan. Sun explained that they were not allowed to search the warehouse because they had little evidence. Yang realized that she wanted to use him to inspect the warehouse. Meanwhile, they were being followed by an unknown mercenary who received orders to eliminate them, after which the policewoman urged Yun to go there immediately because there was not a minute to lose. Suddenly, the mercenary looked out from behind a tree and discovered that he had lost sight of them. At that moment, Fan's daggers flew at him from the side, and he had nowhere to go. Jan, in turn, menacingly asked who he was and why he was pursuing him. But the guy refused and said that he was not following him and was just passing by. Then he suddenly grabbed a gun and put it to the teenager's temple, saying that he was going to die now. Thus, at the moment of the shot, Yun managed to duck, after which he carried out a counterattack. The young master immediately released a magic talisman at him, which in turn pierced his hand and thereby knocked out the pistol. Yunfang immediately pointed his magic blade at him and asked who hired him. Then the mercenary confessed that he was an employee of a pharmaceutical company and was sent to kill the guy so that he would not ruin their plans. Naylan noted that the batch of vaccines was indeed linked to pharmaceuticals. At this time, Zhang snuck into their office and told Sun that he had hacked the surveillance system and that she could move freely around the building. The police captain immediately burst into the company with several armed officers. Nalan urged Yan to be careful, as there was security everywhere and the lab was on the 47th floor. The young man volunteered to deal with the security personally and sprayed a strange spray on his hand. Naylan asked what it was. Yun replied that she would see everything for herself now. This was his improved device that would help them. A moment later, Fan entered the room and asked the security officer where the laboratory was. Naturally, he was chased out of the office. Then Yunfeng snapped his finger. As a result, the guard fell into an incomprehensible state and began to behave like a vegetable. Then the guy repeated the question where the laboratory was. The man answered that it was located in the deep part of the corridor. However, at that moment, another bodyguard burst into the room with a pistol. But the young cultivator instantly dealt him a powerful and stunning blow to the back. However, the guard still managed to press the attack button and fell unconscious to the floor. This set off an alarm throughout the building, and Jan called for quick action and went to the laboratory, adding that everyone needed to stay close to him in case they had weapons. After which, the young master hurried to activate the Golden Shield spell. And just a couple of seconds later, a huge number of security personnel ran out to them. They immediately began shooting at the Golden Dome, which reflected all the bullets. At the same time, the main character could calmly act from this barrier and threw a grenade at them. A moment later, there was a loud explosion. Thus, almost all the guards were destroyed. Bloody bodies literally filled the corridor leading to the door to the laboratory. A stunned Naylan asked what it was and whether the guards were dead, but Fan assured them that it was just a sand bomb and they simply lost consciousness. When they entered the laboratory, they were horrified. The entire room was filled with children wearing oxygen masks. One of the police officers called for Sun to come over immediately, as one of the girls was still alive. Fan ordered that all children be disconnected from the devices so that he could give them a universal antidote. Sun couldn't hold back her tears and hugged the boys and said that she was from the police and they had nothing to fear anymore. However, for unknown reasons, one of the cylinders, which was standing to the side, began to release gas. The young cultivator immediately commanded everyone to leave the room, as there was about to be an explosion. All the police officers, together with Jan, grabbed the children and ran to the exit. A couple of seconds later, there really was an explosion, and the shockwave carried most of the people away. Yun understood that they were so ruthless that they sacrificed their subordinates to prevent them from collecting evidence. After which, Fan called Donghai Hospital to place the poor children there. The guy didn't understand how one could be so cruel as not to spare children. The next day, Yunfang was busy with the vaccine, and Lin, in the form of Ye, brought him a cup of tea and remarked that he should not overwork himself. Moreover, the issue with the vaccine cannot be resolved so quickly anyway, and it is better to take care of yourself. Jan turned to the girl and, smiling sweetly, thanked her for her concern, calling her Honshu. Shocked, Alice turned around sharply and asked him again what he called her. The young master brought his hand to her face and suddenly it burst into flames with magical fire. Lin instantly regained her true appearance. Then he said that she had become much more beautiful, and the surprised girl asked when he found out about this. The guy replied that from the moment she arrived home, she behaved differently than Sing. Honshu sat on his lap and told him that she didn't mean to play a joke on him. The young lady then called her doctor and urged him to bring Yi home as the game was over. Lin asked him for forgiveness and said that she missed him very much, and soon Alice was getting ready to leave. But suddenly the young man stopped her and remarked that there was nothing wrong with him introducing her to his family. However, Honshu refused and stated that it would be better for her to disappear as usual, and they hugged goodbye. The next day, the young cultivator thought about how much Jiang had helped him and how he should be thanked. At this time, his thoughts were interrupted by his angry wife, who demanded an explanation from him, adding that she still can't believe what happened because he didn't recognize his own wife. Then she asked where that despicable woman was. Yang abruptly picked Ye up and smiled and said that they should look for her together, after which, activating the flying sword, they rushed into the distance. Sing was impressed by such a journey. Having arrived at an island in the sea, Fan offered her a ride on dolphins. Naturally, she liked this idea, and they hurried down to the water. Where Jiang was, he asked the guy in surprise who he was, assuming that he was a descendant of some famous family. Yun said that they had recently spoken on the phone about the artifact. Poland had not expected such a quick meeting. Soon, the inspector of the Iron Guard offered him a drink, and Fan in turn agreed, after which they moved on to dinner. Yang suggested that she drink the wine made from the Loyan ice fruit, as it would help her develop. The girl immediately began to drink this incredible drink of the gods, and immediately felt the effect. A joyful Ye declared that she had broken through to the next level of cultivation and had acquired new abilities. Sing then proceeded to demonstrate her new skills and encouraged him to drink a glass of the magic wine as well. Although he knew that the wine would not help much since the nature of his soul was wood and fire, the seed nevertheless reacted. And at the same time, the power of plants suddenly awakened in him. It was amazing. She asked him if he too had progressed in his development, and the young man answered in the negative. But he had a new power. The main character approached the palm tree and put his hand to it. At that moment, he, like the tree, began to shine with a bright light. The reaction followed instantly. As a result, the palm tree turned into a giant monster that was at Yun's disposal. It was impressive, but the young master wanted to test how strong it was and intended to use flying swords. The hovering blade immediately rushed into the huge tree, thus defeating the demon. This was a pretty good result, considering the fact that Yan could create several of these monsters. Sing, in turn, was once again convinced of how talented her husband was. Jiang was shocked by the young man's incredible skills and asked where he learned such techniques, since not everyone can do it. However, Yunfang said that, unfortunately, he could not share the information as it was a secret. Suddenly, Poland's phone rang and he hurried to pick it up. After the conversation, he said that the Japanese had stolen a Tibetan instrument with 4 faces of Buddha, and a task had appeared for him. The young master agreed without hesitation to intercept the robbers and take the artifact. Yun then urged Ye to return to Donghai without him, because he had urgent business to attend to, and a saddened Xing agreed. At this moment, the main character remembered his snake-like friend, from whom there had been no news until now. Meanwhile, a huge Japanese ship was passing through the sea border. The subordinate reported to Captain Tarauti that they had managed to wound the sea beast, but it had still managed to escape. The Japanese group officer Yamada was unhappy because he stole a sacred artifact from them, which was a disgrace to them. Because of this, they had to return to base to come up with a better plan, which was what Kenichi ordered. At this time, the snake asked she why he wanted to give the master a sword for the wedding, if he already had flying blades. But Yu replied that he wanted to give him a legendary sword to match his status, and then ordered him to return to Donghai. A huge, beautiful dragon immediately emerged from the water and soared into the sky. Terauti, in turn, hastened to disappoint the leadership by saying that he had not managed to capture the monster. Kawashima claimed that it was actually a dragon, and Kenichi had missed his chance to become famous. But the officer noted that the snake had gone to Donghai. The general then decided to send their best spy, Sakura, into the city to deal with it. Meanwhile, the young cultivator was driving through Nanjiang Forest and couldn't stop thinking. After all, according to the information received, those people were last seen in the Kumanbum Mountains, and he wanted to find them. However, at that moment, a camouflage sniper was watching him from the bushes. The killer literally had the young doctor in his sights and was going to finish him off. But at a certain moment, the main character looked straight at him and, smiling, waved his hand. The killer was shocked and did not understand how he could know that he was being followed. A moment later, Jan's sword was directed towards him. Subsequently, the blade cut the sniper rifle into small pieces. Fan immediately flew up to him on his sword and asked where the others were. But the sniper said that he would rather die than betray them. Then Yoon took out his magic atomizer, which could be used to find out the truth, after which he began to pour the substance into his mouth. But the soldier covered himself with his hands. After a short time, the killer still did not confess, which was quite surprising, but he lost consciousness. The guy assumed that he was a cultivator and that she didn't work for them. As a result, Yunfang began searching, but found nothing interesting, except for the map, which showed the troop movements. But since the radio was working the whole time, Jan realized that they knew everything. Jan tied up the soldier and went further by car to Mount Kumon. But since it was not very safe, he decided to walk there. After a few hundred meters, the guy found shell casings, indicating that there had recently been a shootout here. Fan decided to call on his newfound friends, namely the wooden monsters, for help. Then the young man gave them instructions to find the soldiers by smell and destroy their weapons, and also to bring them to him. Soon the wood golems drove the Heavenly Sword Squad into one of the caves. Liuyan noted that they had managed to repel an attack once, but that was not the end of it. A few minutes later, human screams began to be heard from outside. Looking out of the cave, they discovered that the huge monsters had taken the unknown soldiers with them. Lun called on his charges to follow the demons to find their lair. By this time, Yunfang had acquired a new pet in the form of a poisonous bullfrog. Thus, the captured soldiers began to ask John who he was. The young man replied that it did not matter, and ordered his puppets to shake out all the things from the detachment. However, after going through a pile of the soldiers' personal belongings, Fan still did not find the artifact. Then the main character asked them where the bronze cauldron was, but the warriors refused to reveal its location. Suddenly, the young cultivator grabbed a poisonous toad and began to force it into the mouth of one of them. Surprisingly, it worked, and the soldier said that the cauldron was hidden in a hollow tree in the valley. At that moment, Tan and his squad approached the guy and hurried to introduce themselves. Yun said that they needed to find the cauldron in the hollow tree in the valley as soon as possible, after which Fan called his frog, which immediately crawled out of the soldier's mouth and jumped onto its owner's shoulder. Jan said that it was one of the most poisonous animals, then asked if they had dealt with the Indians. Lun reported that the real perpetrators were the Japanese, and the Indians helped them and had already managed to leave the country. Liuyan was surprised to meet Yun and said that she had heard about him, as he had great knowledge in medicine. And after a certain amount of time, the Heavenly Sword Squad found a bronze cauldron. Yunfang urged them not to waste time and take the Japanese soldiers along with the spiritual instrument to go to Jingfang village. After some time, the unknown old man began to look for the toad but could not find it. Instead, he pulled out a box of insects and poisonous bullfrog mucus from the hollow. He was perplexed and could not understand who dared to take away what belonged to him. Soon the young master found himself in the village of Jingfang and stopped in a vacant lot, where he began to feed the extremely voracious poisonous bullfrog meat. At that moment, an old man discovered him and demanded that he return the toad to him. The young cultivator approached the stranger and asked if he really liked his pet. Juhai drew his sword and said that he had walked around the mountain several times but still could not find his frog. And if the guy refuses to give him back the toad, then tomorrow will not come for him. In response, John only smiled and said that he was not afraid of him, and the frog would stay with him, after which he sent his magical flying sword towards the maddened Zhang. As a result, the blade chopped the old man's weapon into small pieces, and Juhai was shocked, and he asked who he was that he could master such an incredible technique. Fan responded by asking which clan he was from, so that he could ask them for something worthy in exchange for his life. The frightened old man began to beg him for mercy and said that he was a member of the Zhang family from Dongjiang. Yan knew this family and urged the old man not to disgrace them, then demanded the serene orchid to create a divine pill. Chuhai agreed to give everything, but he himself did not understand how the young man could create a divine pill, because it was of the highest level. Moreover, the old man even agreed to help him collect herbs in the future, since his family had been doing this for centuries. Fan thanked him and asked him to leave his number if needed, after which Zhang left. A few minutes later, the young master received a call from his friend Jiang with important information. Poland stated that he would entrust the Heavenly Sword Squad to escort him to Donghai, as he was already familiar with the Bronze Cauldron. And after some time, the detachment arrived to Yun and Long said that they were instructed to accompany him to Donghai. The main character, in turn, replied that for now the soldiers could rest, and that they would leave in the evening. Luyan suddenly asked him to examine the sick wife of a deceased comrade, because he was still the best healer in the country. Yunfang agreed without thinking twice and asked the girl to take him to her. Meanwhile, Chang asked her mother to stop the treatment due to lack of money, but her mother said that if necessary she would sell all her property. At that moment, Yang and Liu Yin entered her room, and the girl asked if this young man was really her boyfriend. The soldier replied that he was her boss and also a good doctor named Fan, who would help her. Chang's expression instantly changed, and she said that she had heard about him, while Yun began to examine her leg. Then he asked why she hadn't had the operation yet. The girl sadly said because she had no money. Then, the young doctor said that he would definitely help her, even if she did not have the opportunity to pay for his services. At this time, Dr. Liu suddenly came in and said that no one was able to cure a multi-fragment fracture without consequences. Jan responded sharply that if he couldn't do it, it didn't mean that no one could help her. The doctor then said that in that case the Wang family no longer needed his help. The old woman became indignant at the doctor's disgusting attitude and expressed her dissatisfaction. But Fan assured her that he would personally carry out this operation, and everything would be fine. Soon he injected a silver needle into Chiang Chiang's leg as an anesthetic so that she would not feel pain. Liu took every opportunity to laugh at the young doctor and said that he should not pretend to be someone he is not. However, Wang really did lose feeling in her leg, and the doctor was surprised, but he thought that the guy was just lucky and that very soon they would come running to him. Meanwhile, the young master began to collect the bones in the leg and put them back in place. Then he smeared a green substance on her leg. Liu Yin asked what it was. Yang replied, "Jade ointment, which helps with fractures." The girl, in turn, was surprised and noted that she thought such an ointment only exists in movies. Fan decided to show off his knowledge and said that it was real, and its history could be traced back to the Han Dynasty. Suddenly, Wang's leg began to itch intensely and she asked if she could scratch it. Yun said, "This means that the treatment is working and she will have to be patient for a little while." He speeds up the process with needles. At that moment, a nurse entered the room and, seeing this picture, asked what was going on here. She began to say that he was not from their hospital and would immediately inform the doctor about this. Jan urged her not to distract him from the treatment process. At this time, Chief Physician Hu was discussing the donation with Ms. Higashino. The girl stated that if the director fulfilled all the conditions, then donations would not be a problem. Suddenly, a nurse burst into his office and reported that an intern was treating a patient without the doctor's permission. Hu asked what kind of patient. The woman replied that it was a villager with a multi-fragment fracture and also acupuncture, which in fact was impossible. The head doctor immediately asked for forgiveness from Higashino and hurried to Wan's office, at which all the doctors and interns had already lined up. The enraged director asked what was going on here. One of them said that this incredible doctor was treating Chiang Chiang and quite successfully. The young cultivator, in turn, continued his magical acupuncture. Sino and Hu were amazed by the guy's abilities and didn't even know what technique he was using. After finishing the procedure, Fan asked Wang how she felt. The girl was simply happy, because she could freely move her leg. After which, Yunfang asked her to slowly stand up and take a step forward. Chiang did exactly as the guy said and really began to walk around the ward painlessly. She even burst into tears from joy. All the hospital staff, including the head doctor from Higa, were shocked by this result. Mother and Wang literally began to bow to the young man and thank him for providing such incredible help. But Yun called on them to immediately rise from their knees, because it was his direct responsibility as a doctor to treat people. The director immediately began to thank the great Dr. Yan, as he unexpectedly visited them and even cured the patient. The puzzled protagonist in turn asked him who he was. Xuanjiang immediately introduced himself and shook the young prodigy's hand, saying that they had once met at a conference in Sinan. At that moment, Rico ran up to him and said that his skills amazed her, after which she invited Fan to dinner. Liu Yin decided to remind the guy that it was time for them to go back, and Yun kindly refused Higashino. However, the obsessive girl ran after him and asked him to examine her husband, who had been bedridden for several years, but he refused her again. And Yan gave Rico 3 immortal pills and noted that they should be taken once every 10 days, and in a month he will try to come to them in Japan and examine her husband more thoroughly. Sino thanked him. Soon, the young master went with the Heavenly Sword Squad to the airport to fly to Donghai. Suddenly, an unknown robber on a motorcycle stole the girl's bag and tried to escape. At this moment, Liu Yin volunteered to help the innocent girl and attacked the criminal. As a result, he flew to the side, and the robber received extremely painful injuries. Commander Lun noted that this was his school, and the protagonist also approved of her actions. However, the girl was in no hurry to take her bag and ran towards the victim. She subsequently began calling for help and asking the motorcyclist how he was feeling. Liu Yin didn't understand what was going on and why she was acting so strangely. At that moment, the director ran up to her and began to accuse her of disrupting the filming of the movie. Jan was shocked that in reality everything was not as she thought. The director, in turn, called on his charges not to stand there like a pillar, but to immediately call an ambulance. Then he continued to accuse Liu Yin of disrupting the filming, and the girl began to apologize. But the restless old man said that they had spent a huge amount of money, after which he tried to hit her, but Jan arrived in time and grabbed his hand, saying that she thought it was a real robbery. However, the director still could not calm down and began to threaten the young cultivator with his connections. The main character nervously said that he hated arrogant people like him, and that it was not worth pointing a finger at him. The old man said that the guy would have a hard time now, because he had a lot of people at his disposal. At that moment, the teenager broke his finger with a sharp movement, and the old man screamed in pain. He declared that now it was definitely the end for him, and that extremely dire consequences awaited him. At that very moment, the entire film crew, along with the stuntmen, rushed to attack Fan. But Yoon easily dealt with them in a matter of minutes, something they clearly didn't expect. Then the director said that his boss was coming and he would definitely be in trouble, since she was a superstar. Jan took a pose and said in a businesslike manner that he would eagerly await her arrival. Within a few minutes, a car pulled up to them, and the old man ran up to the car telling men what had happened. Yo responded with anger and stated that he had so many stuntmen under his command that they should have figured it out by now. But when she saw them beaten, the girl realized that she was dealing with some kind of martial arts master. Then men got out of the car and said that she would deal with him personally. Approaching the guy, she shouted at him that he had no right to attack them and was obliged to compensate for everything. However, when Fan turned around and their eyes met, Yao immediately fell silent. Yoon also did not expect to see her. The girl's expression changed at that moment and she ran up to the young master, asking what he was doing here. The director, in turn, realized that he would not live because they turned out to be acquainted. Jan told her that this old man promised him that his boss would come now and deal with him. Then, the enraged men said that she was the producer, and if he had bothered her, she would fire the old man. The director immediately apologized to the teenager and said that it was a terrible misunderstanding. Yao asked why he said that his boss would teach Yunfang a lesson. Li continued to say that she had misunderstood everything and that he had simply complimented her, since the lady was into martial arts. But men said that she would still have to replace him, since there was no other way out. At this point, the entire film crew and stuntmen began to ask for forgiveness. Finally, Fan stated that since they had apologized, they should forgive this oversight. Then Ian said goodbye to her, saying that he had too much to do and they would see each other soon. After which, Yoon and the Heavenly Blade Squad headed to Wei Ming's villa. The young cultivator called him to gather all the people and order them to guard the spiritual instrument. The young man noted that he would even buy up all the nearby houses because safety comes first. Lun stated that he didn't need to worry about it, as they would personally deal with anyone who dared to steal the bronze cauldron. At this time, Jan's angry wife called him and demanded that he return home immediately. Naturally, Fan promised her to return soon, since arguing with a woman is always harmful to oneself. Then, Yoon said goodbye to the squad and said that he had urgent business and if anything important came up, then let him know. Liu Yin said that he didn't have to worry and that they wouldn't tell anyone how much he was afraid of his wife. But Yang said that it was just respect. However, the young man forgot to hang up and Yi heard everything, which is why more insults rained down on him. And within a short period of time, Fan ran home. Naturally, his wife once again began to be sarcastic and egg him on in every possible way. Yun said he had urgent business, but noticing her evening dress and packed suitcases, he asked where she was going. Sing reminded him that he had never met her parents, and that was why they were going to visit them. Moreover, tomorrow is the new year. According to the lunar calendar, Fan was shocked by such information and said that he needed to prepare. However, the loving wife said that this was not necessary, since she had already prepared everything. The main character showered her with compliments and noted that she was simply a treasure. But just at this time, she entered the house and Yan was forced to leave again. Ye was not very happy. When he went outside, Yoon asked if he had been able to find what he needed, and Yu answered positively. He added that he even managed to find a century plant from a deep cave, and since such herbs only grow in guarded caves, Yang asked if everything was okay with Shen. The snake god showed the little dragon and said that after his return he became like this. The young man wondered if he had evolved into a wyvern, but still had wings. She didn't know what Loon ate while they were at sea, but he once slept for a whole day and then electrocuted him. But Fan assured him that there was nothing to worry about and that Shen was most likely close to a breakthrough. Yu also hastened to give the owner a beautiful sword, saying that it was a wedding present from him and Loon. The young master drew his blade and was delighted, for it was the legendary Yoshihito no Tsurugi, which was located in a Japanese temple. Yoon could not even imagine that he would have such a treasure in his hands. Yan thanked his friend and noted that the Japanese had constantly tried to steal their treasure, and in the end, they had lost the sacred sword. He added that he would be out of town for a couple of days, as the government had sent a detachment to finish the job with the cauldron, and Yu had to keep an eye on them. But at the same time, he was not allowed to show himself. Then Yan gave Shi 3 foundation erection pills so that he could break through to the next level. The snake-like god, in turn, was very grateful to him and declared that he would not disappoint him. The next day, the loving couple immediately went to Jingcheng, where they were met by his wife's relatives. A joyful Sing waved her hand to them. Qin and Qin also warmly greeted them and introduced themselves to their son-in-law. Mei was surprised that Yunfang had achieved foundation construction at such a young age, and if he took part in the tournament, it would be a problem. The young cultivator, in turn, also tried to be polite and said that he was glad to meet you. However, Qin did not reciprocate and urged him not to suck up. Sing immediately whispered in his ear that he should not pay attention, since she had been strange since childhood. Qing, unlike his sister, was more adequate and helped him with his luggage. He asked her brother to be careful with the suitcases, because there were very valuable gifts for them there. But Mei suddenly asked what was so special about these things, because their city was full of all sorts of interesting things. Then, Xing took out the frost pills and said that Yunfang had prepared them for her and the ants. The sister was shocked that this boy also turned out to be an alchemist. Qin still couldn't calm down and was thinking about where he got the ancient formulas from and how to compete with him. Soon, they got into the car. Mei was literally furious about this. Yi asked what was happening to her because she would also get the pills. After some time, they finally reached Sing's parents' house, but the girl suggested saying hello to her grandfather first. However, the first to meet them was Uncle Daolin, who greeted the young couple. Yi asked him where her grandfather was, and her uncle replied that both grandfathers were fishing on the lake. Then Fan greeted Lin. Dao remarked that he had heard a lot about the teenager. At that moment, Huayan approached them and said that his brother was extremely busy today. The uncle immediately introduced his relative to Yun and Xing. Shen also said that he had heard about the young medical talent. The girl whispered to John that this was his uncle's brother, and they say that he once saved his life. Soon, Huayan said goodbye to them and said that they would definitely chat a little later. Daolin then invited them to go into the house so that he could feed them, but Sing immediately refused. However, the main character unexpectedly volunteered to help Lin with cooking. He realized with bitterness that she would still have to eat her uncle's tasteless cooking. And after a few minutes, everyone hurried to leave the house because Dao had prepared something with a disgusting smell. At this moment, Shen suddenly ran up and asked Dr. Yang to examine his mother, who had started having a migraine because the medication was not helping. The young master happily agreed, stating that it was his duty as a doctor. Moreover, he wanted to quickly escape from his uncle, so as not to have to deal with his culinary masterpieces. Sister Qinmei unexpectedly volunteered to go with him to Huayan's mother. After all, this is a great opportunity to see his abilities, and besides, no one has ever managed to cure the old lady's migraine. When Fan came to her, he said that he would stick 3 needles into her to improve blood circulation and the migraine would go away. After some time, the young man cast a spell on his grandmother with needles, using his magical skills. The woman was simply delighted with it because her migraine really did stop tormenting her. The old lady also asked him to tell her about these acupuncture points so that she could tell her doctor about them. However, Yoon assured her that the migraine would not appear again and that she now needed rest, since the illness was caused by depression. Shen immediately became nervous and began asking his mother what happened and why she was stressed. Uncle Lin said that they would be leaving now and that the woman should have a good rest. Mei, in turn, understood that Yunfang was truly an excellent doctor. Meanwhile, the grandfathers were fishing on the lake, and Xiu asked Zheng if he really wanted to take on a disciple. Also with them was Jing Yuan, who said that it was too early for his eldest granddaughter to know the heavenly void finger technique. The old man was indignant and asked who, in his opinion, was worthy of such an honor. While drinking tea, Li said that the young cultivator Yunfang was quite strong and quite suitable for this. Zheng pointed out that he was Mo Yun's henchman, but Yuan had no intention of taking him as a disciple, but simply wanted to share his knowledge. However, Xiu did not understand that if the Lord did not intend to take him in, then why teach him this technique? Li replied that he could not let such a great technique go to waste and had to pass it on to someone worthy. Ye smiled and stated that Fan was his granddaughter's fiancé, and this ability would still be in the family. After which he laughed out loud. Jin Yuan urged the old man to behave as befits his age. Soon the grandfathers were getting ready to go home because Yun and Xing were supposed to arrive today, and Xiu volunteered to check whether he was worthy of this technique. At this time, a joyful Yi gave Aunts Yu and Suetsu her roselle powders and asked if they liked the gift. Liu asked in response why it was in powder form, but Ye Kui was fine with it and said that if she didn't like it, she could give it to her. Xing urged them not to quarrel, since she had brought a lot of this drug with her, and there would be enough for everyone. At that moment, the grandfathers entered the house and Qingzu hurried to greet them. Xiu asked where Yunfang was, especially since the primordial lord had only mentioned him recently. The girl said he should be in the kitchen and asked why Li was asking about him. Suddenly, Yan ran into the room with stewed pork and called on everyone to try his masterpiece. The old men immediately met the main character, and the guy also greeted them. Yun reminded Xiu how they met at the antique store in Xinjiang. Naturally, the grandfather remembered him. The surprised wife asked when he had met her grandfather. Jan replied that he would tell her everything later. Soon everyone sat down at the table and the aunt noted that King Su's fiancé was also an excellent cook. And only Yun understood that all this was thanks to old man Moyun, especially compared to preparing pills. It was simple. Singh stated that he was not such an excellent cook, and Mei, in turn, could not escape the thought that Yang was her rival. The newlyweds were overly polite and constantly courted each other. This made Kinmei incredibly angry, and she suddenly said that she had eaten her fill and left. The girl immediately went to let off steam and began to beat the makiwara. Fan heard the noise and asked what it was. Brother Chin replied, "Little sister always exercises after eating." After the meal, Grandfather Zheng asked the young master to come to his office. The youth immediately went after him, where Xiu asked him if he had really broken through to the foundation construction level. The guy confirmed his guess. The old people were delighted with such unexpected news, because they were stuck at the level of accumulation of qi. Yun suggested that their problem was in the acupuncture points and meridians, which were most likely damaged. Surprised, Yi asked how he knew all this and whether he could somehow correct the situation. Fan answered positively, but this would significantly reduce the speed of their development. The grandfathers said that it didn't matter and asked to tell about everything as soon as possible. Then the teenager told them about the beneficial orifice pill, with the help of which they would improve themselves. Xiu asked Yunfang again if one pill could fix everything, and Yang said that it was absolutely certain. The old men immediately asked what ingredients were needed for this so that they could quickly collect them. But Yun said that he already had everything he needed, but the others would start showing interest and asking for these capsules. In this regard, it would be better for them to come to him in Xinjiang, where he is already equipped with spiritual devices. The delighted grandfathers, of course, agreed to set off to meet their perfection. Yang also stated that now would be the best time to make a pill to stabilize their energy. The puzzled old men asked if he could really do it right there. The guy immediately collected the necessary ingredients and began preparing the capsules, saying that it was a trifle for him. And after an indefinite amount of time, he had the primordial spirit pill in his hands. Xiu was shocked by his skills. Fan also added that the capsule will stabilize the spirit and energy, and they will not feel tired. Ye instantly grabbed the pill to eat it, but Zheng urged him to give it to him. But Shu insisted on his own, since he had constant headaches and his spirit and chi were clearly damaged. However, at a certain point he got tired of being lectured, and the old man swallowed a pill. Zhen started shaking him and telling him to spit it out. Yang quickly calmed him down and said he would make another one. Meanwhile, the aunts praised Xing's caring groom and declared that she was incredibly lucky to have him. Already going down the stairs, grandfather said that Li wanted to meet with Fan to pass on his technique to him. At that moment, Daolin met them and asked what had happened to them, since they looked much younger. Zheng happily declared that it was all thanks to the young master who gave them the miraculous pills. Naturally, the whole family began to pressure him to prepare these pills for them too. Suddenly, the main character's phone rang and he hurried to answer. As it turned out, it was his cousin who called and said that Yun's younger uncle had been ill for a month and was in the Jingcheng hospital. A few minutes later, the young cultivator was already in his uncle's room, and his cousin said that none of the doctors knew how to treat him. Suddenly, the uncle's attending physician, named Hu, came to see them, and the doctor asked the young man who he was. The cousin immediately introduced Yunfang to him, and Yang himself asked what tests and examinations the doctor had conducted. Hu replied that an MRI had been done. Fan in turn suggested that the problem might be mental, and that was why they hadn't found anything. The worried boy asked him if he knew how to cure his father. Yun answered positively. However, at that moment the doctor objected to the young talent, saying that the whole hospital could not figure out how to treat him. Suddenly my uncle had a severe headache and began to writhe in terrible pain. The nurse immediately ran for painkillers, but the main character assured him that he could handle it himself. At that very moment, the guy suddenly grabbed the patient and a golden ray shot from his eyes straight into his uncle. As a result, he began to scream loudly and a mark appeared on his forehead. A moment later, the patient lost consciousness. Hu was confused and did not understand what was happening. However, after a couple of seconds, the man opened his eyes and said that his headache had suddenly disappeared. The attending physician was shocked and thought that Yunfang was some kind of magician. Jan told his uncle that he had come to visit him and asked if he had had any conflicts with the monks recently. Because he discovered the golden aura of Buddha in his mind, Hu was completely stunned. Then he said that he was on a business trip and he and his friend were approached by a monk who wanted to sell a Buddha statue. But the price was too high and they refused, after which the friend got into an accident and began to suffer from headaches. Fan wanted to find this shameless monk and have a good talk with him so that he would not do such things in the future. The old man immediately began to tell Yunfu that Yang had already managed to find a wife, but he still hadn't matured. After a certain amount of time, Tubing came to Lord Kiyuan and reported that Yun had arrived. This was good news for Li, as he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The young master instantly walked up to the primordial lord and greeted him. Yuan noted that he not only had incredible skills but also manners, and had reached such a level of development. Yang became modest and said that he was clearly overpraising him, but at the same time Li saw his unprecedented spiritual energy, qi. Jin Yuan noted that there was no need for excessive modesty, since his assessment was completely objective. After which Li gave the guy the seal of amber fire and added that when he gained experience, he would learn the finger of heavenly emptiness. The protagonist thanked the primeval lord and accepted his gift. At that moment, Chubin approached him and offered to have dinner with him as a token of gratitude for saving his father. Then, they went to the royal restaurant, where they usually receive distinguished guests. However, something strange happened because the guests were always greeted by Director Fu, but he was nowhere to be found. A few seconds later, he finally appeared with deepest apologies for being late, but Li began to scold him, because he had previously discussed with him that he would come with a guest. Then Fu said that there were 2 special guests today and that was why he was busy. Chubing called on him to explain. The director hastened to report that one of them was a famous doctor in Huadan named Liu Yu, and the other was a holy monk named Yang Xing. The imperial commander invited the young cultivator to visit them, and the boy agreed. Soon Fu informed them that he had brought 2 guests and they wanted to meet him. The monk was not against it. Sin noted that everyone talks about the complexity of the Buddhist scriptures, but in fact this is not entirely true. Cuban couldn't understand why the guards didn't report to him about a monk of such a level. Suddenly the old man told a story very similar to the one his uncle told about his friend's accident, but at the same time, she was different in some details. Yunfang could not remain silent. In connection with this, he unexpectedly said that this story was somewhat distorted and asked Xing whether Chuan was the name of the one who had an accident. The monk, in turn, avoided the conversation in every possible way, changing the subject. But he himself understood that this man knew something. However, Fan continued to ask him if he was familiar with the name Haiyan, and the old man answered in the negative. Suddenly, Yang announced that he was very tired and wanted to rest, and he also called on everyone to disperse. But the young master understood that he was actually evading and tried to catch up with him. Suddenly, the old man's eyes became bloodshot and he shouted angrily for the young man to leave him alone. Shin naively believed that his black spirit curse would take control of the teenager, but this never happened, which made the monk furious, and he did not understand how this was possible. Yunfang understood that he was trying to hypnotize him and responded in kind. Yan instantly felt ill. The monk was shocked by the guy's incredible strength. Then Yun grabbed him and took the Buddha statue from him, asking how he had managed to keep it since he said he had given it to someone else. Those present began to understand that the monk was a liar and could well not be who he claimed to be. Chubin intervened in the matter and asked why he had not informed the guards of his arrival and what his purpose was there. The old man began to say that the matter was connected with the demonic tower, but Li stated that their squad was already dealing with it. The monk in turn began to accuse the young man because he was also at the foundation stage. Cubing replied that he was Jinyuan's personal disciple. The Buddhist attendant was stunned by this sudden news and could not believe it, in connection with which he immediately began to ask for forgiveness from the young master. Yang realized how insignificant the old man was. Li said that he and Fan would have to postpone lunch because he needed to do some investigating. Fu immediately ran up to them and informed them that he would personally make sure that Mr. Yun felt at home, after which they finally arranged a feast, where, for most of the guests, it was an honor to meet Yan. The young cultivator began a dialogue with the outstanding Master Lu, saying that he had heard about him, and the old man reciprocated. But his student didn't like that this doctor from Xinjiang was stealing all the attention. One of the guests asked Zia for help and told him his problem, and the guy started to measure his pulse. However, the young man did not discover anything dangerous to his health, which he hastened to inform his guest about. The old man himself understood that all the doctors told him this, and that in fact Ji was not such a good doctor. Then, disciple Lu suggested asking Mr. Yunfang for his expert opinion. However, the man refused and said that he would continue to take the medications prescribed to him. But Xi could no longer stop and called on the young talent to examine the old man. Fan replied that his diagnosis was certainly correct. Suddenly, Yanbin became angry and said that it was irresponsible to rely on another doctor's diagnosis without examining the patient. The main character finally agreed and began to measure the guest's pulse, especially since Zia insisted on it so much. A few seconds later, Yunfang reported that the problem had appeared about a month ago, and the surprised old man confirmed his words. As a result, Yang stated that Zhang was fine and just needed to change his shampoo to get rid of the itchy scalp. He immediately remembered how his daughter had bought him herbal shampoo a month ago and encouraged him to use it. Around the table, talk began about the greatness of Dr. Fan, for he truly was a talent. Yanbin immediately apologized to the teacher. Lu said that no one is perfect and he just needs to accept it, after which Jia also apologized to Yan for his rudeness. He also agreed that Yun's skills were superior to his. The guy smiled and said that it was all nonsense, but one had to be kinder to people. After some time, Fan finally returned to his job in Xinjiang, where, surprisingly, it was quiet and calm. No one was rushing at him with questions every second. Suddenly, Edward opened the door to his office and asked why he was still here, since a strange disease had appeared in the city. A puzzled Yun asked what he was talking about, so Norton showed him the medical record of the unusual patient. Initially, doctors thought that the patient had anemia, but this turned out to be wrong. They soon discovered a strange virus in him, and everyone who was exposed to this virus literally turned into brainless and aggressive creatures that attacked everyone. Fan realized that this was indeed very strange, and he had never encountered such a phenomenon before. In connection with this, the young master immediately went to the patient's room and began to measure his pulse. Yan, in turn, suggested that some cultivator from a dark cult did this, since it was not natural. Edward believed that it might actually be a biological weapon. Yun advised him to contact the medical community. Norton agreed and noted that this needed to be given almost worldwide publicity. The main character immediately put on gloves and began to deal with this virus. Initially, it was necessary to examine the patient's body using spiritual energy, and Fan touched his head. But suddenly, the pink virus began to come out through his spiritual energy. It was simply incredible, and Ian set about purifying it with his amethyst flame. Suddenly, the patient woke up and asked what was going on. Yoon urged him not to worry and told him about his illness, after which he asked if he had visited any new places recently. The puzzled patient replied that he had been in Jianghuai not long ago. At that moment, a nurse entered the room and informed the doctor that the director was asking him to come in. The guy immediately went to see him, where the old man began to praise the young talent and said that he had literally become a star. However, his responsibility also increased. He told about the disease in Jianghua, where about 100 people fell ill and he needed to go there. The young cultivator wondered if they weren't going to make this public. But the head doctor noted that this would only sow panic in society, and naturally Yun agreed. Lin was delighted and said that he was not mistaken about him, but at the same time he behaved rather strangely. And so, just in case, the young doctor glued a communication talisman to his desk. But as soon as he left the office, the mercenary took off the director's mask and said out loud that the guy had fallen for her trick. From her monologue, Yunfang learned that she was dealing with Sakura and decided to play along. Soon Fan took Jiang and his friend with him and they went on a Jianghua plane, where Qi was constantly distracted by the flight attendants. Suddenly, one of them approached them and asked Dr. Yang for a favor, saying that it had to do with the captain. The main character instantly realized that he was not actually dealing with a flight attendant, but at the same time he absolutely calmly agreed to go with her and gave a sign to his comrades. Jiang saw his index finger pointing at the girl and realized that they wanted to attack the master. The young lady asked him to come into the room and Yang suddenly asked if her name was Shantong and if Sakura needed him. The flight attendant, in turn, was shocked by such a statement, but tried not to reveal her identity. However, Yunfang continued to press her and asked why a Chinese woman was working for another country. Shan immediately grabbed a knife and declared that he had better be an obedient boy, otherwise everyone would die.